Chapter 52. Chapter 52, Hidden Treasure, 2. The Japanese officer who had hidden this painting didn't know its exact value. However, at least he knew that it had to be treasured. He had attached the painting to the lid, but he put on top a cloth made of cotton so that the painting wouldn't be damaged. He then put the painting on the lid and then covered it with a black cloth. With that, the painting didn't fall off when the lid was removed, and it wasn't easily noticed because of the black cloth. Especially in the dark cave. Phew! Heijin took a deep breath to calm down his throbbing heart and carefully cut the black cloth. Then, he carefully removed it, and the painting was revealed. No way. No way. How could this painting be here? Even that Japanese officer had realized that this was one of the best among what he had by far. If Byung-guk had seen it, he would have just been happy, said that it looks like a good one and handed Heijin a painting container. Heijin took another deep breath to calm his surprised heart. He then extremely concentrated on removing the painting stuck on the lid with the knife. He wanted to do it quickly and put the painting in a container, then leave, however, his hand couldn't move fast lest he made a mistake. He gulped hard and worked for about 5 minutes. Finally, the painting fell from the lid. Heijin rolled it up in a flash, put it in a container and crouched down at the entrance to crawl out. He came out from the cave, blocked the entrance again and started to walk through the trees faster. Then when he had come, Heijin left the mountain without using the same route he used first. Instead, he followed the hiking road that people normally used. He was then able to go back to his car. He carefully loaded the equipment and the paintings. He then got on the car. Although he had left slightly late, it wasn't that late. On his way, he discarded the equipment he had used in a desolate place. He drove all night and arrived at Junzhou port. He wasn't that tired even though he had worked and driven all night, probably thanks to his mana. He parked the car near the port and sent the location to Byung-guk, who called Heijin immediately. Have you finished? Yes, I'm at Junzhou. I'm about to look for that customs worker you mentioned. I know that you can take care of it yourself, but you should never be seen by the police. Especially so because you must have artifacts, and China's Ministry of Public Security are very keen about drugs and artifacts. If you get caught, you cannot get out easily, no matter how strong you are. You know what I'm saying, right? Of course, I do. I will never get caught by the police, so don't worry. However, who is the person who has helped us this much? It cannot be someone you used to make deals with. He lent me a car and prepared the equipment. He owes me a favor. You cannot work on your own in this field. You must get help from others. So, I am often indebted to others and have often helped others. Of course, I didn't help for free. I must be paid enough. Kind of mutual help? Yes. If you don't do this, words will spread around quickly. Eventually, you cannot get any help. Giving and receiving, those are the basics, but very important. Heijin entered the terminal with an agitated heart. He didn't hang up, just in case. He then stopped for a moment and he looked forward. Byung-guk, it's strange. What? The guy you told me about, Tan Xiao, he's not here. Small with lots of gray hair. Hang on, I'll keep looking. Heijin pretended to talk on the phone so that the patrolling policeman wouldn't suspect while he kept searching for Tan Xiao. However, he was nowhere to be seen. It's not lunchtime yet, but he's not here. It means he has been transferred somewhere else or might not show up today. That's a problem. Then, Can you make it to Tsingtao? Tsingtao, which was famous for its beer, is located in Shandong Peninsula close to Korea, so the ships that secretly sailed to and fro between China and Korea mostly went there. That is too far. I've also been told that I can borrow the car only for 2 days. I cannot get there in 2 days. I can use the train, but staying in China with these is way too risky. Even if I make it to Tsingtao. If the worker you know isn't there, then the situation would be the same. What on earth are you carrying that you are so cautious? Can't you tell me on the phone? No, not on the phone, never. Okay. I'll take care of it. How? Somehow. Let's say I get on the ship. Will there be any problem when reaching Busan? No, no problem. There's no ship to Busan from there, so you will have to come to Incheon. I'll talk to a man who works at Incheon Customs. Don't worry. Just come. Okay. I'll see you in Seoul. Haejin hung up, bit his lips and thought about the situation. Using magic would probably work. However, everything he had would be taken away from him if things went wrong, so he tried not to do that if possible. He was lost in thoughts like that, but then 2 policemen started to come toward his direction from afar. Since Haejin was not going through the customs for a long time, he looked suspicious. Haejin was about to lose his paintings. He took a deep breath and slowly walked toward the customs, applying saliva on his finger. Then the policeman stopped and didn't come to him. Please put on your belongings. Haejin's bag went through the X-ray and, at that moment, Haejin used magic. The customs staff, who stared at the screen, let him go without saying anything. Haejin picked up his bag and quickly walked to the ship. Pant. It was strange. After the ring's help, his body had been full of strength even after using magic, but now his legs wobbled as if all the mana had been used just after casting that spell. Why? Haejin forced himself to get aboard and lay down. His head was still dizzy. It was probably because of the ring. Was it because its power had worn off? The more Haejin thought about it, the more he wondered about its power. He couldn't help but think that there had to be more items with that pattern somewhere in this world. Haejin's heart, which had been surprised by Tan Xiao's absence, was not surprised at Incheon again. Thankfully, a customs worker who Byung-guk had oiled in advance greeted Haejin. He went past through the customs and left the terminal. Byung-guk was there. After getting on the ship, Haejin had just sent him a simple text saying that he had passed. He had then turned his phone off. Therefore, Byung-guk was curious. How did you pass? Money can solve everything. What? You solved the problem with money? On the site? Wow, should I call you bold? Or should I call you crazy? If that's what Haejin had really done, he would be crazy. However, he had used the illusion magic to make the staff see an ordinary traveling bag so he could pass without any problem. I was in a hurry. I had to do something. I am tired, I should get some rest. Wow, you would make for a great fraud. Haejin now relaxed after arriving in Korea and met Byung-guk. He had been very stressed mentally, even with his magic. When they arrived in Seoul, Haejin resisted the urge to go home and rest. Instead, he went to Insadong first. He wanted to unpack and check the paintings he had brought as soon as possible. Especially the last one. If it was what he was thinking, Sojong and Byung-guk would get shocked and get a heart attack. He arrived at the workshop with an excited heart, but there were unexpected guests in there. What are you doing here? And you are not that close to each other. In the workshop, 3 beautiful ladies were drinking coffee, including Sujong. The other 2 were Yoonhee and Yaren. Instead of replying, Sojong saw Haejin's bags in his hands and asked, "I heard you went to Hong Kong with this lady. But, why did you return separately? And what are those? Have you brought something good? I don't have any present for you, so don't get your hopes up. However, I'll show you something else instead." No, thanks. Sujong was disappointed. Haejin smiled and turned to Yoonhee and Yaren. "What brings you here?" Yaren talked first. "You haven't received your fee. You have gotten me a Jacques Louis David, so I couldn't let that go." Yoonhee flinched at hearing Jacques Louis David. She probably didn't know that Yaren had bought such a painting in Hong Kong. "Is it that urgent? I was going to find you when I come back to Seoul. I didn't know that the payer would rush about it." Yaren smiled. "There is one more thing. The media is paying attention because of the celadones we have recovered in Tien. Especially the blue prunus vase you recovered first. It's quite an issue. The media is asking to see it, but it's not ours. That's why I'm here." Why does Yuzeon want the media's attention? It can excavate without getting attention. First, for the same reason I bought that painting. Yuzeon is going through a hard time in many aspects. And we are trying to improve its image as much as possible. If we exhibit the artifacts from Tian'an museums and open it to the public for free, the politicians will be quite favorable to us. Yaren talked without holding anything back, although her competition was right next to her. "Is it okay to say all that? Ms. Yoonhee can hear you. She knows it already, so it doesn't matter. Plus, she has no influence in Wajin. She is busy taking care of her gallery." Yoonhee smiled, admitting it. "She always talks like that, so it's fine. It's good that you are not fighting." The 2 didn't react as if they didn't hear anything. Haejin then turned to Yoonhee. "And you?" "The permission to build your art museum has been approved. The Cultural Heritage Administration liked Kim Hongdu's painting that you have brought from the US. As you know, the rank of the museum depends on what kind of artifacts it owns. However, this time, you have found a national treasure celadone with the joint excavation with Yaren's family, and now that you own a Kim Hongdu, you got the permission faster than usual. The rank is low, but it will be upgraded if you get more artifacts." The rank didn't matter at all. What mattered was that Haejin had built an art museum. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 53. Chapter 53, Secret of the Gilt Bronze Buddha, 1. I see. You didn't need to bother yourself by coming here. I will buy you both dinner someday. Yaren frowned hard. Haejin said that he would buy them dinner, but it actually meant that if they had no more business, they should go. Please tell your grandfather that I thank him for appreciating my skills. You can just send my fee to my account. As for the celadone, which must be in the pool now, it would be better to show it to the public after it has been cleaned and restored properly so that it won't be damaged. It will take a week at most, so there's nothing to be impatient about. I understand. Yaren stood up and so did Yoonhee. There's nothing more I can do for your museum. As you have recovered a good artifact, I hope things go well for you. Thank you. Then, I will see you again. They left. Byangut came and lightly hit Haejin's shoulder. Wow, you are the director of an art museum now. A museum of which the interior is still in construction. Well, although she didn't mention it, I'm sure. Yu Ziong helped in secret. Getting the permission this fast is hard. We are working together at Tian. Now, so if my museum is not opened in time, they will be in trouble. Why would they be in trouble? If your museum doesn't exist, they can keep all the artifacts. That's not how it works. I already have signed a contract to divide the artifacts in 5:5 with Mr. Chairman, so, if they take those artifacts, they would be spending money to store artifacts that don't belong to them. Well, yes. Even if their share of artifacts gets sent to a museum, it would still belong to Yu Ziong, so Yu Ziong would be gaining a lot. However, if they take your share, it will draw a little more people, but storing it properly would be troublesome, so they have no reason to do so. I must go home first. I need to take a shower. Heijin tried to leave, but Byung-guk grabbed him, closed the door and quickly came closer. Show me. What is it? Heijin smiled and took out a container. Don't get too shocked. What is it? Let me see. Sujong leaned forward. You both know everything you see in here is a secret, right? Of course. Heijin carefully took out the paintings one by one. There were 4 paintings and a book. Heijin picked up a red painting container and slowly took out a painting. Ha! This is Monet's. Sujong was surprised. She looked closely. As she knew a lot about Western paintings, she was trying to find out if there's anything wrong with the painting. Yes, one of the Haystack series. Its condition is not bad. And the others? The painting Heijin took out next was the one he didn't have enough time to properly examine back in the cave. It showed Venice with its beautiful harmony between the city, the water, and the people of the time, living their busy lives. They were depicted with great accuracy. This is Francesco Guardi's, right? Sujian said the answer again quickly. Guardi had painted various aspects of Venice, so Sujong could recall his name although she wasn't an appraiser. Yes, he often drew landscape paintings like this, and the fast touch of the brush that shows Guardi's pictorial style is on it. I cannot think of anyone else apart from him. More. Byung-guk just blinked his eyes with surprise while Sujong demanded more paintings like an excited child. Heijin carefully put back the 2 paintings and took out another one. It was the painting of a lady, on a white horse, having a good time with a hunting dog. The horse was elegant and beautiful, while the hunting dog was walking next to the horse. However, the water had smudged the blue sky and clouds in its background and there were some dirty stains. This time, Sujong didn't know the answer. It's Jacques Laurent Agasse. He was great at painting racehorses. He was quite famous in England, as racehorses were popular in his times. However, this part needs to be restored. As Sujong said, exhibiting it in its current condition was not an option. It needed to be restored. You are working on that porcelain. Can you do this, too? What choice do I have? I cannot leave it like this, so I'll have to use my great skills. Leave it here. I must practice first, so it will take some time. It's okay. You don't have to finish it until the museum opens. Take your time. Okay, then I'll do it as fast as I can. Well, more. This is the last. The hero always comes last. Byung-guk and Sujong frowned while staring at the painting as it was unrolled little by little. And, the moment the painting was fully revealed. What the? This is Picasso. Unlike Byung-guk, who thought it was a good painting and nodded, Sojong was shocked and yelled. She then quickly lowered her voice at mentioning Picasso. Yes. I think Picasso painted this during his adolescence. He probably wanted to make another painting after drawing Boy with Pipe. In the painting, there was a little girl with a garland on her head. She was holding a small flower with both her hands and was looking at the artist. The background was the same as Boy with Pipe, but the girl's plaintive and gloomy mood contrasted Boy with Pipe's emotionless expression. Do you know at how much the Boy with Pipe was sold on auction? About 130 billion won. You are crazy, how did you? Byung-guk and Sojong couldn't close their mouths. The world's top experts would have to come to appraise it again. Before that, this won't be acknowledged like that. However, those great appraisers would be coming to your museum. That is great on its own. Then, your museum would be one of the world's greatest. That's right. A museum with a great artifact from humanity is a global tourist spot on its own. Then, what is that? The remaining thing was not a painting, but a book wrapped with newspaper. Haejin hadn't seen this book properly, so he also wondered what it was very much. He removed the file, unwrapped the newspaper and the vinyl. From there, an Eastern book that was about to crumble came out. The paintings were all Western. Why is there an Eastern book? Yeah. I wonder that, too. Haejin slowly opened the book, but then he saw a very faint red signature on its cover, right under the title. Huh? It's a signature. Byung-guk, do you have a magnifying glass? Yes, wait for a moment. Byung-guk stood up in a hurry and soon came back with a small magnifying glass that was used for appraising. Haejin took it and studied the signature. Although it had faded a lot, he knew to whom it belonged to. Wow! Byung-guk, this is Kim Hong-doo's signature. What? Kim Hong-doo? Then, this is his picture book? I think so. Kim Hong-doo was the best folk painting artist in Korea. He left a lot of paintings. Most of them were known, but it is still estimated that there are more paintings from Kim Hong-doo that haven't been revealed yet. Then how many more Kim Hong-doo's paintings is this country about to get? It depends on this picture book. Haejin carefully turned the cover page. Then, a painting of a large lonely tree was revealed. It looked simple at first, but the tree's sturdiness, the delicate and excellent line that depicted the leaves, and the grain of wood made them all exclaim. After that, there were 4 paintings of landscapes and people, and 6 paintings of trees, flowers and birds. How many? 10. That's great. Even John Hyunpil couldn't get such great artifacts at the beginning, but you already have collected awesome relics. It's not enough yet, but not bad, right? Park Haejin Art Museum will be famous in the future. Countless artists and appraisers will come. I hope so. Anyway, I should go now. I'm tired and need to take a shower. Okay. I'm already excited. Your museum will be crowded on its opening day. Byung-guk and Sojong rejoiced as if it were their own business. When Haejin opened his eyes, it was bright outside. He picked up his phone. Sojong had sent him a message asking if they were going to the auction today. Haejin replied of course, then took a shower and headed to the workshop straight away. Where's your dad? Byung-guk, who used to stay there and play baduk with the other merchants, was not there. Dad left in the morning. Someone called him. I don't know more. Sojong didn't leave the workshop for a while, so she was now wearing beautiful clothes and makeups. Her skin was clean, and she looked cute, so, after the extra effort, she looked even more beautiful. Wow, you look good. My work is giving me a headache these days, so I prepared myself to get some fresh air. Lead the way. Oh, really? As Korea Auction was close to Insadong, they arrived there after 10 minutes of walking and chatting. As Haejin had been here before, he didn't ask the staff and went to the exhibition room on the ground floor. He took 2 catalogs and gave one to Sujong. Do you often come to the previews? Sujong flipped through the catalog and shook her head. How can I? I was stuck in the lab and the restoration room the whole time when I was in university. Although I often went to galleries and museums, I didn't have the time to go to auctions. Oh, this white porcelain, is it yours? Haejin glanced at her catalog. It was the porcelain he had entrusted before. Yes, that's mine. Oh, it looks good. And it is in good condition. How much do you think you'll get? Now much. Between 30 million and 120 million? To get more than that, there must be something else about the porcelain, but it's just white porcelain, so I can't get more. Is that so? I don't know much about it. That's because you only restore things. Then, what if you put the celadon you got at Tian? How much will it be? That's not for sale. That's why I said, what if ? Haejin didn't think about it as it was impossible, but now that Sujong was asking, he estimated the price. Well, at least 1 billion, I guess. Wow. That's great. Yes, that's great. I cannot sell it, but owning it is great on its own. They moved while talking like that, but then, Haejin felt someone slightly touching his arm. Excuse me. Haejin turned. It was the executive director Do Eun-chai of Palace Hotel who Haejin had met before. Oh, hello. Oh, you remember me? We met here before. Of course, I do remember. Eun-chai was happy to hear that. She covered her mouth and laughed. Ho ho ho. I was a little worried that you might not remember me, but I'm delighted. Are you here too? Help her pick things? She glanced at Sujong. Oh, back then I came to help the director of Seiun Gallery. Today, I came to just watch. This is my friend. Hello, I am Yang Sujong. I restore porcelains and Western paintings. Sujong spoke with an awkward smile. Eun-chai also greeted her back with an awkward smile. Is it because you are handsome and capable? You get around only with beautiful ladies. Do I? Haejin smiled awkwardly. Eun-chai hesitated and spoke, studying Haejin's face. Are you busy today? Excuse me? I would really like to invite you to my home today. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 54. Chapter 54, Secret of the Gilt Bronze Buddha, 2. Oh. Haejin momentarily looked at Sujong. He only did that because he didn't know what to do, so, of course, Sujong didn't have any idea, either. Then, Eun-chai continued again. At that time, I was so impressed by you, and I really wanted to invite you home, however, you looked busy, so I couldn't. I was so sad about it, but, now that we met again, it would be great. Haejin didn't have nothing to do after the preview today. He was going to Tian after a few days and until then, he planned to take some rest, so there was no reason to not go. I hope we are not bothering you. Of course not. Oh, wait. I should tell the housekeeper to prepare some food. What do you like to eat? Normally, in this kind of situation, it would make anyone feel uncomfortable, but Haejin found himself talking because of Yunchi's warm eyes. I like meat. Then, I will prepare a delicious steak. She asked someone on the phone to prepare steak and other foods as there will be important guests today. Sujong whispered that wouldn't it be too rude, but as Eunchai seemed very delighted, Haejin thought it would be fine. Unlike before, the preview had nothing worthy of Haejin's attention. The previous auction had been a quarterly auction, so there had been much better things than in this monthly auction. Afterward, they got on Yunchi's car and went to her home. She lived in Pyeongchangdong like Lim Sungjun. Although her house was a little smaller, the high walls and two-story mansion showed that she was also very rich. At first, Haejin had thought they would have dinner and talk, but the moment he entered the mansion, he exclaimed, "Wow, you really like antiquity." The mansion was absolutely different from Sungjun's, which overwhelmed people with an expensive interior. In Yunchi's home, artifacts like porcelains, Buddhas from Southeast Asia, and paintings of the East and West were carefully stored in glass boxes. Now, Haejin could see why Eunchai had invited him. She liked antiques this much, so she wanted Haejin to look at her collection, appraise it, and talk about it with her. "Please, come to the dining room first." Yunchi's housekeeper was very good at her job. The big table was already full of dishes. "It's nothing much, but please, enjoy." That day's dinner was very delicious. "Do you have an artifact you are especially curious about?" They were eating dessert in the living room. Yunchi's eyes sparkled as she answered Haejin's question. "Actually, I wanted to ask you something when I invited you. However, I have been worried that you might think that I invited you to just ask you that." "Well, I am very grateful that you asked first. Please, ask me anything." "What is it?" "I have been troubled about that painting on the left wall. A friend of my sister brought it last year when she moved in Korea, but she said she didn't care much about paintings and I should buy it if I liked it. So, I asked a curator that I know of for the right price and bought it, but I wondered if that was the right decision." The painting was a portrait of a man with impressive short hair. His gaze was strong, challenging and even rebellious. What was strange was that he looked both gloomy and serious, and the fact that all these emotions were there proved that a very skillful artist had painted it. "How did she get that painting?" "I don't know. She just told me her husband got it instead of the money he should have been given. And she wasn't happy about it. Anyway, she sold it to me at a considerable price, so I think she hasn't lost much." "How much did you pay for it?" 5,000 won. "Is that too high of a price?" Yunchi's eyes showed that she was hoping for Haejin to say no. Luckily, her choice had been right. "No. You have bought it at an extremely low price. That is a painting of Mohammad Reza Irani. I am so curious about how his painting went to your friend." At this, Eunchai brightened and smiled. "Really? Oh. I have been worried too much. I couldn't be sure if that painting is really good, so I couldn't invite my friends. If that painting was weird, they would talk behind me and say that I know nothing about paintings. I hate women talking behind my back, but I cannot ignore them, right? Yes, life doesn't work that way. Thank you for understanding. I know you would think I am a snob, but this is who I am." It's okay. You're just honest, that's all." Eunchai felt good. She talked to Sujong next to Haejin. "You said you specialize in restoration? Is it Ms. Sujong?" "Yes. In fact, to people like us, restoration is a little difficult. However, when you collect artifacts like this, they sometimes get cracked or damaged, and we normally entrust them to experts who the galleries introduce to us. That would be right. Sojong thought she was about to get something, too, so she replied politely. The problem is that the result is often not good. And they charge a lot, anyway, apart from money. The result is too disappointing. Oh, I see. I have a meeting I often go to, so I will tell them about you to the people there. Everyone would like that. Thank you. Haejin smiled bitterly. Eunchae didn't know how good Sojong was but was offering to promote her to the people around her. It was only to be nice to Haejin. He had appraised for free today because he thought he should pay back for the nice dinner which he didn't have for a long time, and she was also going to help Sojong. Haejin was grateful. This is my business card which I made a while ago. Then please, take this. Sojong shyly gave Eunchae her business card. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and the screen showed a car coming with some goods. Oh, he shouldn't come so soon. Eunchae was a little surprised. She didn't know that her husband would come now. Oh, then we should get going now. Haejin and Sojong didn't want to cause any inconvenience and stood up. Eunchae also stood up. She looked sorry. I am sorry. He usually doesn't come at this hour. They were about to go through the front door when someone flung it open. It was a man in his early 50s. His face was slightly red. He quickly glanced at Haejin and Sojong. Oh, you've come. Who are these people? He sounded displeased. Haejin sensed that something was wrong and locked eyes with Sojong. She thought it was time for her to talk, so she offered the man her business card and spoke. Nice to meet you. I am young Sojong, an antiquity restoration expert. This is Park Haejin, an appraisal expert. We came here to appraise something. She meant to eliminate the man's suspicion with a natural smile, but he didn't believe that easily. He looked away from Sojong and stared at Eunchae and Haejin. I am in no situation to say hello. What is going on? Eunchae looked troubled. She covered her forehead with her hand. He is such a great appraiser that I invited him to dinner. I met him at Korea auction. He currently works with Seiun Gallery's director. Haejin couldn't say no to this. Maybe giving trust with that excuse wasn't that bad. Is it true? The man pressed Haejin with a sharp gaze. Of course, Haejin would not get scared, but he felt offended. Do you have some delusional jealousy of your wife? What? Both Eunchae and her husband didn't think that Haejin would ask so openly. They were both shocked. Especially the husband. He looked at Haejin with glaring eyes. Haejin didn't care about it and added. You have many artifacts inside, so your wife can call an appraiser to ask. What are you so afraid of? Are you imagining that I, Ms. Sojong and your wife have, well, are you really thinking so? Haejin couldn't say in bed, but everyone knew what the part which he couldn't speak out loud meant. KHMM, that's not it. It's because suddenly there are strangers in my home. Only then did the man get rid of his suspicion. Then, he started to make excuses. He must have thought his suspicion had been too much and, as Haejin was so confident, he suddenly realized his mistake. Anyway, I am sorry for making a situation you might misunderstand. However, what you are thinking has never happened, so please talk with your wife in a calm and logical manner. KHMM. Then, we will go now. It was about to end like this. Eunchae gestured them to leave. Yes, I am sorry. Please, go. Her trying to make them go faster touched her husband's nerve. He got mad again. Why are you trying to send them away so quickly? Have you really done something? Done what? Nothing happened. Then why is this fellow leaving in such a hurry? That's suspicious. Heijin was now irritated and couldn't hear more. He said, "Your wife cannot even call a friend. I don't think she is happy, even in this nice huge mansion. We will go now." That last sentence really upset the man. He started to insist on his nonsense. What? What do you know when you are so young, an appraiser? How can someone like you appraise? You must lure in the girls and bluff by saying that you are an appraiser, but in any other situation, Heijin would have shown his skills to make him pay for that, but as the situation was too dirty, he just wanted to leave. So, he took Sejong's arm and walked away. However, the man kicked at the gilt bronze Buddha standing outside. Why? You are afraid? This fake Buddha you have brought, some stupid appraiser said it was valuable. Was that him? Please stop saying nonsense. Heijin didn't look at that Buddha, not because he wanted to find out what it was, but because he felt sorry for Eun-chae living such a miserable life because of her pathetic husband. So, he turned again. But he couldn't walk away. Why? Heijin was about to slam open the door and leave, but he stopped. Sejong looked at him and asked, "I changed my mind, dot." He turned around and went to the man who was kicking the Buddha on the floor. He flinched. What? I didn't want to get involved in this mess, but I really cannot leave this Buddha like this. Then? Why don't you sell it to me? Eun-chae and her husband couldn't say anything. They looked at each other. However, soon, the husband yelled, "Why would I? You said it has been appraised by me. If there's a problem with something I appraised, shouldn't I buy it? Or have you babbled just to let out your anger?" He flinched. He couldn't argue. He looked at the Buddha lying on the floor. Then, he looked at Heijin and spoke. "How much will you pay for it? How much will you demand for it?" Then, Eun-chae waved her hand and told Heijin to go. "No, there's no need. We've already been told it is not worth much. So please leave. I am so sorry." However, this stimulated her husband's pride. Why? Are you really up to something with him? Is that why you are stopping him? Heijin had heard jealousy is dangerous, but now, to see it with his eyes, it was really creepy. It was so absurd that even Sejong opened her mouth and said, "Wow. So, how much do you want for it?" 10 million. Buy it at 10 million. Eun-chae was horrified at her husband's scream. 10,000? What are you talking about? Be quiet. Are you going to buy it or not? If you have the guts, do it. Heijin would offer his own organs if he could buy it at 10 million, however, all he needed was money. And guts. Then, let's write a contract, dot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 55. Chapter 55, Secret of the Gilt Bronze Buddha, 3. Why not? He took out a piece of paper from his home and wrote the contract in an instant. Heijin then transferred the money. After that, the man looked at him as if saying he should get going with it, but he couldn't. "It would be wrong of me to just take it away, so I will tell you what this is." Eun-chae's husband was about to tell him to just leave, but he shut his mouth and looked at the Buddha. He was probably curious since Heijin bought it for 10 million. It was less than 20 centimeters tall, even including the halo. The Buddha's body itself was less than 10 centimeters tall. Its gilt was mostly worn off, so it looked quite shabby, and this kind of gilt bronze Buddha was common. in temples, so people would not know if it was valuable, except those who knew a lot about antiques. It was not overwhelming like the Western paintings, and it didn't draw attention like white porcelains and celadones. As it also had a strong religious meaning, some people just refused to accept all Buddha statues. Can you see this? Heijin pointed at the top knot on the Buddha's head. This is called yuki. This Buddha is wearing a cloth with a V-neck. And, if you look closely, the left hand is down while the right hand is in the opposite direction, up. All of these point to one country. Goguryeo. When Heijin finished with a smile, Yunchi's husband's face was quite funny. He couldn't get mad. His face was red, but he couldn't show his regret. He pretended to be calm. That's hilarious. The person who appraised this before said this is a common Buddha that used to be in a temple in the 60s or 70s. There were so many frauds in this field, so Heijin knew what happened. Someone had lied to make them sell it at a giveaway price. Who is it? I really wonder. There are only a few Goguryeo Buddhas in Korea now. This Buddha is at least worth hundreds of thousands, and that person devalued this like that. Surprised, Unchai came closer. It was Mr. Gong Byaksang. He's an appraiser who often meets with my husband. He also has a shop in Insadong. He did that on purpose. When it comes to appraising, there is no answer. There's nothing you can do if he says he really thought so. It was just a mistake. However, his reputation would be damaged. It seemed like Unchai didn't believe in Heijin's appraisal results. She trusted more that Gong Byaksang. So, Heijin added, even members of the Artifact Appraisal Committee make mistakes. Those who appraise authenticity for auction agencies also make mistakes. Mistakes happen all the time when appraising antiques. This kind of mistake won't hurt his reputation by much. Plus, there are only a few appraisers who specialize in Buddha statues in Korea. Then, Yunchi's husband interrupted. And, one of those few is you? If you can't believe it, you don't have to. However, if you have to see the end, shall we go to the Korea Appraisal Committee and have it appraised? Their answer would be different from what you think. Now, the married couple looked at each other and started to blame themselves. Why did you sell it like that? I told you that the dealer said it was not ordinary. Am I the one who said it was not good? Am I? It was Gong Byaksang. However, we shouldn't have sold it like that. Well, it's all good. It was the right choice for you to sell it. If you had kept it, you would have continued to be mean to me, so it's all good. Unchai sighed and gave up. At last, she even smiled and told Heijin to leave with it. I am glad that it was Heijin who bought it. If Gong Byaksang had fooled me and took it, I wouldn't have been able to sleep. You must be happy about giving a hard time to an innocent person and selling that. I didn't give you hard time. However, unlike before, the husband's voice was small. Fine. If you want to know more, go to the appraising agency with Mr. Heijin here. However, he is the man who told the secret of the Jade Buddha, which no one knew, at the Korea auction and had it sold at billions. I don't think he is lying or making a mistake. That Jade Buddha that was sold at 4.8 billion? Yes. Anyway, I ended up giving you a present, Mr. Heijin. If you see me later, please help me. She had let Heijin buy that Buddha, so that wasn't a problem. Of course. I will appraise for you any time. Then goodbye. I should go in now, I have a headache. Unchai went in first while grabbing her forehead. Heijin lightly bowed his head at the husband who looked away in shame and left, carefully carrying the Buddha. He thought the man would insist on going to the appraising agency, but he didn't. He probably had given up. Wow, is this really a Goguryeo Buddha? Sujong forgot the war of love that just had happened. She lightly touched the Buddha's topknot and asked, I think so. Then, that Gong Byaksang or something tried to con them? He's a fraud, but he cannot be arrested for that. As I just said, he can pretend that he didn't know. It has to be clear that he planned to fool someone. However, if he insists that he didn't know this Buddha is from Goguryeo, he cannot be charged. Plus, he probably wasn't going to buy this himself. Then he probably would have said he would introduce a buyer and bring someone he knows. That's how Paradisus work. They never buy things themselves. They make someone else do it and get the money from behind. Wow, such a perfect crime. Yes. They're not the ones who buy it, so if someone accuses them, they would just say, I'm sorry, I didn't know, there's nothing I can do as someone else has bought it already. Wow. Those bastards. Sujong shook her fist and let out her anger. Of course, she was angry, as Byonguk had been conned by Heridisis before. They came back to Insadong and had another uproarious time. Byonguk made a great fuss again when he saw the Buddha. So, Haejin, Byonguk and Sujong were celebrating for gaining another great artifact at a nearby Makjiali place. Next, Sojong's phone started ringing. Ha! I have never seen this number. Hello? Sujong answered and her face soon turned dark. Oh, really? We are at the Makjiali place. Go straight from our shop and turn right at the first crossroad you see. Come here. What was that about? Sujong ignored Byonguk's question and looked at Haejin worried. The person who just called me, he's Gong Byaksang. He sounded extremely angry. Really? Eun Chai and her husband probably had made him pay for what he had done. A while later, a man in his 50s arrived. He was half bald and was wearing a modernized hanbok. He was already steaming while coming in. Here, Haejin raised his hand high to greet him. He looked slightly puzzled. However, soon he gathered his senses and walked to Haejin. I am Gong Byaksang. Oh, really? I am Park Haejin. I'm the one who appraised that Buddha and bought it. Byaksang brought a chair from a nearby table, sat on it and talked in a low voice. Hey, there are ethics in this business. How could you get it like that? Haejin didn't see that coming. He couldn't even laugh. He had thought Byaksang would insist his appraisal was wrong and they should find out the truth, but he was very straightforward. I'm sorry, but I didn't know you were working on it. Haejin casted the bait to see how it goes. Then, Byaksang thought about it and continued talking. You just had one look and took it, but we have put too much effort in that Buddha. We cannot give up. Now. I don't care if you have been working on it. It just happened to come in my way, and as it wasn't being appreciated enough, I bought it. You are not here to buy it from me, right? Haejin thought of course not, but Byaksang went beyond his expectation. I will buy it from you. Give it to me. Ha ha ha. Haejin couldn't help but laugh. Byaksang was making a hilarious demand so openly. It's not that funny to me. That Buddha you took practically belonged to us. However, it wasn't yours. Please, name your price. I'll just think we were too greedy. We'll take some loss. That was nonsense, but Haejin suddenly wondered how much loss he was willing to take. 10 billion. Bayaksang wasn't even surprised and shook his head as if he knew that Heijin would be like that. No, it's not worth that much. So, stop kidding. Let's not stress ourselves. Name the price you really want. 100 million? 200 million? 100 million? Do you know what that Buddha is? It was made in Goguryeo. You're trying to buy it at a few hundred million? Bayaksang thought about it again and started talking. How about 1 billion? At that moment, Heijin's chopsticks stopped. Not anyone can call 1 billion for a Buddha statue. Especially in cases like this in which people like Bayaksang try to work like a Haridasai and fail. They get stingy and try to get things back with as little money as possible. 1 billion would have been enough to buy that Buddha before all that. That's strange. Why didn't you buy the Buddha with that amount of money? Bayaksang didn't answer right away. He always took some time to think and then opened his mouth. Greed is not easy to overcome. Heijin couldn't understand what he meant, but Bayangguk clapped. Yes. If you tell them it is not good, people will sell it easily. However, if you tell them that it is valuable, they will never sell it easily. If he had offered 1 billion for that, they would have never sold it. Now, Heijin could understand. As Bayangguk said, if Bayaksang had said 1 billion, the Buddha's owners would have wanted 2 billion, and if he had said 2 billion, they would have thought 3 billion. Offering the right price and making the deal would have taken at least a year. People who need money would make a deal quickly, however, as Unchai and her husband were rich, they would have taken a considerable amount of time to make their decision. However, why did you offer 1 billion to me? I could also get greedy, like anyone else. Bayaksang thought again and spoke. Because you know the Buddha's exact value. I know 1 billion is huge money, and that you have offered a price high enough. Bayaksang interrupted Heijin for the first time. 2 billion. What? Unlike porcelains, Buddhas were seldom sold at such a high price. So, offering 2 billion for a Buddha meant Bayaksang was offering more than enough. However, only until this evening. We work in the same field. Let's play the tug-of-war only with the clients. That is our Maginot line. We'll wait till evening. He left a business card, stood up and left. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 56. Chapter 56, Secret of the Gilt Bronze Buddha, 4. Isn't it strange? Bayangguk was frowning hard as he looked at the business card Bayaksang left. It read, Changwon Appraisal Agency. Changwon, seeing the sky, that was an arrogant name. Yes, it's strange. He offered 2 billion and set the deadline to this evening. He could have set the deadline to stop you from getting other options. Or the Buddha's value drops. After this evening, well, it is unlikely. Bayangguk thought what he said was nonsense and smiled. Then, he continued. He kept saying we. He wasn't trying to hide that there's someone behind him. Additionally, he is also offering 2 billion first. It means this scheme about the Buddha is quite big. So, the pie has to be divided among many people? Of course, and the lives of some people might depend on it. He said he would give you the money in advance, and it means he has been promised more than double of that money. It also means there are at least 2 or 3 middlemen. Heijin only now understood what was going on after listening to Bayangguk's explanation. If this went wrong, it wouldn't end with just 1 or 2 people being screwed. Then, he must have a buyer already. Of course. That buyer probably gave them some money in advance and had them proceed. So, they Carried out the easiest plan and suddenly you came in. What would you do if you were me? Honestly, I would just sell it. Getting on bad terms with those guys does not seem good. That gone. Bayaksang is just a messenger. The person who is controlling him from behind must be keeping an eye on you, too. I should think about it first. They thought it was not a good time to drink, so they went back to the workshop. Heijin kept staring at the Buddha for a long time. It didn't seem to have anything special. Eventually, he used magic to look into its past while Sujong and Byokuk were busy doing something else. The Buddha had been in a temple, but it was taken during the Korean War. A monk fled with it during the 1.4 retreat, but he lost it in Busan. The person who stole it worked for Yamanaka and Company. He brought it in Japan and sold it to a collector. However, there was a secret hidden in that story. The monk had hidden another small Buddha in that Buddha. In fact, he had fled to hide that small Buddha and make huge money from it, and he had picked a not dash so great Buddha to hide it, but he had lost it. Uncle Byanguk, I think there's something inside it. Byanguk was making coffee. He then came to Heijin. In this little thing? Yes, someone ripped off the halo crudely, put something in it, and reattached the halo again. What? Then you'll have to damage the Buddha to check it. I can't say it will happen 100%, but if I make a mistake, I might damage the Buddha's body while removing the halo. To not do that, I should cut the halo off and put it back again later, but it would leave some traces. I think I shouldn't sell it. If I do, they will damage this to get the artifact inside. What's inside? I don't know for sure. However, I don't want to know. I might get greedy for no reason. I will just exhibit it in my museum. Okay, then do that. However, I do wonder what's inside. Me, too. In fact, Heijin already knew what was inside. It was a very small gold Buddha, as it had been carved from real gold. It was very valuable on itself. Plus, as it was a golden Buddha made during the Goguryeo period, its value was beyond measure. Now, Heijin could understand why Bayaksang had offered 2 billion. They must have estimated that the golden Buddha inside was at least worth 5 billion. Valuable treasures were often hidden inside Buddhas and stone pagodas because Buddha statues were hollow inside. Just like nowadays, thieves often snuck into temples to steal treasures. In the past, monks would hide their treasures in Buddhas and pagodas in secret. So, experts often use X-ray to examine pagodas and Buddhas to check whether there are treasures inside. If I leave it here, they will try to sneak in and steal it. However, how did they find out that there was a golden Buddha inside it? Heijin suddenly thought about it. Can anyone invest 2 billion on something one that hasn't seen yet? Yes, you should take it with you. Don't go home today, sleep at a hotel, Sojong said worriedly. However, Heijin smiled and waved his hand. There's no need for that. Even if they are crazy, they wouldn't try to steal it like that. You should still be careful, Byanguk said while smiling and answered Sujong's concerns. You haven't visited his home, so you don't know it yet. It has the maximum security. It is a really luxurious apartment. Okay, I'll go now. Bye. Heijin took the Buddha and went home and locked his door, just in case. Additionally, he even blocked the entrance with his desk. After putting it there, he thought he had actually gone too far. Nothing happened until he woke up in the morning. Sujong didn't call. Heijin called her and was informed by her that Bayaksang didn't contact her. Heijin felt a little ashamed, although no one was looking at him. He took a shower, put the Buddha in a private vault in the bank, and headed to Tian. After 3 hours of driving, he arrived at the spot. It wasn't the excavation spot but the restoration spot. There were hundreds of porcelains standing in rows under a huge tent. Inside the pool where Heijin had put the Celadon prunus vase, there were many more porcelains. "You're here." The ground was wet, and the mud was everywhere. However, curator Lee Jisu's white pants and blouse were as white as new. It showed her clean and neat personality. "I heard the media is eager to know what is going on here." Jisoo shyly smiled and shook her fist. "Yes. It's great. How are things at the excavation site?" "As you have chosen the right point, things are going well. I heard the sea has been calm a few days. So the divers are working without danger." "That's good." "Yes. Yuzeong is supporting the work well. There are lots of divers who have volunteered to work. So, now they are working in 5 shifts. No one is overworking, and they are progressing fast." Jisoo looked quiet, but she was quite talkative and friendly. "I see. Let's see the blue prunus vase first. This way, please." She went past the pool and led Heijin to a small hall which they had rented in advance. "Hello. Good morning, sir." The staff, who had been working hard, stood up and said hello. Heijin greeted them and walked in. Then, he saw a prunus celadon on a huge table. It was about 40 centimeters tall and had an overwhelming aura. There was a dragon surrounded by clouds flying in the sky on that jade-green vase. It was so real and elaborate that Heijin couldn't take his eyes off for a while, even though he had seen it before. Everyone who sees this for the first time will lose track of time while watching it. And it was sleeping under the water for centuries. We were lucky. That luck has come to us, so we should use it well, right? Who is in charge of Yuzeon's workers? Is it Ms. Song Yaren? Oh, you knew? I knew she is here, but I didn't know she was in charge. Anyway, she's in charge, right? Okay. Please. Go back to work now. Reporters will call you to schedule interviews and photographs, so pick a good time to do that. And you should give the interview. Oh, you are not going to give it yourself? Jisoo tried hard to not smile and asked. She was thrilled. Heijin could understand her feelings. She had just joined a small art museum that hadn't been opened yet, and she was already getting a chance to be famous. I don't care about those things. Plus, promoting artifacts that will be exhibited is the curator's job. If I wanted it, I would have been the curator myself, right? You are right. There was a joy that couldn't be hidden in Jisoo's awkward smile. Heijin left her and went to Yuzeon's restoration site. It was not that far, so it took less than 5 minutes to get here. The site was buzzing with people. Unlike Heijin's site. Additionally, in the middle of that was Yaren, who always acted cool. Heijin had thought she was just an arrogant daughter of a rich family, but to see her instructing her workers with her unique charisma, she looked slightly different. Are you busy? Oh, you should have called me if you were about to come. Have you had a meal? It's lunchtime, will you eat with me? If you are eating with someone else, you should go. I don't want to eat with strangers. You are shyer than you look. I don't have any appointments, so let's eat together. If you called me in advance, I would have made a reservation at a nearby sushi restaurant. We can eat anywhere. Anyway, how are things going? We think we have excavated about 60% so far. We will drag up the ship when the excavation is 80% Finished, so we are preparing for the PEG. Wood that has been underwater for centuries will have holes like a sponge as the fiber leaves it. Those holes get filled with water, so if you dry them like that, it becomes distorted. So, you should remove water and the salt slowly, then put in PEG. This chemical fills those holes and hardens them to make the wood keep its shape. Do you want the ship? Heijin asked. Yeren said that first for a reason. Restoring a ship that had been wrecked would be a symbolic artifact on its own. Yuzian probably looked for something for the Havasai gallery after Heijin took the Prunus vase and therefore chose the ship. Yeren was about to answer, but Buzz. Oh, I'm sorry. I have to take this. It was Yunhee of Seian Gallery. Heijin then answered the call. Hi, it's me, Yunhee. Hello. Why did you? You are not in Seoul now, right? Yes, I'm in Tian. You were there when we talked about this. I must discuss some things with Ms. Yeren. I know. I called because I know this is absurd, but Mr. Jongmyeon wants to meet you. Mr. Jongmyeon? Your ex-fiancé? Yes. Why does he want to meet me? He didn't tell me. However, he asked me to tell you one thing. What is it? That you and him should find a way for a win-win situation. It never belonged to you anyway, what? Does this mean? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 57. Chapter 57, What is Hidden, What is Revealed, 1. The person behind Gong Byaksang was Lee Jongmyeon. That young man was already trying to rip people off with artifacts. That already told you what kind of man he was. You have done well, breaking up with him. What? I think that was the right choice, but has he done something again? I think he is trying to. Anyway, I get it. Please give him my phone number. Shouldn't we ignore him? It might be bad for you. No, confronting him would be better. Okay, then I'll do that. I am sorry. Ha, you don't have anything to be sorry for. Then bye. Heijin hung up. Yeren was staring at him, her eyes were saying that he should tell her what that was about. You won't tell me even if I ask, right? I'm afraid if I do, you will make fun of Ms. Yunhee with it. Oh, so it is something to make fun of. You already know, why are you pretending to be ignorant? Oh, you are more quick-witted than I thought. Let's go to have lunch. Heijin walked away lest Yeren would trick him to tell her more. Then, he spotted something. He went to it and Yeren hurriedly followed him. What? Heijin could feel that she was hiding her nervousness. Have you found the missing piece? What Heijin was looking at was as great as the Prunus vase Heijin had recovered, but, sadly, its shoulder part was missing. We are looking for it. Yeren's eyes were slightly shaking, so they probably had the piece already. I see. It is in good condition. It can be exhibited after being restored well. If the porcelain was broken into a few pieces, restoring it would be easy, and it could be restored into its previous condition. However, if it was smashed into dozens of pieces, even if the restorer was extremely skilled, there might be a tiny part missing or the glue might not hold. Its restored condition would depend on the restorer's skills. In that perspective, this vase could be recovered easily, as long as the missing piece was found. Probably. You seem disappointed about me finding about this. Of course not. We are going to put all the porcelains in one place and divide them up, right? Right. So, I guess I was wrong. Of course. Shall we go? Mr. Yongjin. You haven't photographed this, right? Please, do it. Now. They probably had been tempted. Should we take it? Or should we exhibit it? Yeren was giving instructions to take photos of that, so she had given up on it. With records, taking it in secret would be impossible. They went to a sushi restaurant with a great view of the ocean. Heijin suggested that they eat at the closest restaurant, but Yeren insisted that they should eat sushi. Since they were on the seaside. Food came out, and when they were slightly full, Yeren started speaking. My grandfather is very happy. The painting we bought, its receiver liked it a lot. David's paintings have a political message, especially Death of Marat. It describes his political belief. Most dramatically, the receiver must have thought he and Marat of the painting had something in common. What are you going to do after this excavation ends? I should open my museum. I will invite you to the opening event. As long as you don't fight with Ms. Yoon-hee. You think we are kids? We do know when and where we shouldn't do that. Yeren looked a little offended. She pouted. It's because you growl at each other whenever you meet. I also want to make one thing clear. Excluding the prunus vase I got, all the national treasure and treasure artifacts will be divided in 5:5. What about the ship? There was a reason she mentioned it before. You can have it. Okay. She liked that. She looked down and nodded. Taking the ship would give the gallery a symbolic meaning as the gallery that led this excavation. Yeren put a piece of sushi in her mouth and chewed. Then, she recalled something. Oh, there will be a Salvador Dali exhibition at Havasai Gallery next month. Salvador Dali was a famous surrealist artist. He made many works of art. Most of them were sold at a high price and got great wealth. Dali liked money as much as he liked art. Once, André Breton, Dali's colleague and a surrealist artist, made an anagram with Dali's name, Avita Dollars, crazy for money. Dali even got carpal tunnel syndrome by signing too much after realizing that each of his signatures were worth money. Rich people will like it. Almost all the works of contemporary art after Jackson Pollock were sold at a high price that commoners couldn't even imagine. Ordinary people would not be able to easily understand how the result from dirty lines that look like cobwebs could be worth tens of billions. Most of them are not for sale. There will only be about 5 paintings that you can buy. There will be blood, then. Yeren covered her mouth and laughed. Ha. You are right. Aren't you interested? I'm not that interested in surrealism, it's not my favorite genre. Well, if you give me one for free, of course, I would go. Not for free, but at a dirt cheap price. You are opening your museum anyway, so wouldn't it be better to hang one more painting, regardless of the genre? The moment I buy that, I'll have to keep filling in works of surrealism and Dadaism. I give up. Heijin raised both of his hands. Yeren leaned forward and said, Fine. I'll give you one for free. That's not good. I know there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. And you are giving me something for free with nothing in return, and that something is a Salvador Dali? I can't believe it. Oh. I could have given you that and boasted about it, but I guess my chance is now gone. And, we all need to help and be helped from time to time, don't we? We should help each other. It was just as Heijin thought, but compared to asking for help without anything, Yeren's behavior was excellent. When you need my help, ask for it. Then maybe, I'll get to accept Dali's painting. So be it. Well, do you want a glass of soju? If you're going to Seoul, I'll get you a chauffeur. No, thank you. I'll go with a clear mind. Okay then. Haejin ate a good lunch with Yaron and went back to the restoration site to examine the process. Then, a male worker raised his hand. Sir, could you take a look at this? What is it? I cannot find out. He pointed at a celadon that still had some stains as it hadn't been cleaned yet. It was a common dish-shaped celadon, and Haejin couldn't understand what the man could not find out. You can't find out what? Haejin asked without thinking much, and, at that moment, the staff's eyes shook. Do you mean that you can't determine which period it's from? Or you can't determine the use of this dish? Or you can't determine how much it is worth? All of them. You don't know any of them? Yes. Haejin planned to teach him well, but now he thought that something was wrong. It would be right for him to research about the excavated artifacts thoroughly to write reports and thesis, but he was asking the director everything. Usually, in a private museum, the director was as high as the sky to its excavation, researching and restoration staff. As the director can hire and fire all of the staff, they try hard to not make him feel uncomfortable, and this man was almost asking to be fired. However, next, curator Lee Jisoo arrived in a hurry. Oh, Taeju must still be hungover from yesterday. He is normally not like this. You, write me a report about this celadon before tomorrow. If you don't know what to write, start by writing the reason behind you not knowing this. Okay? As there was no senior researcher, Jisoo was managing the staff. The man ruffled his hair in agony, nodded and left. However, Haejin didn't miss him glancing at Jisoo as he went out. That reminded him of a scene from his past. When Haejin was in university, a girl junior once asked for his help with an essay. So, he helped her. But, after that, one of his friends started to act like that. He didn't look at Haejin, didn't talk to him, and talked bluntly for nothing. Later, it turned out he liked that female junior. Is he jealous of me? Haejin whispered lest the other researchers hear him, and Jisoo started to panic. No way. Jealous, ha. Of course not. You have a very good imagination. It seemed Haejin was right. He didn't know if the two were dating or not, but that man's jealousy had exploded. Go and tell him that I am not going to do what he is worried about. Of course, with that jealousy, he wouldn't buy it. It's not like that. You don't have to worry. Haejin ignored that and warned her seriously. If this happens again, I'll have no choice but to hire new staff. I don't know what he will say about me. So I cannot keep him here. Right? Jisoo realized that things were serious. She nodded and agreed. Of course, I think you are absolutely right. Then go. Okay, thank you. Jisoo left. Haejin was about to leave with a bitter smile, but he then looked at the dish Taeju pointed at earlier. It still had stains as it hadn't been cleaned yet, but assuming its original condition wasn't hard. He crouched down to take a closer look, but he got a call. He didn't recognize the number. However, he could guess who it was. Hello? Hello, it's Lee Jongmyeon. You remember me, right? Haejin didn't like him, even his voice. Why had he been given such a face, tall body, and wealth? To think about it, he had everything. Haejin didn't know why such a man would want to destroy an artifact. Yes, I heard you asked Ms. Yoonhee my phone number? I am in big trouble, so I had to call Yoonhee. I am being humiliated, really. asking my ex-fiancée the phone number of her new man. Oh my god, my days are gone. There was nothing between Yunhee and Heijin, but he didn't want to bother to point that out. Anyway, what do you want to say? Jongmyeon was straightforward. He skipped the useless stories and went to his point. Let's talk man to man. That Buddha, give it to me. I'm sorry, but I have to say no. Even for 2 billion. You must know that I'm preparing to open my museum. I am going to exhibit it there. Wow, look at you. Not even for 2 billion? You must have struck it rich? 2 billion is not small. Jongmyeon was being rude. It made it easier for Heijin to counter him. If you know 2 billion is big, purchase it legally. Don't try to rip an innocent woman off. Or, should I tell Executive Director Do Un-chai about this? That I found out Myri Corporate Group is behind this scheme? For a moment, he heard nothing from the other side. Then, a long sigh was heard. Sorry. I was a little too excited. Let's trade. If you don't like 2 billion, I'll give you something more valuable than that money. My late mom would try to kill me if she finds out what I'm about to do, but you'll like it. Whether you'll accept that trade, you should decide after you see what I have. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 58. Chapter 58, What is Hidden, What is Revealed, 2. That was quite a nice offer, but Heijin wasn't interested. He already had a Picasso, so he didn't want to bother himself and make a deal with Jongmyeon. I am not that interested. I am not giving you that Buddha, no matter how valuable is the artifact you have. Make your decision after you see it. You'll see it in a few days. See it, and we'll talk again. Jongmyeon hung up as if he had nothing more to say. What the, he's a funny guy. Heijin wondered what Jongmyeon was up to, but he decided to forget about it for now. He will find out in time. He crouched down and looked at the Celadon again. Then, he raised his hand. Here. What? A staff with glasses and pimples came closer. He would have been handsome if he had clean skin. It was a shame. Keep this Celadon well. And, no one should know that we are interested in this. You know what I'm saying? Of course. I won't tell anyone. He understood what to do. Heijin liked that. And watch over it without anyone noticing it and keep it safe. I know it will be hard, but I'll give you a bonus if we succeed in bringing it to our museum. The male staff readjusted his glasses with his index finger and smiled. You can count on me, sir. However, is this a special Celadon? If I'm right. Anyway, please, do what I asked. Heijin wasn't sure yet, but once it recovers its true self after being cleaned, he would get to find out if he had been right. After that, Heijin went to and fro between Tian and Seoul. As the museum's interior was about to be finished, he hired staff for the simple office work and called Jisoo to prepare for the opening. Even though museums were for civilized cultural purposes, an opening event was needed. Some kind of special security was also necessary. As it was kept secret from the employees till the opening, Heijin had to prepare it alone. It was to not have thieves breaking in and steal artifacts. Heijin picked a security service and added a bulletproof glass that could not be broken even by smashing the interior dozens of times with the hammer. That costed him hundreds of thousands. In fact, the security had to be even more perfect than bank vaults, so he had to spend that kind of money. He spent days like that, working busily. One day, Yunhee arrived. As Seong Gallery was only a few minutes away on foot, Haejin wasn't that surprised, but her face said she wasn't there to just have a look. You are so great. You started empty-handed, and you are already about to open a museum, but I was lucky. If you say that was only luck, others would criticize you. Everyone admits you are a great appraiser. In that perspective, you make me look back upon myself. I tried to get help from others to protect my gallery instead of doing it on my own. It is human instincts to find the easiest way out of a crisis. I think you don't have to blame yourself. I was interested in art, music, and business as a child. So, I tried to do them all. And now, although I know many things, I do not excel enough in one field to become an expert like you. If I had concentrated on art, I would be better now. She was sentimental today. Something probably had happened. It's all in the past. Move on and think about the future. You are right. If you are not busy, would you come to my gallery with me? Okay. You are buying lunch, right? Of course. Haejin made Jisoo handle the place and went out with Yunhee. They went past many good restaurants in Bucheon and arrived at the gallery. Many people were still going in and out. Aren't you a little relieved after the success of this exhibition? Haejin said that to lift Yunhee's spirit as she looked sad, but she smiled bitterly. I thought so. Shall we go in? There is a guest. Someone you know. What? They went to Yunhee's office. Someone Haejin hadn't expected was there. Hey! It's been a while. The man who greeted Haejin while reclining in a sofa was Lee Jongmyeon. Haejin could see why. Yunhee was so troubled. What? You brought me here for him, dot. Yunhee shook her head with a dark face. Yes, but not just for that. I have a favor to ask. What favor? Instead of answering, she looked at Jongmyeon. Then, he put a painting on a large table. It showed a warm Korean rural area. Haejin immediately knew that it was Park Sugun's. My mom told me to never sell this when she died. However, what choice do I have? Sometimes, you must do something you don't want to do. You are going to sell this? This will give you at least 2 billion if you put it on auction. Yes, I know that. Well, I'll tell you my terms. I'll give you this. This is real, you can appraise it. My mom got it from artist Park Sugun himself. Haejin glanced at it. It seemed real, but he didn't intend to appraise it. He wasn't going to trade. Anyway. Although he admitted Park Sugun was a great artist, he couldn't let the Goguryeo Buddha get destroyed. Not the Buddha. That was a firm answer without any room for negotiation. Jongmyeon took out a piece of paper and put it next to the painting. 1 billion. From Gukman Bank and without any problems. If you want, you can get it in cash. Still, no. Even if that check was worth 10 billion, no. Haejin didn't even blink an eye. Jongmyeon exploded. Aok. What on earth do you want? Ha? XX, I've done enough for you, and shouldn't you accept it? Hey! What are you doing? Are you going to just stand there? Jongmyeon jumped up and down in anger. Then, he yelled at Yunhee. She calmly shook her head. Bringing Mr. Haejin here has already made me miserable. So, if you want the Buddha, convince him. Or offer him something better. Isn't negotiation like that? You are crazy, you think you can hold this place after this? The vice chairman wants it. At that moment, Haejin realized what was going on. Jong Myung was behind Byaksaeng, but the man who wanted the golden Buddha behind everything was Vice Chairman Lim Sung-jun. Yoon-hee knew it. That is why she had brought Haejin but couldn't persuade him to give up on the Buddha. However, there was one thing Haejin couldn't understand. Didn't you say you wanted to ask me a favor earlier? I wanted to ask you not to accept his offer. However, you have refused it already, so I don't have to ask. You are eager to be kicked out. What do you think you'll have left without this? You can't be expecting Mr. Vice Chairman would set you a coffee shop to make a living after he kicks you out of here. Yoon-hee didn't lose her cool at this. She countered calmly. I have enough money to open a coffee shop. I am also not going to step down so easily. My grandfather gave me this gallery, so I am going to protect it. Mr. Haejin has said no, so please leave now. Seeing your face makes me tired. Jong Myung put the check in his pocket and picked up his phone to call his secretary. A while later, a Buffy man came in and carried out the painting. I am looking forward to knowing what Mr. Vice Chairman would do to you. That is none of your concern. You should worry about yourself before you worry about me. Your brother, Executive Director Lee Gang-jun, is not someone you can easily defeat. Don't forget that. Lecturing till the end. Jong Myeon left. Yoon-hee grabbed her forehead and fell down on her chair. She sighed. I'm sorry for bringing you here. Your uncle made you do it, so you don't have to feel sorry. You must do what your boss says. Ha, it's funny. This is an independent gallery, and I have a boss. Would you like to have some coffee? Haejin didn't want coffee, but Yoon-hee seemed she had something to say, so he said yes. Okay. A while later, a female employee brought them coffee. Yoon-hee moved to the sofa and started to talk. I was shocked a lot when Jong Myeon told me about the Buddha and that my uncle is involved in it. However, I then got the feeling that this was not the first time, so I checked what had happened before. I came here. Haejin had wondered that for a long time. And there are no detailed records, but Chinese and Japanese artifacts were traded through this gallery. And, for a long time, I knew only then why my uncle was so eager to take this place away from me. That was bad, but Haejin suddenly wondered something. Why did your grandfather give you this gallery despite all that? I don't know. He must be involved in all this, anyway, because of what just happened, my uncle will be enraged at me and will try to convince the board members to kick me out. However, why? Is everyone so obsessed with that Buddha? Her eyes told Haejin that she didn't know anything. Well, I wonder that, too. Why do they want it so much? Anyway, you were right at not selling it. If they had bought it, they would send it to China at any time. But wouldn't it be hard if your uncle tries to get rid of you? Even he cannot fire me right away. Although most of the board members are his men, they have been working since my grandfather's days, so they know how much I meant to him. That means you can get kicked out in time. It depends on how I work in the meantime. I heard that Havasai Gallery is opening a Salvador Dali exhibition a month later. Haejin knew that. Yeren had already told him. And we are preparing a special exhibition about Baroque to counter that. We will exhibit artifacts owned by celebrities, but this is not my exhibition, but then my cousin, Hyoin, is preparing it. Haejin could see why Yoon-hee was telling him that. She was cunning. So, you want me to come here and make a fuss? Very loudly? Yoon-hee was planning to screw Hyoin over. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 59. Chapter 59, What is Hidden, What is Revealed, 3. She nodded sadly. Yes. Asking you this kind of thing is too embarrassing, but you know what kind of trouble I am in now. Plus, if Hyoyen gets this gallery, it will be turned into a huge middle merchant that illegally trades artifacts with China and Japan. We cannot let it happen. That was right. If a gallery with the powerful Wajin on its back starts illegal artifact trading, the harm would be beyond anyone's expectation. Okay, but don't think I can surely do something just because I'll come. Unless a fake is being sold openly, there's nothing I can do. I know. I am willing to take that risk. However, you must know that among the artifacts that celebrities own and trust, there are massive amounts of fakes. I know that. It's just that you will have to be extremely lucky. Hyoyen would also have to be extremely unlucky. It would be great if a fake comes out, but if it doesn't happen, there's nothing Heijin could do. Well, I don't think I'll have to be very lucky, judging from the artifacts Hyoyen is contacting. Anyway, I can't wait. What would happen if Hyoyen's special exhibition gets ruined? Yunhee smiled for the first time today. What would happen? The board would think of her as stupid. They need a good reason to kick me out. However, if my replacement does something that's stupid, the board cannot fire me. Yunhee looked so naive and innocent, but she was strong when needed. Your uncle will be really mad if things go your way. What can he do? Hyoyen is also not good enough to run a gallery yet. I admit Yaren has an experienced eye, even though she is rude. Oh, Japil is teaching her about art history and antiques. But Hyoyen? She's still a child. After hearing this, Heijin thought he couldn't let that Baroque exhibition end in glory. Okay. I will stop by a month later, during the exhibition. Apart from the friendship with Yunhee, Heijin couldn't let that happen as he had to protect the Korean artifacts. He was shocked by the fact that the man who wanted the golden Buddha was Sungjun. He had thought Jongmyeon could do that, but Heijin ate lunch with Yunhee. After that, he went to Insadong to pick up Sojong and they went to Tian. Sojong had asked him to take her with him as she was about to get depression by staying inside the workshop and restoring things. Byung-guk was with them, of course, and he was looking forward to seeing the porcelains excavated from Tian. Sojong certainly brightened up after a few days in Tian with the sushi and the sea breeze. She checked in at a nearby hotel and recovered her self-pride through stopping by at the restoration spot to give some advice. Then, the excavation finally reached its end. It was exactly a week away from the opening of Heijin's museum. Haekyeol came down from Seoul to celebrate. He then called the reporters and promoted the place. Additionally, the next day, Heijin had lunch with Haekyeol. He was very satisfied with the excavation being finished without anyone getting hurt. I used to think this could happen one day, and it did. It's all thanks to you. I won't deny that. Without the exact point, finding a ship that had been wrecked centuries ago and pulling out treasures in that murky West Sea would have been terribly hard, so Heijin didn't have to be humble. Especially when it was time to divide the booty. I couldn't help but be shocked when I saw that blue prunus vase you brought up the first time in the news. It was so beautiful and fantastic. There is nothing else like that under the sky. I've never been jealous of what others had, but, for the first time, I wanted it. Do you want it? Heijin asked calmly. Yaren shifted. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't speak first as her grandfather was there. You are testing me. Will you give it to me if I say I want it? Yes. Hakiel put down his chopsticks. Are you serious? I am. If you want, you can have it. Hakiel looked into Hagen's eyes for a while. They had a strange staring match like that, but then Hakiel picked up his chopsticks again. No. Don't test this old man's heart again. Yaren couldn't understand that. Grandfather. He said he will just give it to us. At Yaren's protest, Hakiel stroked her head. Child, nothing is free in this world. If I take that, this young man will ask me something of more value. Then that or won't work with Yuziong again. Don't forget you should not try to gain from others. Hospitality. Hagen quietly exclaimed. As Hakiel said, if he had asked for that celadone, Hagen would have given it without any regret. However, he would have never again worked with Yuziong. Hagen had tested Hakiel by giving up that expensive and valuable prunus vase because he would get to excavate countless sites in the future, and he won't be able to work alone sometimes. Therefore, whether he could trust Yuziong or not was very important. Yaren silently asked if Hagen had really meant that, but Hagen just ate without saying anything. At this, she frowned and drank beer. KHH. I really don't like you. Haha, what would you do if you like him? Are you going to ditch the man I've picked for you? You mean that man in the U.S. who I haven't even met before? I saw his SNS once. There are photos of him and girls having fun. Yaren was being sharp, but Hakiel smiled sheepishly. Didn't you ask for a rich man? It's not like you asked for a rich man with a clean love life and will devote only to you, so you cannot blame me now. Hakiel said it as if it was unfair. Yaren's eyes sparkled. I would like that kind of guy. Who is he? I don't know. I've never seen anyone like that in my life. I don't think I'll get to see one in the future. Ha! Hagen watched this with a smile, and then he spoke. Then, is there something special you want to have? What if I do? Will you let me have it? Hakiel narrowed his eye and smiled. Even if you made a promise, I happen to get that prunus vase, so I understand your disappointment. So, you should choose first. Even though we will get the ship? You have spent a lot, so I can do that for you. Hakiel took a sip of beer and looked at Yaren. She nodded. Mr. O picked it as the best one. Mr. O was probably appraiser O Japel who used to accompany her. Hakiel looked back at Hagen. Would you answer me if I ask which porcelain is the most valuable to you? Hagen calmly shook his head. As you know, when it comes to antiques, others cannot tell you to buy or not to buy this or that. Yes, you are right. I must make the decision, with business and with women. It is the only way to not regret. I get it. They finished having lunch and went to the restoration spot. In there, thousands of porcelains that had been found were standing under a large tent. The reporters had all left, and those who were remaining were the staff who had participated in the excavation and the security workers hired to protect the artifacts. About 5,000 porcelains were excavated in total, is that right? Yaren answered, yes, 3,858 celadones, 1,429 white porcelains and about 3,000 coins. There are also bamboo books that have records of all things, books and paintings. We are dividing them into those which can be restored and those which cannot be restored. Well done. Then let's see. Hakiel moved. Yaren and Japel, who had shown up from somewhere, followed. He moved in big steps and stopped in front of a huge prunus vase that was yet to be restored. There was a large piece of it right next to it, so it seemed that restoring it wouldn't be a problem. I will choose this one. Restoring it wouldn't be hard, and its beauty after cleaning it was not much less than Heijin's prunus vase. It would be a national treasure. Heikiel looked at Heijin. It meant it was his turn. Then he walked forward and picked a kettle that was about 30 centimeters tall. It had a peony pattern that made it even more luxurious. "I'll take this, Dot." Heikiel looked at Japel. He was asking how it was, and Japel faintly smiled and nodded. It probably meant it wasn't the best celadone among the remaining ones, unless he thought so. Heikiel got confidence. He moved with Yaren's guide. Soon, he stopped in front of a flower vase in the shape of a Korean melon. It was about 25 centimeters tall and had a wide open mouth, and the chrysanthemum pattern on it was excellent. "I'll take this." "It is great." Heijin meant that. He admired Japel's skills, but he admired more the vase that had kept its shape intact during all those days under the water. "Your turn." Then, this time, Heijin stopped in front of a small dish that looked very ordinary. It appeared to be an ordinary dish, so Heikiel, Yaren, and Japel were all confused. But soon, they all quickly came to Heijin. As Heijin had chosen it, they thought he might have found something they hadn't. In fact, this dish had been recently cleaned. So, even though Japel wasn't able to realize it, Heijin had also ignored it, but he luckily found it thanks to Taeju, who made him take a closer look at it. "I'll take this." "Really?" "Yes." Heikiel glared at Japel. It meant he should find out what it was quickly. At this, Japel took out his magnifying glass and knelt down. About a minute later, he abruptly looked up. A single drop of sweat ran down his forehead and his eyes were shaking as if he had seen something he shouldn't have. "Mr. Chairman, this." What is it?" Ruyo." "What?" "Speak louder." Heikiel yelled. Japel was surprised and continued speaking. "This is from Ruyo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 60. Chapter 60, What is hidden, what is revealed, 4. Ruyo? What is it? Heijin could understand why Heikiel was asking with a frown. Ruyo, or Rugwanyo, was the kiln for porcelain that existed in the late Northern Song period. Even though it wasn't that hot, Japel was sweating while explaining. It is the first government kiln ran by the imperial court in China. It is one of the top 5 kilns in China. It can produce great porcelains. It is said that Ruyo had all of Song's philosophy and beauty. It was easy to think that the Song dynasty was weak as it was destroyed by the Yuan dynasty, but in fact, Song was a powerful country. It stood against Mongol for more than 40 years. Additionally, during the Song period, the houses and stores were combined while merchants sold their things whenever they wanted instead of following the designated hours. Therefore, the culture developed greatly. Commoners could enjoy boating and flower viewing that were only available to the nobles before the Song period. Moreover, as even commoners frequently ate out, cuisine and ingredients started developing, and this brought about the development of porcelains. Ruyo was the place where this Song culture was concentrated. So, it was made in such a great place? Well, I have no choice, we missed it. Your appraising skills are great. No, I was just lucky. Heijin was not being humble, he truly was lucky. If it hadn't been for Taeju, he wouldn't have recognized it, and its true identity would have been revealed later. And for where the dish would go, it would have depended entirely on luck. It is a shame, but there's nothing we can do. Heikiel nodded. He lightly hit Japel's shoulder since his face was still dark. Forget about it. We have gotten many good things. Yes, sir, but the porcelain from Rio is. Japel shook his head with misery. This time, Yaren spoke. How good is it for you to be so disappointed? Japel hesitated for a while. He met Heijin's eyes, who could only look away embarrassed. Japel then managed to talk. A while ago, a dish from Rio, just like this one, was sold at about 40 billion in Hong Kong's Christie's auction. At that moment, everyone gaped in shock. Heikyo realized what was really going on and looked at Heijin. This is that great? Enough to be worth 40 billion? I cannot understand. Getting it would not make Heijin rich immediately. He couldn't sell it. However, he had gotten a windfall. That was why explaining this while enduring Heikyo's glare was very embarrassing and sorry. First, as Mr. O just explained, Rudou's porcelain making technique is thought to be remarkably good. Especially their glazing skill is outstanding. If you look here closer, you can see the glaze that was applied with great care has gotten tiny cracks in time. Heikyo and Yaren came closer and stared at the dish. This is also found in other porcelains. Yes. However, the cracks in the other porcelains are random and uneven. However, porcelains from Rio have thick and very even cracks. Only celadone makers in Japan can make this crack pattern. Now. Then, the craftsman from Rio had this technique 1,000 years ago. Yes. The glaze itself was also applied with great technique. Most importantly, Rio existed for only about 2 decades because of the war. So, porcelains from Rio are very hard to find. They are very rare. It was right in front of me, but I couldn't find it. Yes, that's how it works. Treasures only appear to those who are ready. It was in front of my eyes, but I couldn't see it and let it go. Congratulations. Your museum will be one of world's greatest now. Actually, even without this Rio dish, Heijin's museum would still be one of world's greatest thanks to Picasso's painting. However, having the dish and not having it was a great difference, so Heijin couldn't help but feel satisfied. Thank you. Yaren, you pick the rest. I am tired. I should go now. It was more because of the sense of loss and disappointment rather than of tiredness. People from Yuziang dropped their heads and stepped back as they all knew it. Japel's and Yaren's faces were also very dark. Yaren felt responsible about this happening even though she had made Heijin back down yesterday. She bit her lips and swept her hair up. When did you know that it was from Rudio? It was of no use now, but she couldn't help but get curious. I didn't know, either. Then, one of my employees happened to find it, but I couldn't be sure then as it hadn't been cleaned yet. I was only sure yesterday evening, so I wasn't being humble when I said I got lucky. Heijin meant it and Yaren laughed. This is unfair. So, I could have gotten it if I had been more careful. It makes me angrier. We have more than 5,000 porcelains here. It is impossible to examine all of them in such a short time. Plus, it hasn't been restored properly. So, you don't have to blame yourself like that. Let's continue. After that, they divided up the artifacts for 7 hours. After the artifacts good enough to be national treasures and the normal treasures, they did the from here to here is ours, and from there to there is yours. After dividing, they moved the artifacts immediately to prepare for the unfortunate events that could potentially happen. They lighted up the place as if it was still morning and sent the artifacts to Seoul in special non-vibration trucks. Exclusive. Park Hagen Art Museum that opens in 3 days will exhibit a Picasso. Hagen showed the Picasso to his employees a few hours before he showed it to the reporters. They almost fainted in excitement. They would be able to see that Picasso as much as they wanted in working at a museum with. Picasso's painting would add an impressive line to their resume. Picasso's painting had been exhibited as special exhibitions a few times in Korea, but no museum or gallery had owned a Picasso, so its impact was great. Additionally, as the news of Hagen working with Yuzeong to recover more than 5,000 celadones had been reported already, that impact got even bigger. I'm sorry. Please read the press release for details. The director doesn't give any interviews. No, I cannot tell you his phone number. I said no. You can write articles with the press release. Our director will explain about it after the opening. As reporters kept calling, Hagen brought with him a few of the employees he had hired to restore the celadones from Tian. However, the phones in the office still kept ringing. The interior construction had just been finished, so they had to work with the windows open to circulate air, although it was cold. What the reporters wanted to know the most was where the Picasso was from. How Hagen had gotten it? He hadn't revealed that yet, and only released the photos of the painting, so they were right to be curious. Anyway, they were getting great attention even before the opening, so the staff worked with a smile. Even though they were busy. Although they were working for excavation, it would be much better to work for a famous art museum for their own career. However, a black cat snuck in through the open window. Everyone was so busy answering the phones that no one saw the cat. It went through the open door of the office and went to the exhibition room. It moved without making any sound. It was like a ghost. It stood in front of Picasso's painting. It looked up at it and, the next moment, it lunged at the painting. However, it hit the bulletproof glass and was thrown back. The alarm rang. Beep. 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 A red lamp on the ceiling rotated to announce the emergency. What? What is going on? Where? Where? Huh? It's a cat. How did it get in? The staff and guard, who heard the alarm, came quickly and looked around to end up finding a black cat. It looked at the painting again, ran to the office and went out through the window. Wow, we lost it. It's really fast. They just stared at the window. Jisoo then crossed her arms. Let's check the CCTV first and open the window only a little. The air conditioners and air cleaners are working, so let's endure it for today. I'll tell the director. Jisoo checked with the security guard and found that the criminal who sounded the alarm was really a cat. She then called Hagen with an uncomfortable feeling. Sir, there was a problem here. A cat came in and lunged at a painting and sounded the alarm. The painting is fine and so are the other artifacts. Yes, okay. Jisoo hung up. She frowned and looked at Picasso's painting. A black cat, that's creepy. At that moment, the black cat went to a man who was looking at Park Hagen Art Museum on a bench and jumped into his arms. Did you succeed? His voice had some expectations. The cat looked away. The man tooted. Well, it was stupid of me to expect something. He has that kind of painting and I was hoping he would keep it unguarded. I was crazy. I wanted to give him a gift before we meet, but I failed. I should just meet him, right? He stroked the cat's head, got up, and walked away. Sujong and Hagen were eating together when Hagen got the call. He looked serious. Sujong then asked, Why? Something has happened? Ha? No. An alarm sounded at the museum, and it was a cat. Nothing serious. Did they check the CCTV? Yes, there's nothing wrong. That is not good. You should be more careful with the security. Hire more guards. You said you have 2 guards? Yes. I should probably hire more. I must do that even if it costs me more, but... Hagen spoke as if it were nothing to him, but he was thinking that what just happened wasn't just an accident. He didn't have any proof, but he felt like it was the organization that had come after him in Hong Kong. It was funny to link a cat to a break-in, but, strangely, his guts told him so. He wasn't afraid. As he had magic, he thought he would be able to escape 1 or 2 crises. He just wondered why they were coming after him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 61. Chapter 61, The Father's Intention, 1. After the lunch with Sujong, Hagen headed to the museum. He was going to prepare for the opening. And some other things. He wanted to meet the person who would be waiting for him in there. However, when he arrived, there was no one waiting for him. You want me to highlight the prunus vase? Jisoo was puzzled. As they had the dish from Ruyo, she thought it would be better to promote it instead of the prunus vase. Yes, do it. The Ruyo's dish is a great artifact, but it is from China. I am not saying that Korean porcelains are the best in the world. However, the main treasures from the ship in TNR Celadones. So, the prunus vase should be promoted instead of the Ruyo dish. Jisoo agreed with that. She nodded. Then, how should we exhibit the dish? Give it some space instead, put it in the most important place in the B2 area. Of course, in the guide. Write how great it is for the Chinese. Okay. Then, how should we promote Monet's, Francesco Guardi's, and Jacques Laurent Agassiz paintings? They hadn't been promoted properly yet because of Picasso's painting, but they had a considerable value. Especially the Monet. You don't have to promote them. Just show them well. We don't have enough paintings to do a special Monet exhibition, so promoting all those artists would make the entrance messy and distracting. That's right. Please also pick and buy some furniture for my personal office. I need a secretary as well, so please hire one, too. Hagen was the director now, so, of course, he needed an office. However, he had been so busy and had been delayed, so his office didn't even have any furniture. Okay. I will prepare them as soon as possible, although doing so before the opening would be hard. Many people, who saw the media report, are also asking for the preview opening for the VIPs before the actual opening. Hagen hadn't given invitations to VIPs nor contacted them in private while preparing for the opening. Maybe this felt unusual to those who had been ruling the art world. Unless Hagen was never going to sell anything like a national museum, he was just mistreating his greatest customers. So, they were confidently asking for the special event for the VIPs. They wanted to feel that they were superior by seeing the paintings before the commoners and wanted to buy them faster than anyone else if there was something they wanted. I know about preview exhibition, but preview opening? I've never heard of it. Never mind. Tell them. We won't do such a thing. If they have paintings they want to see or buy, they should buy the tickets and come in like everyone else. That was unexpected. So, Jisoo carefully spoke again. As you know well, to sell paintings, we need the help of the VIPs. The general public wants to see and enjoy paintings, but they don't buy paintings at a high price. I know. However, those are my concerns. You don't have to stress yourself about flattering VIPs. I won't sell paintings that way. Okay, I understand. There would be a controversy, but Hagen didn't care. Rather, he hoped for a controversy. With it, his museum's value would rise even higher. There were many art dealers and curators who would do anything to please the VIPs. Hagen was not such a merchant. He finished and left the museum to the security guards at around 11 p.m. That area was desolate during the late hours. So, he didn't take his car on purpose and walked to the metro station. Then, he saw a man with a black cat in his arms. Black cat. Hagen immediately realized that the man had come looking for him. He drank a mouthful of water that he had prepared in advance, and silently used magic. Then, the man blocked his way. Are you the one who destroyed the holy book? Hagen couldn't understand that. Holy book? He wondered if the man was from the Vatican, but then the cat jumped. Kayak. It lunged at Hagen with a strange sound, but the next moment, Hagen grabbed it around its neck with his hand. What the dash? The man flinched and stopped while Hagen looked at the cat's eyes. Red eyes. It's not an ordinary cat, what did you do to it? The man tensely asked back, then, how did you? Hagen had used a spell that made his body react much faster after seeing the man waiting for him. It costed a lot of mana, far more than any other spell he had used so far, therefore he would probably faint when he got home, but, considering the threat, it had been the right choice to use magic in advance. That is not important. Who are you? And, what's wrong with this cat? The cat had lunged at Hagen with a will to kill, but now, it stayed still in Hagen's hand. You destroyed the holy book, you should die. The man wailed and lunged forward. In his hand, there was a knife. Even though Hagen was faster with magic, but, as the opponent had a knife, he couldn't help but be paralyzed. In the movies, the hero would naturally twist the opponent's hand and strike back, but Hagen had never been in this situation before. He barely managed to let go of the cat's neck and grabbed the man's arm with both hands as it came to stab his belly. Die, you should die. You should have died that day. Hagen didn't know what was going on, but the man had clearly been brainwashed. Additionally, he was so strong that Hagen couldn't stop the blade from coming for his belly, even though he was pushing back with all his might. But then, the cat, which had been lying on the ground, stood up and lunged at the man's face. Ach! Go away! Go away! The man didn't let go of the knife even though the cat was clawing at his face. However, his arms lost their strength. Hagen blocked the knife and kicked the man's balls while he was distracted by the cat. Cuck! Even though he had been brainwashed and was as strong as a winter soldier, since he was a man, there was nothing else he could do. He fell to the ground. Hagen kicked his face as if it were a soccer ball. That was the end. Pant. The cat had backed off the moment Hagen kicked the man's balls. It was standing next to Hagen. Hagen didn't need to worry about what to do with this cat. He knew the magic would end soon, so he quickly moved to the metro station. However, the cat didn't follow Hagen. It kept looking at the fallen man. After Hagen left, he suffered in pain for some time. When he got up, the cat slowly went to him. Don't come. The man realized its hostility was aimed at him. He managed to stand up and stepped back. The cat locked his eyes on him. The man soon turned around and ran. Don't come! Don't come! He was an entirely different man from when he had appeared in front of Heijin. He ran as if he was possessed by something. His pupils shook like he has seen something terrible. It showed that there was something wrong in his mind. The man kept running and jumped into an 8-lane road. And screech! Bam! His body was hit by a 1-ton truck and flew into the air. After Heijin returned from the battle to the death, he threw up because of the mana exhaustion and collapsed. When he woke up, it was afternoon. He was mad. He came after me with a knife. Heijin had casted the magic to be careful, and it saved his life. If he had met that man with his guards down, he would not have survived. With a heavy heart, he took a shower and headed to the museum. There was something waiting for him at the very alley where the fight had occurred. It was that black cat. It was sitting on the wall and looked at Heijin. The difference was that it didn't look as hostile anymore. Heijin kind of liked the cat as it had helped him yesterday. However, he didn't go closer just in case and walked away. Then, the cat followed him. "Good afternoon, sir." "Ha! It's the cat." Jisoo greeted Heijin and saw the cat behind him. "Really? This is the cat that broke in yesterday?" "Yes, but why is it following you?" "I don't know." If it had felt ominous, Heijin would have kicked it out, but it didn't. The cat leisurely lay at the entrance, where the sunlight came in. Jisoo spoke to the staff next to her. "Eunjung, could you buy some cat food from a nearby convenience store?" Eunjung then crouched in front of the cat. "Okay. You are so pretty. What's your name?" Heijin couldn't help but smile at seeing this. The cat's eyes had no emotion, but he knew it was there to protect him. 2 days passed in a flash, and the opening day for Park Heijin Art Museum finally arrived. I know it's the first time. Of course, you can make mistakes. However, you don't need to be nervous. Just explain what you know. Okay? Yes, sir. After that short speech, they opened the front door. Then, people started flooding in. They had sold the tickets online and, as they sold a limited number of tickets for each time slot. Although there were a lot of people, the museum was not that full. Is that Picasso? Oh, it's really great. It was strange. Even though the tickets had been sold online, all the people who came in were celebrities. Hello. Congratulations. Oh, thank you for coming. Among the first guests were Du Eunchai and her husband. He was ashamed, so he said hello in a small voice and went somewhere else. Please understand. He is too ashamed to face you. Heijin could see why. If he hadn't been blinded by jealousy, they would still have that Buddha. However, there is nothing about that Buddha in today's exhibition. Yes, we haven't exhibited it yet. We thought it would disperse the attention, so we are going to take it out the next month. Good strategy. Although there are more than enough to see already. But, there's someone I'd like you to meet. Excuse me? Eunchai waved her hand to a man in his late 30s, who was a few meters away. He came closer. He was more than 180 centimeters tall. He looked kind and very gentle. Hello. I am Lee Gangjun of Myri Innovation. This was the Lee Jongmyeon's rival. However, what was he doing here? Oh, nice to meet you. You are the executive director of Myri Innovation, right? Oh, you know me. I happen to hear that you are a great man who will lead Myri corporate group one day. No, that's just an exaggeration. He smiled and waved his hands. Unchai then spoke. Actually, he wanted to meet you. Me? Yes. When he found out that you are also an appraiser, he said he had to ask you something. Heijin looked at Gangjun, who carefully continued to speak. In fact, there's something I must have appraised. Would it be possible? What is it? A painting of Park Sugan. At that moment, Heijin recalled the painting Jongmyeon had brought a while ago. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 62. Chapter 62, The Father's Intention, 2. What a great coincidence! I saw one of Park Sugan's paintings just a while ago. Oh, really? That's good. Gangjun didn't take what Heijin said seriously. He didn't even consider that Heijin was talking about his half-brother's painting. However, why do you want to have that painting appraised? I guess you didn't buy it on auction? Dongjuan's face slightly darkened at the question. Actually, it is a little embarrassing, but you will get to know everything anyway, so I'll tell you the truth. Is there any place where we can talk? Oh, there is. Let's go to my office. Well, I've done my part, so I will go to see the paintings now. Unchai left them, and Heijin took Gangjun to his office. The interior was not ready yet, but there was one thing that was ready, a sofa for the guests. I haven't had enough time, so my office is in a mess. Please, don't criticize me too much. Of course not. Who doesn't know you opened today? I know that in museums what is important are artifacts, not the furniture in the director's office. So please, don't worry about it too much. In fact, Jongmyeon's first impression hadn't been that bad. However, his face let out some kind of ominous vibe. On the other hand, Gangjun probably was good-natured. Heijin could see that he was a good man even though they had just met. Heijin asked an employee to bring them tea. Then, they started to talk. It is embarrassing to say this out loud, but my father had another woman other than my mother. So, I grew up with two mothers, my biological mother and the mother in Samseondong. He must not have wanted to talk about this topic, but he continued to talk as if it were nothing. Others may not know this, but my mother and I knew. Although my father lived with us, his heart was always at Samseondong. So, I tried even harder and became the man I am now. Even I, who don't care about business and companies, have heard that you are the future of Myri. That is what people, who don't know much, say. At first, Heijin thought Gangjun was just being humble, but his face said otherwise. The dark shadow on Gangjun's face was very deep and dark. So, it's not true? Actually, most don't know that except for me and my father. No, even my father doesn't know that I know of this, so almost everyone doesn't know except for those closest to my father. You might think Jongmyeon will be thrown out from Myri as he fails with everything he does, but I think my father is thinking of him as his true heir. That was shocking. To think that such a dull man could be the next chairman. Is that real? Everything I told you now is just my guess. That is why I came to you. It is time to find out if I'm right. What? Then, you want the painting appraised because a long time ago, my father bought two paintings. He gave one to the mother in Samseondong and gave the other to my biological mother. They were both from artist Park Sugan. And I happened to hear my father say something. He said, I thought the other would be sad if I bought just one, so I happened to get a fake and gave one to each. If Gangjun really heard that, then his father couldn't have said that in front of him. Gangjun probably had eavesdropped a phone call or a conversation with someone else. Then, if the painting you have is fake, it would be a chance to see who my father really cares about. What would you do if it's fake? Gang Jun smiled faintly. Well, I haven't figured out that part yet. He was lying. Haejin just felt that way. He wondered what he was up to, enough to want to make him confess using magic. Of course, he just wanted that, that's all. He was not going to really do that. I am curious, too. When do you want me to appraise it? The faster, the better. Then let's go. This place will work well even without me, anyway. Haejin stood up right away as he was very curious. This is probably why people like soap operas about rich company owners. Thank you. Let's take my car. They took Gangjuan's car and went to a villa in Gyeonggi-do, outside Seoul. It was located in a nice mountainside area and was quite good. Every man would want to live in such a place. My father gave this place to Samseondong mother, Gang Jun said as he got out of the car and walked to the villa. And she gave it to me after Jongmyeon worked on a project and hugely failed. She asked me to bury it quietly. Oh, but I have a question. You could have just asked me to appraise that painting. Why are you telling me all this? I heard you helped Ms. Yunhee, Jongmyeon's ex-fiancée. You had them break up, right? He hadn't, but he did have a huge share of that. A friend of my enemy is my friend. Plus, I wanted to get to know you. You started empty-handed and opened that museum. You will be someone important in the Korean art world in the future, so please think of me as wanting to befriend you even before that. Gang Jun wasn't flattering him. He just calmly gave him a compliment. It made Haejin feel good. Oh. Gang Jun smiled. He led Haejin to a sofa inside the villa and went away, saying he would bring the painting. Then, he came back with a painting that came up to his chest in less than a minute. As far as I know, my mother got this in the middle of the 90s. I was young then. So, I don't exactly remember what my father said when he gave her this painting. The painting on the table showed the girls and women drawing with water in front of an old-style house that was scarce these days. Gang Jun calmly put down the painting, but Haejin could feel that he was nervous. He was probably hoping that he was right, but, at the same time, he was thinking what to do if the painting was fake. Indeed. Then, I will take a look. Okay. Would you like some water? I am actually thirsty. Normally, when appraising a painting, the owner doesn't offer water to the appraiser. It is because the appraiser might drop the water on the painting, but Gang Jun didn't think of that as he was too nervous. Yes, I am getting nervous just by seeing you nervous. Haejin drank the water Gang Jun brought him, put it far away from the table and started to examine the painting. Artist Park Sugin's paintings have a unique style. He applied paints of low chroma colors like white, gray, and brown thickly on the background and painted while they dried. Its texture would feel similar to granite. About this kind of texture in oil painting, Park Sugin himself once said, I sense the source of an indescribable beauty in stone Buddhas, stone pagodas, and stone buildings, and I am trying to recreate them. So, Haejin carefully felt the painting with the tip of his finger. Then, he turned to Gang Jun. Are you interested in paintings? Gang Jun smiled awkwardly and sat down. Actually, I've never been interested much in art. Studying business and management to impress my father was hard enough. On the other hand, Jongmyeon didn't have any talent with management. He liked art and music. If it wasn't because he was forced to study business, he would have become quite good by now. He was a little clumsy, but he is not entirely ignorant. Somewhere in between, perhaps. When I was young, I thought it was his weakness. Then, it isn't? Gangjun smiled. Ha, isn't it funny? My father likes art, just like Jongmyeon. We have lots of antiques in our home. He still goes to New York sometimes. He sponsors young artists and buys the paintings. I thought this was for the image of Myri, but it turned out that it wasn't. My father truly likes art. I failed to see that. Oh. That is why he sees himself in Jongmyeon. In fact, objectively, he is not a great businessman. That's how his days were. When his nerves were combined with luck and personal connections, it brought about an unexpected synergy effect. That's true. Actually, Haejin didn't know, but he just agreed. He had never studied those kinds of things. One good thing is that Jongmyeon himself thinks he will be discarded soon. My father says it's not going to happen, but he doesn't believe it. He never got to live with our father, and he thinks of himself not good enough compared to me, so that's understandable. Even if this is not fake? That is why I want to check. Everything I've thought so far, I hope they are all my delusions. However, why did you ask me if I am interested in art? That was sad, but, from a third-person perspective, it was interesting as well. I guess your mother wasn't interested in paintings, either? Yes, she liked music more than paintings. So, although she hung this painting inside, she hung it inside a room where only the family members can see it, instead of the living room where people came by. But why? Haejin answered with regret. I think your father knew neither you nor your mother were interested in art. Gangjun realized what Haejin was saying. He was dumbfounded in shock. He just blinked his eyes and looked at the painting. Then, he managed to speak. I guess this is not a fake of high quality, but fakes of high quality are expensive, but, more importantly, they are hard to get. Crude fakes are easier to get. The artist tried to imitate Park Sugun's style, but the touch of the brush is not delicate. And the colors are murky. And, most importantly, this painting is a representative piece of artist Park Sugun. He submitted this to the Korean art competition, so many know about this. If the painting had been really this bad, it would have never made it to the special selection. Haejin had thought he might have to use magic before he came here, but, after examining the painting, he realized he didn't have to. Gangjun dropped his head and ruffled his hair, which had been neatly combed with wax. He was greatly shocked. Thank you. I was right to have it appraised in secret. I believe you will keep the secret. Of course. Talking about a client's fate cannot happen. If you think about it, it was funny. Jongmyeon had tried to sell the painting which contained his father's love. If his father gets to know that he tried to sell it, by the Buddha, and give it to Sungjun, what would happen? The trip back in Gangjun's car was very awkward. Gangjun talked to Haejin from time to time, but he could see how Gangjun must be feeling, so he didn't talk for long. When Haejin got back to his museum, there was someone waiting for him. Nice to meet you. It's been a while since that Max Beckmann's painting. Surprisingly, Vice Chairman Lim Sung-jun himself was waiting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 63. Chapter 63, Zwiebelmuster, 1. Mr. Vice Chairman, why are you? Next to Sungjun, he could see Yunhee, Hyeon, and a few attendants, who appeared to be the board members of Wajin. Apparently, they bought the tickets in advance. Why am I here? This is a chance to see Picasso's painting. There are too many people here, but there's nothing I can do about it. As he said, Heijin could see some people glancing at Sungjin's group. However, most people didn't care much and were busy enjoying the paintings and the celadones. Haha, really? Then, I hope you have a great time. Heijin tried to leave with that, but Sungjun didn't let him go. Are you busy? Aren't you going to offer me a cup of tea? It's been a while after all. Heijin thought about saying no, but he decided to confront him. He didn't have any excuse to turn Sungjun down. Of course. Please, come to my office. A staff saw Sungjun and was greatly surprised. She brought them tea with shaky hands. She was still young and, as the vice chairman, which she had only seen on TV, was right in front of her, her shock was understandable. Do you know that apart from the stars and politicians, you are the person who gets the most attention these days? If we exclude the stars and the politicians, I am not that great. Really? You seem to not feel your fame. My employees are feeling it instead, by answering calls from the reporters. I see. Well, let me ask you what those reporters want to know the most. Where did you get that? Picasso? Sungjin's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Heijin, however, looked away. Oh, my father left it to me as the inheritance. I was so shocked at first. Your father left it to you? Are you serious? Sungjun couldn't believe it. Heijin wouldn't have believed it, either. However, that didn't matter. If the painting had been bought decades ago, things would be different. However, if it had been bought recently, the Spanish government would check its authenticity and ask how Heijin got it. The museum opened today, so the articles about it would be on Spanish newspapers. So, if the source of Heijin's painting was not clear, the people of Spain would argue that they have to reclaim that painting. To avoid that, Heijin had to say that his father had brought it decades ago. Of course. I'm telling the truth. I was so shocked, once I saw it, I just couldn't keep it to myself. So, I decided to open a museum. It is too good to be enjoyed by only one person. Ha! Sungjun crossed his arms as if he couldn't believe it. However, there was nothing he could find out, so he gave up and came up with a different topic. I came here today myself to see the Picasso painting, but for another reason as well. I guess you already know it? It had to be about the Buddha, of course. However, even Vice Chairman Lim Sungjun of Wajin, who was almost the most powerful man in Korea, was not almighty. I'm sorry, but I cannot give you the Buddha. Not for money, not for any other artifact. Never. Sungjin's face started to turn red as Heijin openly rejected him even before he could talk about it. This had never happened to him before. Being ignored even before saying something. I didn't say anything. If it wasn't about the Buddha, I'm sorry. I thought it had to be about the Buddha which Mr. Lee Jongmyong of Myri wanted. Then please, go on. KHMM. Sungjun coughed and shut his mouth. One of the board members, an old one, realized the vice chairman was in bad mood and yelled at Heijin with glaring eyes. What are you doing? Ha! Mr. Vice Chairman hasn't even said anything. So, I told him I was sorry, didn't I? What? And, what kind of manner is it to interrupt our conversation? Is this how you work in Wajin? Interrupting others while the vice chairman speaks? The old board member had never heard anything like this. He just blinked. Heijin wasn't wrong, so he couldn't counter. I'm sorry. He talks carelessly when he gets mad. Sung Jun didn't like the situation and uncomfortably apologized instead. The old board member was clearly older than Sung Jun, so it was a little funny. "Sir, please, enough. You are too old to argue with such a young fellow." "Yes, but..." Sung Jun realized that he was getting nowhere by getting mad, so he changed his strategy. "Please understand. So, you cannot give me the Buddha. In fact, I am here for that." "But, why? Can't you give it to me?" Sung Jun was now being honest. It made it easier for Haejin to talk. "Do you want the other Buddha inside it?" At that moment, Sung Jun froze. He didn't think Haejin would know that. It didn't have anything to do with appraising skills. It was about finding a treasure hidden inside the Buddha, so Sung Jun had thought although Haejin was a great appraiser, he would never be able to find out what was inside. You knew. Sung Jun moaned. He really wanted that Buddha. "I was lucky." "Are you mocking me?" "Luck?" Lee Jongmyeon was so obsessed with the Buddha that I thought it was strange. I couldn't find out why he would buy it, giving up a painting from Park Sugan and an additional billion. What's this about Park Sugan's painting? Anyway, he tried to trade it for the Buddha? Sung Jun wiped his forehead. Yes. So, even a child would have realized that there was something else about that Buddha. Sung Jun didn't say anything, but he was cursing Jongmyeon quietly, like that idiot took care of it like that. It was so strange that I kept examining that Buddha. Then, I recalled the article about Buddhist scripture being found inside a Buddha statue. So, I immediately did a 3D CT test. There was a very small metal inside it. Sung Jun couldn't say anything. He stared at the empty wall of the office for a long time. Then, Hylian, who had just been watching, started speaking. "Why don't you give it up? You think you can run a museum after becoming an enemy of Wajin? No. One would buy a painting from here after today." Even Sung Jun was surprised and looked at her. However, she was confident. Additionally, no board member stopped her. "What are you talking about? Apologize immediately." Sung Jun made her apologize, which she reluctantly did. "I'm sorry. It was funny." They were playing the good cop and bad cop thing. Sung Jun told his daughter to apologize, but he didn't tell her to take back what she said. It meant her threat was exactly what he wanted to say. "Then do it. I don't have to sell paintings, anyway." This made the temperature of the room drop, even more than Hyoyeon's threat. Sung Jun frowned for the first time. Please forget about what she said. She is still a child. Haejin wondered if he really thought so. I think she has learned enough and has matured enough. This is also a private museum. You came here to tell me that you won't let me sell paintings. What are you doing? Plus, I asked for the Buddha's registration to the Cultural Heritage Administration yesterday. They will send someone soon. After that, Sung Jun couldn't keep asking for the Buddha. He couldn't mess with an artifact that had been officially registered to the government. You should have told me this earlier. Anyway, my daughter already apologized. Why don't we move on now? Haejin wanted to continue scolding them, but he would gain nothing by doing so. Therefore, he decided to stop. Okay. I will just think that nothing happened with the Buddha. I will think so, too. Sung Jun seemed to have decided to end it there. He would gain nothing if they talked more. Next, Sung Jun and his people left. Yoonhee was the only one remaining. Shouldn't you go with them? He wouldn't care, anyway. He won't be able to hear anything because of that Buddha. However, are you really going to be okay? My uncle said it as if he would let you get away with it, but his men won't. They will surely try to stop the people from buying your paintings. I don't care. I can run this place without selling paintings. The rent fee for this place is 10 million per month. Additionally, with the salaries of the employees. And the rent fee, you will have to spend a lot every month. You sure you will be okay without selling paintings? This is why they say the owner of the building is mightier than the creator. However, Heijin didn't have to worry. Thanks to the Celadones from the treasure ship in Tian and the oil paintings, including Picasso, he was earning millions every day just by selling tickets. Of course, the number of Korean visitors would decrease over time, but foreigners would keep coming. This place was about to be one of the mandatory tourist spots in Korea. However, despite Yoonhee's worries, celebrities kept offering him to buy paintings. Monet's painting didn't even have a price tag, but someone demanded Heijin to sell it to him, saying he could give him $1 billion right away. Wajin probably thought that pressing Heijin like that would be of no help to it. So, the museum opened with great success like that, and the visitors kept flooding in even after a week. Because of the previous visitors' word of mouth, it was hard to get tickets. Great VIPs also arrived. Businessmen, politicians, and even stars. The most surprising visitor of all didn't belong to one of those categories. It's been a long time. The white man with curly hairs was wearing comfortable clothes just like a tourist. He still had that buttery smile. I thought it was possible, but I didn't know you would really come. It was Eric Holton who had given Kim Hongda's painting to Heijin as a gift. Heijin had sent an invitation to him when he opened the museum, but he didn't expect him to come. However, why haven't you exhibited the painting I gave you? Showing all at once is no fun. Eric nodded and looked around. He seemed to look for someone. Are you looking for someone? The lady who was with you. Where is she? Ha, she is in Seian Gallery, it is nearby. Then, you didn't open this place with her? Yes. Why? Do you want to meet her? It would be good, but since she's not here, there's nothing I can do. Today's beautiful lady is not alive. Anyway, it is awesome. How did you get a Picasso? I read the articles on my way here, but I couldn't believe that. Heijin had told the same excuse he had used on Sungjun for the reporters. I'll tell you later. Let's go in first. Heijin was going to have some tea or something with Eric, but he waved his hand. Why would I leave a place like this? Anyway, are you busy these days? Me? Yes, you, of course. Ha, it's just you suddenly asked my schedule. No, I'm not busy at all. Really? Then, can you leave your museum for a while? Well, my employees do all the work, and I am not needed for now. I can leave this place for a few days. Then, let's go somewhere. Where? Hong Kong. Hong Kong? Heijin had just come back with both good and bad memories from his last trip to Hong Kong, so going back felt slightly strange. Yes. You know how to appraise porcelains, right? Well, not Asian porcelains, European porcelains. I need you to take a look at one of them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 64. Chapter 64, Zwiebelmuster, 2. When it comes to antique porcelains, most people think of Asia, especially China and Korea. However, the porcelain industry in Korea has died with the modern age. Those that were left now were the old artifacts. There are a few artisans who keep the tradition alive, but the production and demand for Korean porcelains are both too low. Sadly, even Koreans don't value Korean porcelains that much. As for China, the porcelains of Jingdezhen were still there, but they were famous for imitating the old relics in great quality, instead of being of high quality on their own. Then, which place leads the world's porcelain industry now? It's Europe, especially Germany. European porcelains can be divided into two types: porcelains of ancient Greece and the imitations of Chinese porcelains that were made after the 1700s. Greek porcelains were the essence of philosophy and beauty in ancient Europe. As they were made a long time ago, they don't have a clear blue or white hue like the more recent porcelains. After the 1700s, the development of European porcelains was influenced by Asian porcelains, including Chinese. Especially the white porcelains with beautiful cobalt blue patterns, they immediately caught the Europeans' attention. At that time, European nobles valued porcelains from China more than gold of the same weight. Augustus II the Strong, King of Poland, even traded 600 dragoons with 151 porcelains. As they liked Eastern porcelain so much, they worked on studying and making porcelains. However, most of all, the most important element that let them lead the world's porcelain market was their love for porcelains. While the love for porcelains died and people indulged in Western things in Asia, the original home of porcelains, in Europe, people tried to make even more beautiful porcelains. That difference changed everything. Is there a porcelain you want? It's not on auction, but there is a rumor that a porcelain made by Friedrich Böttger showed up. Friedrich Böttger was an alchemist from Berlin, Germany. He was the first European to make porcelain. Is it really Böttger's? Hagen wasn't asking because Böttger was a great artisan and his porcelains had great value. Although he succeeded in manufacturing porcelains, compared to Chinese porcelains, his were of less quality in many aspects. His porcelains would certainly have a symbolic meaning and rarity, but as you know, early European porcelains were crude compared to Eastern porcelains. However, if it's really Böttger's, it would certainly have some value. That rumor might not be true, so you don't have to take it seriously. Just think of it as a vacation. Okay. Hong Kong is only a few hours away on a plane, anyway. You don't have much to prepare, right? Let's go immediately. Eric spoke as if it was nothing. When they arrived in Hong Kong, a day had already gone by. What is a German porcelain doing in Hong Kong? Hagen put his jacket on his arm as it was hot and humid in there. Apparently, King Augustus gave it to a Chinese as a gift. Probably to show off the technique of his men. Maybe he wanted to say, look, we have already caught up with you by this much. Anyway, we'll have to see it for ourselves. I guess so. However, would that porcelain be worth all this? Even if it's really Böttger's. For an artifact to be valued more than hundreds of millions on auction, just being old is not enough. It must have an eternal beauty, a philosophy, an artistic spirit, and something technical to impress the people. In that perspective, Hagen couldn't understand Eric coming to Hong Kong for that Böttger porcelain. The porcelain itself would be not as good as the Asian porcelains of the same period. For that, and for other reasons. I am not asking you to help me for free, so don't worry. I wasn't. What is that other reason? Eric smiled. Then, a Benz glided to a stop right next to him. He had made a chauffeur stand by in advance. They sat in the back seat together. Eric said the name of a luxury hotel. Next, he crossed his legs and looked at Hagen. My mother is a huge fan of Meissen. She has hundreds of Zwiebelmuster, Meissen recreation of the Asian blue flower white porcelain. More like the European style of a blue flower white porcelain. In her home. After Botttiger succeeded in making porcelains for the first time in Europe, in 1710, the first porcelain factory was built in Meissen, Germany. Nowadays, the three world's best porcelain brands are Meissen of Germany, Royal Copenhagen of Denmark and Herend of Hungary. Royal Copenhagen, Herend, Sèvres of France, and Royal Worcester of England were all influenced by German Meissen, so Meissen is the origin and the apex of European porcelains. However, if you think about it from a different point of view, Meissen's porcelain factory was made because of China's blue flower white porcelains, so it is the charm that changed the history of porcelain. Then, it's practically a museum. In fact, after knowing about porcelains from China, Korea, and Japan, people didn't really care about European Zwiebelmuster, but my mother is different. She's from Germany. Oh. People are all like that. We all value more the artifacts from one's own country. You did the same with the painting you got from me. In fact, Westerners are not that fond of Korean landscape paintings. Eastern paintings were cheaper than Western paintings because the clients who buy paintings are mainly Westerners. It's not because Eastern paintings have less artistic value than Western paintings. That meant even though Asians may not value European porcelains much, the European themselves could have a different opinion. Actually, my mother is the person who told me about this Botttiger porcelain. So, I have no choice but to buy it. Of course, as long as it is real. It's a gift for your mother. Kind of. They checked into the hotel. After that, Eric took Hagen and headed to the outskirts a little away from the crowded downtown of Hong Kong. Unlike the clean buildings at the center of the city, the buildings there were very shabby, and the streets were dirty. That Zwiebelmuster, is it really here? I told you, I just heard a rumor. Just think of it as you are here for sightseeing. You should do that, or you will start thinking you came here in vain. You should relax to not get exhausted. I'll keep that in mind. One side of Eric's lips curled up. Your face says otherwise. Anyway, have you been to Hong Kong before? Yes, a few times. This is where the biggest auctions in Asia take place, so of course, I should come. You're right. So, I also come to Hong Kong at least 3 times every year. This city is called a heaven for shopping, but, at least to me, it is a heaven for antiques. He certainly seemed to enjoy looking at antiques. He thought if it was there, then it was all good, but if it wasn't, then never mind. Hagen really wanted to have that optimistic mind. They arrived in front of an old 5-story building. There was no elevator. Both the exterior and interior looked at least 40 years old. The shop was on the ground floor. It was an antique shop which you could easily find in Insadong. Dling. Any kind of shop would have a bell like that. An old man well over his 60s came out from the inside. He was frowning. He had some red stew stains around his mouth, so he was irritated to have visitors while having a meal. Are you looking for something? As Hagen was fluent in Cantonese, he could read the irritation in that. So, he looked at Eric to see how he felt. He was smiling and bowing at the old man. I am sorry to interrupt your meal, but Jason Chung told me about this place. Although Eric's Cantonese was very shaky, it wasn't bad at all. However, Jason Chang? Hagen remembered Jason Chang owning the huge oil painting shop he had visited with Yaren. It seemed that Jason Chang also somehow knew Eric. At the mention of Jason Chang's name, the old man turned slightly less annoyed. He gestured them to come inside. Inside, there was some food which the old man had been eating. He set another table next to the table with his meal and put a box that was 40 centimeters tall on it. This is it. Open it. The old man sat down and started to eat again as if he had finished his job. Eric lightly bowed his head at the old man, put his hands on the box and slowly stroked it. Then, he lifted the lid. A small bowl with a radiant blue cobalt color was revealed. Instead of Zwiebelmuster's unique pomegranate flower, although Zwiebel means onion, it's real. Symbol is the pomegranate flower. It had a Xian, immortal human with superhuman powers of Taoism, on a cloud depicted slightly crudely. It looked like a well-made imitation. Well, Eric looked at Heijin and asked. He couldn't determine anything himself. In the early days, Meissen Factory tried to imitate everything from the Chinese porcelains, including their patterns. So, they produced more of this kind of crude patterns than Zwiebelmuster's unique pomegranate flower pattern. I know that. I've seen them many times at Augusta's special exhibition. That's why I'm confused even more. If they tried to make this on purpose, China's Jingdezhen can make this kind of porcelain very easily. Then, let me take a look. Heijin carefully lifted up the bowl and examined it carefully, starting with the bottom. However, there was JFB engraved on the bottom. Is that Bottger's name? Eric was guessing that they might be the initials of Johann Friedrich Bottger, and it made sense. It could be. This is not good enough to be in my collection. It is too crude compared to the porcelains from China and Korea. Even the color is not clear, and it is not a perfect circle, so its balance is tilted. Even if it's really Bottger's, only my mother would like it, However, you really care about your mother. That is good. It's probably because I'm older now. I wasn't like this when I was a kid. Plus, I must be good to my mother to inherit more. I have many brothers. Eric smiled and winked. He was half joking and half serious. Then, it is quite important. It is more than a mere gift. Something like that. So, you have to examine this well. Then, I'll give you a gift, too. Heijin didn't know what that gift was, but it seemed like Eric was not talking about money. So, he concentrated on the dish even more. Don't forget that, Being a little dull compared to China's delicate pattern was the characteristic of the early European porcelain's patterns. So, Heijin was not going to consider much the patterns, but, among the crude Xian patterns, one of them was a little strange. Eric thought Heijin had found something and came closer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 65. Chapter 65, Zwiebelmuster, 3. The symbol that represents Meissen is crossed swords. 2 crossed sticks. It is a very simple but impressive symbol. It became Meissen's symbol because crossed swords used to be Saxon's symbol. This very symbol had been cunningly added to one of the dozens of Xian on cloud patterns. Instead of holding fan or staff like other Xians, this Xian was carrying a huge vase that had crossed swords pattern. It looked like the pattern of the vase itself. Can you see this? Oh ho! Meissen's crossed swords. You have good eyes. It would have taken a long time for me to find it. Yes. But you would have found it eventually. What do you mean? I think it is too unnatural. Judging from its shape and pattern, it was made in 1700s. But it feels like someone has slightly touched it. Actually, there was no need to put in the crossed swords in this place. To think about it, I've never seen the crossed swords symbol being so carefully hidden in Zwiebelmuster. Normally, it is drawn on the bottom of the dish or very openly. That's what I'm saying. It is too much. Plus, at the time, Augustus locked up Bodiger and forced him to work. So it is unlikely he could have afforded to put in such effort in a dish like this. He wasn't making porcelains because he wanted it. Eric stroked his chin and nodded. It makes sense. He tried to escape twice. Why would he draw the crossed swords and honor Saxon? So your conclusion is it's fake? I think it is. Writing JFB on a dish is also strange. In addition, Bodiger couldn't produce white hue like this one at first. His early porcelains were red, like tin. But how much is this? Eric looked at the old man who was still eating and asked the price in Cantonese. Then he took his eyes off the rice bowl and showed 5 fingers. 50,000 Hong Kong dollar? Hagen asked in Cantonese out of curiosity. The old man shook his head. 500,000? The old man nodded. 500,000 Hong Kong dollar. That's about 70 million won. For an antique that could be both cheap and expensive. But 70 million won for this. Who? I was going to give a good gift to my mother, but I guess I can't. Eric shook his head. It wasn't because the price was too high, but he couldn't but a fake in exchange of that amount of money. Actually, it can be Bodiger's. Unlike our guess, he might have had sudden surge of artistic spirit and painted the crossed swords and engraved his name. I know. But I also know the probability of that being the truth is extremely small. There is no Zwiebelmuster that was made by Bodiger alone, so there's no sample to compare with. This might be real. It means he never did something like engraving his name in dishes he made. Aren't you being too negative? You are being too optimistic. Fine. If you want to avoid the responsibility, that's enough. The choice is up to me anyway, and I've decided not to buy it. Your mother will be disappointed. Eric's face turned dark for the first time. Well, I'll have to find something else. Okay. With uncertain things like this, you should take time to think. They were about to leave, but the old man finished his meal and grabbed Eric's arm. He looked around. The old man pulled him, as if he was offering to show them something else. Let's follow him. We should see what he wants to show us. Eric got excited as if he had never been disappointed. The old man drew down a ladder from the ceiling and started to climb. It showed he was about to show them something great. So Eric didn't hesitate to climb after him. Hagen also followed them. The ladder led to an attic that was being used as storage. The old man groped aside of a wall to turn on light. Ooh! Eric looked around and exclaimed. The old man's attic storage was full of valuable things, far better than what he had shown at the entrance of the shop. He is about to show us real. Now Hagen thought coming to Hong Kong had been a good choice. The old man struggled to bring a huge vase that was standing at a corner. It was about 80 centimeters tall and the ample shoulder was about 70 centimeters wide. The white porcelain was covered with radiant pomegranate flower patterns of cobalt blue. It was delicate Zwiebelmuster, beyond comparison with the dish they saw earlier. Blue flower white porcelain. It was good enough to call blue flower white porcelain instead of Zwiebelmuster. The old man crossed his arms and sat down. Now he was smaller than the porcelain, but he was confident, like a wrestler showing his best move. Luxurious. But it isn't from China or Japan. Right? Yes. Its pattern shows a lady wearing traditional princess costume of Europe. Even though Europe ordered many porcelains from China, this wasn't made at China. It feels different. Then it was made in Meissen. When was it made? Early 20th century? Eric's guess was very close to the truth. Late 19th or early 20th century. Anyway, this is good. Eric smiled at this. But it is less good great porcelains of China and Korea. Isn't Zwiebelmuster from Meissen what you are looking for now? It isn't Bottagers, but it is from early 20th century Meissen and Thigbeg. Wouldn't your mother like this enough? You're right. Excuse me, how much is this? This time, the old man showed 8 fingers. 800,000 Hong Kong dollars? Heijin worried it might mean 8 billion, but thankfully, the old man nodded. It was about 13 million in Korean. He thought it was reasonable price. Good. I thought he was asking for 8 million. Eric had thought the same thing. Heijin, I need your help. I cannot carry this alone. Heijin looked back at the old man. His thin arms and legs wouldn't be much of help. How on earth? Had he put it in the attic? I will lower it down. You take it at the bottom. Your guts are smaller than I thought. Are you afraid of dropping it? I don't want to break a 10 million won porcelain. Just go down. I will lower it with this man here. Okay. Be careful. Eric went down first, and Heijin worked with the old man to lower the huge Zwiebelmuster. It wasn't that heavy, but its price made Heijin's arm shake. Who? I am sweating. Eric's arm also shook. When he managed to put the porcelain down on the floor, sweat was dropping from his forehead and chin. The old man went down after Heijin. Eric patted his shoulder. Tell me your account number, and I'll send you the money now. The old man smiled, took out a piece of paper from his pocket, and gave it to Eric. However, Eric slightly frowned to see the old man's account number. Cultural Revolution? Isn't this Jason Chang's company? The old man sat down on the chair on which he had had his meal earlier. Yes. That porcelain belongs to Jason Chang. And it also belongs to me. The old man was a little different now. It was like he was revealing his true self after testing Heijin and Eric. Then what's that Bottagers Zwiebelmuster? The one you tried to sell at 500 million. Eric was shocked. The old man raised his arms. When did I tell you was Bottagers Zwiebelmuster? I never said that. It was absurd, but the old man was right. Then Jason Chang lied to me? I don't know. But Jason Chang never sells things through lies. Don't you know that? Yes, but I think you have misunderstood Jason Chang. He never makes an assurance that would blow back on his face. That is how he keeps his place at the top. Oh, may I have a smoke? Without hearing Eric's answer, the old man took out a cigarette and lighted it. What the? Fine. I got a good thing anyway, so I'll just let it go. This is why I cannot let my guard down even for a second. Eric sighed as he sent money to Jason Chang's account with his phone. As Heijin watched it, he wondered how they were supposed to move that heavy Zwiebelmuster, but then the old man talked to him. But aren't you going to buy anything? I'm an appraiser. And there's nothing I should buy here. It wasn't because the antiques here were not good, but because Heijin couldn't feel the need to buy one from here. Unless there was something great here, something worth 1 or 2,000 million wouldn't draw much attention and would just leave Heijin with less cash. However, the old man didn't take it that way. He took it as kind of a challenge. His face turned red. My shop doesn't have things? No. I didn't mean it doesn't have things. I meant there's nothing that catches my attention. However, after saying that, Heijin realized that was all the same. He thought he had made a mistake and tried to make excuses, but the old man jumped to his feet. Ha! Arrogant. You think I am only that good because of that lame Zwiebelmuster I showed you first? That's not it. It's just there's nothing I must buy now. It's not like I am rolling in money, so I cannot buy everything I like. Only then did the old man buy it. He sat down. KHMM. That's right. Not having enough money is different. Of course there are good things here. Heijin had tried to make the old man feel better, but now he felt bad himself. Then, Eric poked his side. Remember I said I'll give you a gift? Buy one. That gift is buying me something here? I didn't mean that earlier, but paying you with buying one here would be fine for me. No, thank you. Let's just go. But how are you going to move this? Wouldn't it be safe to ship it off through Hong Kong port? They were talking about the way to transport the porcelain, but then the old man rubbed his cigarette at the ashtray to put it out and stood up. Wait for a second. He went up back to his attic storage and came back with a scroll. He offered it to Heijin. You're Korean, right? Then you cannot just leave after seeing this painting. What is it? If you want to know, unroll it. However, as the old man came, he knocked out the ashtray with the scroll. Oh! The ash inside fell. The old man mumbled and put it back on the table. Then he looked up. That moment, Heijin quickly looked away. That ashtray. The old man clearly didn't know. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 66. Chapter 66, Clue to the Past, 1. At a first glance, the old man's ashtray looked like an old common gilt bronze ashtray. It didn't show any great techniques and its shape was ordinary. Rather, it was thicker than necessary, as if it had been crudely made in a factory. Its paint had worn off, and it had nothing that showed traces of any period. At least it looked like that. Well, the string is old, so unroll it carefully. At this, Heijin managed to take his eyes off from the ashtray and carefully undid the knot of the scroll. Strangely, when he unrolled it, the painting wasn't vertical but was horizontal. In the bottom, a stream was flooding while dark and nameless trees were on the riverbank. Higher than that, there were huge hills, thatched houses, and, on the horizon, you could see the mountains. The flourishing nature of the summer was depicted with the dark black tree shades near the stream, and this blackness reminded you of someone's name. It's Lee Sangbyum's. At this, Eric stretched his neck to look at the painting. Eastern paintings certainly have a different atmosphere from Western paintings. Even realistic paintings somehow give you something to think about. It is nice. Did you say Lee Sangbyum? Is he famous? He is. Lee Sangbyum was a great artist who led Korean landscape paintings after Korea was liberated from Japan. His unique style is enough to call him the best landscape painting artist after Jung Seon and Jang Sunjup. He was great as an artist, but his pro-Japanese activities made Heijin's mouth taste bitter. Jung Seon and Jang Sunjup? Jang Sunjup, yes, I've heard of him. He was a Korean artist of the late 19th and early 20th century, right? Yes, he was a genius. He also had a unique personality and did many strange things. I guess you don't know of Zhong Xian? Eric frowned and shook his head. I've never heard of him. He must be famous as you are talking about him, but compared to Japanese and Chinese artists, Korean artists are unfamiliar to me. Well, knowing Jang Sunjup alone tells me your knowledge about Eastern paintings is way above average. Only a few appraisers and artists, who grew up in the Western world, know the name Jang Sunjup. However, anyone who sees his painting just once would remember him. I was like that. Eastern landscape paintings are all more or less the same, but his paintings were different. It might sound a little funny, but his paintings changed my mood every time I saw them. It was so strange. Eric Holton certainly knew about paintings. He must have mainly seen Western paintings, but he instinctively recognized the line and coloring methods of Eastern paintings. You are great. Yes, Jang Sunjup was a genius. So, he freely used all kinds of methods, like Baekmyeol method, maximizing the beauty of the line, Gongpil method, emphasizing the delicate coloring, and Gampil method, maximizing the light and shade of the ink. That's why his paintings are all different. Eric nodded. He was a great artist. Usually, people like that start as geniuses, touch a bit of this and a bit of that, draw some ordinary paintings and disappear. Not all geniuses succeed. For instance, although Tom Keating had a great artistic talent, he was never recognized with his own paintings. Instead, he became a great forger. Lee Sangbyum, who drew this painting, was influenced by Jang Sunjup. Lee Sangbyum was an Jungsik's apprentice, who in turn was Jang Sunjup's apprentice. Anyway, I should examine it. The painting had Lee Sangbyum's style, but it could be fake, so Heijin had to be careful. Additionally, as Jason Chang openly mixed reals and fakes, getting fooled by him wouldn't be a surprise to Heijin. The backing paper, the condition of the hanji, and Lee Sangbyum's unique style and line convinced Heijin it was real. Why? Is it real? Eric asked. Heijin shook his head as if he was dissatisfied. However, the old man was the one to react the most sensitively to Heijin's attitude. What? There's something wrong with the painting? Heijin didn't answer that. He just stared at the painting seriously. It wasn't because he had found something important. He couldn't figure out a good way to take that ashtray. Should he just ask for it? Then, the old man would start doubting him. He would think that maybe he had underestimated that ashtray. Of course, he couldn't just leave with it. It would be stealing, even if he didn't leave any traces by using magic. Then, Heijin had to make a deal without magic, but he couldn't think of a way. Is it fake? Is it? Eric didn't know what was going on, he just kept asking. Heijin answered, avoiding the old man's gaze, it's uncertain. Huh? What do you mean? Uncertain? Are you saying you are uncertain of its authenticity? Or are you wondering if it is valuable enough for you to buy it? Heijin glanced at the old man and stroked his chin. The old man then yelled, you cannot think this is a fake. I have run this shop for 40 years. I swear. Upon my pride and honor. It is not fake. The man who brought and sold it to me worked in the Korean appraisal committee. Heijin had been dragging for time, but hearing this, he was shocked. A man from the Korean appraisal committee had come to Hong Kong to sell an artifact. Who sold this to you? The old man looked away. I cannot tell you. Anyway, this cannot be a fake. although he sold it to me, he might as well have sold it to Jason Chang. If it turns out to be fake later, bring it to me. I will give you a full refund. I am not saying this to sell it to you. I am doing it for my pride. The old man banged at the table with the painting on it. Then, Eric stroked the porcelain he had bought and started speaking. Then, would you give me a refund to me if mine turns out to be fake? The old man frowned and nodded. Fine, I will. Eric's lips curled up at this. It meant his porcelain was real. Hagen had appraised so, but Eric was the buyer. More assurance, of course, made him happy. A huge amount of money was involved in that deal. However, as the situation was going this way, Hagen thought he could take advantage of it. How can I believe that? You can just sell it and deny it later. Eric was surprised as much as the old man. He put a hand on Hagen's shoulder and whispered, "What are you doing? I thought Eastern people were all about being polite." He was right to be confused, so Hagen quietly poked his side. The old man was dumbfounded. Hagen added, "And you just implied that the dish was Bottager's. Of course, you said you didn't say so, but, frankly, you knew that we would think that way. So?" Hagen's face showed some doubt. The old man snorted. "Ha! Fine. If you can't believe me, don't buy it. I am too offended to sell it, anyway." He rolled the painting again. Eric looked at Hagen and asked, "But what if it is real? How much would it be?" "Well, at least 2,000 million, dot." Eric showed the old man his phone and talked. "Why don't you just sell this painting? How about 1.4 million Hong Kong dollars? Even if Hagen and Eric had become closer after a few deals, giving a gift that was worth 2,000 million was impossible. Eric knew Hagen was doing it on purpose, so he was trying to revive the negotiation before things went wrong. In fact, Hagen had tried to refuse a few times, so he was a little shocked when the old man rolled the painting. So, he silently thanked Eric for chiming in. 1.4 million? Why? You said you thought it is a fake? This time, Hagen spoke again. But is it really real? If it's fake. Oh, it is real. Then I don't need anything else. Just give me a signature to prove it. A signature? Yes. I'll need it when someone asks me from whom I bought it later. That sounded reasonable, or the promise of 1.4 million was too tempting. The old man frowned and asked, "Then, where should I sign?" "I cannot sign on the painting." "I also can't sign behind the scroll. No, I'll sign here." He picked up a notebook and ripped a page out. "I should write that this painting is real in here, right? That I sold it to you." Hagen tilted his head. "Paper can be ripped, so let's choose something else." "Oh, what about this?" Hagen put the empty ashtray on the table and picked up a pen. Then, he offered it to the old man. "This? I should write on this? Oh, it's a little dirty, right? Just a second, please." The shop had a sink, so Hagen washed the ashtray. He cleaned only the inside lest the old man recognized its real value. Then, he dropped it in front of the old man. "People in this village must know that you used this ashtray. Well, at least some of them must know. Sign on it, and I will believe you." The old man looked at the paper in his hand and the ashtray in turn. "What is the account number? Should I send the money to Jason Chung again?" However, Eric's 1.4 million Hong Kong dollars was too tempting. He ditched the paper and wrote, "I sold Lee Sangbium's painting" on the ashtray. In fact, he had never done anything like this, and Hagen had also never heard of making a deal in this way. Nevertheless, it went that way because 1.4 million Hong Kong dollars was too huge. When it comes to antiques for sale, having them doesn't mean having money. You have to keep waiting for someone who would pay for the right price, but if that person never shows up, that antique is no good to you, no matter how valuable it is. At least you can get a loan when you have a real estate, but with antiques, you buy them with money. And just keep them until you sell them. Of course, the owner should try to sell when the right person was here. That was why he had bought it so easily. Send the money here. The old man wrote a different account number. Apparently, each thing had a different person to be paid to. Then, it was a good deal. They called someone, put the porcelain in the car, said goodbye to the old man with a huge smile and left the shop. As soon as Eric got on the car, he looked at Hagen and asked, "What was going on there? Were you trying to get that ashtray? First, tell me your account number. I'll send you that money." In fact, he didn't mean to buy the painting at 2,000 million won, but as it was a 1+1, he decided to accept it. "I was going to give it to you as a gift, then send me half of it. I was going to pay you your fee. Anyway, how can the appraising fee be higher than the price of the porcelain? This time, it can be. That's how my situation is now. The gift I was going to give you was worth that much, anyway. Let's talk about it later and tell me. My curiosity is killing me. What was that about?" Hagen rubbed the bottom of the ashtray with his hand. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 67. Chapter 67, Clue to the Past, 2. Huh? What? Hagen gave Eric the ashtray. He studied it for a long time. However, there was nothing special. Then, he pointed at the pattern engraved at a corner of its bottom. Was it because of this? If there is something about this ashtray, it has to be this. The pattern he pointed at had a circle around a smaller circle. Additionally, a strange pattern was around the bigger circle. Yes, it's because of that. What pattern is this? This pattern was used in a country called Baekje 1,000 years ago. It is called gilt bronze. Halo. As it was engraved, it looks like it was manufactured in a factory to the ignorant eyes. Eric's jaw dropped. 1,000 years? This was made 1,000 years ago? Yes, do you see the faint circle mark in the middle? Even though it had been washed with water before, it used to contain ash and saliva, so Eric frowned. To see Hagen rub it with bare hands. Do you have to do that? It's fine. I'll wash my hands. Anyway, look here. Something heavy was on this for a long time. As this is made of gilt bronze, it couldn't have been a vase. I think it was a gilt bronze incense burner. Incense burner, you mean with fire? Similar to that. You burn incense made of sap or twig for the scent. You fill a huge container with sand or rice, light the long stick type incense, and make it stand inside the container. Eric recalled something. He slapped his hands. Oh. I remember seeing it in a temple. Yes, the monks lighted incense sticks and put them in huge cauldrons. We use cauldron nowadays, but, at the time, in Baekje, people carved incense burner with great care. Gilt bronze incense burner of Baekje are great. When you use it, the smoke of the incense comes out from dozens of holes. It is magnificent. I haven't seen any incense burner from Baekje, but I wish I could see that gilt bronze incense burner. When you see it with your own eyes, you can find yourself overwhelmed by that mysterious beauty. It is totally different from seeing its photos. Anyway, the bottom is wide and even the form is simple. It would have been a matching base for the splendid incense burner of Baekji. Who, impressive. You are as great as this base. You recognized all that in such a short time. However, that old man must have been in business for a long time, and he failed to recognize the pattern of that Baekji? If this pattern had belonged to one of China's old nations, of course, he would have known. However, even if Korea and China are in the same cultural area, it is hard to know another country's thousand-year-old pattern. Then, what about you? If you had been in his position? Eric didn't need to ask that question. Of course, I would have known. I am an appraiser. On the other hand, that old man is an antique dealer. If he and I have the same amount of knowledge, why would people hire me, paying a high fee? Heijin shrugged while Eric touched his nose and smiled. Well, of course. Anyway, congratulations on getting an artifact from 1,000 years ago. Even if it is a base. He was congratulating, but, at the same time, he was feeling sorry. As he said, it was a great artifact. But it wasn't good enough to be one of the main artifacts in Heijin's museum. However, if this was the end, Heijin wouldn't have tried so hard to take it. He had taken it out because he was hoping to find other artifacts hidden somewhere like this. If he is unlucky, he would find nothing, but if he is lucky, he might be able to find the matching incense burner. However, what were you going to give me as my gift? Why? I gave you 1,000 million won. Do you still want more? I'm just curious. I wouldn't take it even if you gave it to me. Heijin wasn't just saying that. A gift that was worth too much would come back as a price to pay later. So, Heijin found the 1,000 million Eric had given him burdening. Actually, I was going to stop by at Jason Chang's painting shop as I am in Hong Kong. You know the massive amount of oil painting that goes in that place, right? Was that a coincidence? Wow. I just bought a David from Jason Chang's shop, and we almost went there again? David? Jacques Louis David? Eric looked even more surprised than when he had been about the ashtray. Yes. I wasn't there to buy for myself but to help someone else. However, I really didn't like that place. He just spread out paintings as if he was someone great and told us to choose. He was openly trying to rip people off. Forget about that. So, which painting from David did you buy? You wouldn't be talking about it if the painting you appraised was a fake. Why? You want to buy it? If it's David's, of course, I should. Regardless of the price. It was a great life. To buy anything one wanted, suddenly, Heijin wondered how much good deeds he had to do in order to be born as Eric Holton in the next life. What did you do during the last life that you were born with such a silver spoon? I don't know, either. If I knew that, I would be doing many good deeds now. There's no guarantee that my good deeds would make me be born like this again in the next life, so I am just enjoying this life. Ha ha ha. Eric burst into laughter. Then, he looked at Heijin. Oh, although you are not as rich as I am, you have great abilities. You must have done a lot of good deeds in your last life, too. Anyway, forget this useless joke and tell me. As far as I know, there wasn't any unfound painting from David in Jason Chang's shop. Then, it must be in a museum or a gallery. What is it? You know David's The Death of Marat, right? Of course, he did. Eric was shocked. Heijin could see his eyes get bigger. You're saying the painting you bought is real? However, it's in the Royal Museums of Fine Arts of Belgium. I'm not saying that painting in Brussels is fake. It's just that David made 2 paintings. What are you talking about? 2 paintings. Hagen explained the painting's history to Eric. However, he found it hard to believe. No way. If you can't believe it, don't. But at least, I think so. If someone else had told me what you just told me, I would have called that person crazy. Your expression tells me you are thinking something like that. Actually, a little. Okay, I won't try to deny your appraisal. It's just so hard to believe. It's not like you are going to buy it, anyway. So just let it go. Hagen was calm while Eric yelled, "How can I let it go like that? It's not like you spent your money, aren't you overreacting? If someone sees you now, that person would think you have bought a fake David? It is that shocking. Then, how much did you pay for it? As I said, I'm not the one who bought it, so I cannot tell you. You know it is an unspoken rule. Don't ask the price unless it was bought on auction. I don't know of such a rule. None of my friends know of that kind of rule. Then, it exists only in Korea. Anyway, I'm not the painting's owner, so I cannot tell you. But to give you a hint. A hint? It is over $1 billion. Eric looked disappointed. Then, you thought you could buy a David under $1 billion? From Jason Chang? They kept talking about Murat's death for a long time, then they went to the hotel Eric had booked. Hagen had planned to go back right away, but Eric stopped him, saying he shouldn't go back immediately after coming all the way to Hong Kong. Plus, he wanted Hagen to meet someone. They took some rest, then Eric took Hagen to the restaurant of the same hotel. He had made a reservation in advance. When they went inside, there was an old gentleman with white hair waiting for them. Eric smiled and lightly bowed his head. Hagen thought he was being very polite toward the old man. "It's been a while, sir." "Is it him?" The old gentleman looked like a Jewish. He had to be at least 70. "Yes, sir. I've never seen a better appraiser than him personally." Hagen bowed. "Hello. I am Park Hagen. Korean names are always quite unusual. Hagen, it is hard to pronounce, but I guess I will have to get used to it. Nice to meet you, I am Anthony Goldberg." Hagen took his hand and shook it. Eric smiled at him and pointed at a chair. "Sit. You are today's hero. Hagen didn't know what was going on, so he couldn't say anything. Therefore, he just sat down. Anthony lifted a wine bottle and filled Hagen's glass. "I think good appraisers deserve to be admired. For that reason, I am very excited and nervous. Do you understand?" "Of course not." Anthony looked extremely rich. Why would he be nervous because of Hagen? "I don't know. You don't believe me. However, it's true. The harmony between a great artifact and the appraiser always makes me exclaim. When I heard about an Asian appraiser who knows a lot about Western paintings, I wanted to meet you." "Thank you, but may I ask why?" "When it comes to business, human relationships matter. One comment brings success or failure. Rather than analyzing an assumption based on statistics. He could have just said what it was about. "Are you going to give a gift to someone?" The old gentleman smiled with the wine in his mouth. "Yes. I need a gift for the royal family in Saudi Arabia. However, there is a small problem. I want you to handle that problem. Would it be possible? I don't know if you know this, but my fee is higher than the other appraisers. I take 1% of the appraised price. Do you still want to hire me?" I guess you are worthy of that. Eric here is more accurate about people than about artifacts. Okay then, I'll take the job. I'll explain the details tomorrow. Today, you should take some rest. Then, Hagen left the room. Eric followed him and put his arm around Hagen's shoulder. Now, let's go to dinner, just you and me. But who is he? And what does he want from me? Eric went into another room, sat down, and spoke. He looked serious. Remember what I told you before? About the source of artifacts of that private auction being suspicious. Hagen recalled the conversation they had in Eric's home. Yes, but what does it have to do with this? That old man you just met is the only known man among the auction's hosts. What? Eric picked up his fork and lightly hit the table with it. I heard there's this saying in Asia, to catch a tiger, go to the tiger's cave. I'll go into the cave, so just check if the tiger is there. Okay? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 68. Chapter 68, Deal with an Arabian Prince, 1. The steak from a 5-star hotel in Hong Kong tasted really special. However, before Hagen could fully enjoy it, Eric forced him to decide. Why? Are you worried? I am more curious than worried. Why are you into this? No one would blame you for standing by. I don't understand why someone rich like you would want to do something like this. Hagen had seen people with power and wealth doing all kinds of bad things on the media. So, he couldn't be sure if Eric's intention were really pure. However, Eric took Hagen's question with pleasure. Ha ha. Yes, you can doubt me. If you can't believe me, don't believe me and just take the job. You've already met that old man anyway. Yes, but somehow, Hagen didn't have a bad feeling about this, maybe because of his trust in Eric. He will tell you tomorrow, but that old man will show you 3 paintings. He is going to give one of them to Prince Abdullah Al Samadi of the Arab Emirates, but the problem is that this prince has high standards. No, more accurately, his appraiser is great at his job. There was something Hagen couldn't understand. What does it have to do with me having to see those 3 paintings? Eric's smile faded. I wonder that, too. Strange, isn't it? Why does he want his paintings appraised again? He doesn't know if they are real? Or maybe they can be fake? Does it make sense? He doubts his own paintings and wants you to take another look. That's what I'm talking about. Right? Well, let's say that could happen. Sometimes it does, you know. You cannot trust your own decision, but even if I think so, there's one more thing that bothers me. What? That old man was bragging about himself so much that everyone knows what kind of antiques he has in his home. However, he's not talking about this. Maybe he cannot talk about it. Hagen didn't feel that Anthony was too talkative, so he couldn't understand Eric 100%, but he just thought it might be. That can be true. So, I recommended you. I don't know what those 3 paintings are yet. However, I thought you might be able to find out something while you appraise them. You're saying something bad might have happened when he got those paintings? Maybe, maybe not. So, don't take it as if you are going to do something important. No need to think of yourself as an agent from Mission Impossible. Just appraise those paintings and let me know if there's anything suspicious. Then, I'll take it from there. What if things go wrong? You said he is extremely rich. He must have great powers. Come on. You don't know me well enough yet, but I can demonstrate some power if I want to. He cannot easily mess up with me. Okay. I was wondering why you were going to give me that 1,000,000,001 gift, but I guess it was for this. You know, sometimes you give, and sometimes you receive. Hagen thought he should have taken that 2,000,000,000. It wasn't like 1,000,000,000 was a small amount of money. The next day, they met Anthony at the hotel's lobby. He then gave Hagen a plane ticket. You should come to Dubai with me. I'm not seeing the paintings here? Anthony lightly hit Hagen's shoulder and smiled. They are in Dubai. Bringing them to Hong Kong and taking them to Dubai again would have made things complicated. You should have seen them in the States before they left, or you would have to go to Dubai. Although if you can just appraise them with photos, you can finish the job here. Can you do it? Appraising while seeing the real artifacts was hard, so appraising accurately with photos? That was impossible. Hagen had no choice but to go. Then, I should go with you. Haha, good. I won't be bored on the way. The journey to Dubai with Anthony was both bad and good. Hagen really liked the comfort of a first-class seat, but the conversation with Anthony was quite puzzling. Hagen knew that Anthony was obsessed with paintings just after 5 minutes. He also had such a great self-pride that Hagen was forced to receive a lecture on how happy his life was with all the women and wealth. Hagen could totally understand why Eric had said Anthony liked to boast about himself and was very talkative. One good thing was that as Eric was with them, Hagen could take some rest while he handled Anthony. The sunlight of the desert was dry and sharp. They went to the worldly famous Hotel Burj Khalifa. I am liking Anthony Goldberg for the first time. I've always wanted to stay here. Hagen whispered to Eric. He smiled. You must have had a hard time on the plane. People get talkative when they get older, but rich old men are the worst. I hope you don't become like that when you get old. Judging from my nature, I doubt it. Anyway, I have high hopes for you. Eric expectantly looked at Hagen. They arrived at a pre-booked suite room. There were Buffy guards standing in front of it. However, one of them put a hand in front of Eric's chest and shook his head. I guess I'm not qualified. Eric spoke as if he was just disappointed, but his eyes were full of pity. I'm sorry. The secret must be kept, so I cannot take you with us. Anthony looked sorry. Hagen didn't know if it was real, but if he was lying, he was a good actor. Okay. Do well. I'll wait in the lobby. I hope you aren't planning to eat him? Eric smiled as if it were a joke, but Hagen could see he wasn't asking it as a joke. Anthony also answered without a smile. Are you going to turn me into a cruel criminal? Ha ha. I was joking. Then, I'll see you later. Eric left while Hagen followed Anthony into the room. There were 3 paintings in the living room. Sir. A white woman with blonde hair greeted Anthony. She was about 170 centimeters tall and was wearing a 2-piece suit. She looked at Anthony with love. That was suspicious. Well, time to prove me why you have flown thousands of kilometers. What do you think about my paintings? Each painting Anthony proudly introduced was enough to make Hagen's jaw drop. The one on the left had a dancing girl who showed Degas' style. A red color that caught the eyes, a delicate expression and gesture that contrasted to the color, and middle-aged men watching her. It was a typical Degas. Degas' painting alone was shocking enough, but the next painting was Gauguin's. It showed a riverbank with the sunset. Hagen had never heard of Gauguin drawing such a painting. However, the painting showed the red river that couldn't exist in the real world with Go's unique, overflowing energy. The red river ruffled as if it were about to flood over the artist, and the strange bird that flew over it was ominously black. The last painting was Go's, too. It showed sunflowers stuck in a vase on a table. Heijin could see it. Was one of Go's sunflowers series. Impressive. How did you get these paintings? I was lucky. Oh, and of course I spent a lot of money. Each of these had an astronomical price. However, I'm not lying about being lucky. You cannot get what you cannot find, no matter how wealthy you are. That's right. However, what do you want me to do? Should I just pick the real paintings? Anthony reclined on a sofa. Then, he got some wine from his beautiful secretary and slowly took a sip. On our way here, we talked about many things. I could see that you were bored, but I didn't stop. Do you know why? Heijin felt like he had been busted. However, he didn't want to bother to deny it, so he sat down next to Anthony. Well, you knew, and you did it on purpose? Isn't that too mean? The secretary frowned, but Anthony raised his hand to tell her not to be rude. Hoo-hoo. I'm sorry if it looked that way. I always like to talk. It's because I can see what the people I'm talking to are thinking. Agitated, bored, delighted, excited. However, it was strong. Most people who get on a plane with me show delight and excitement. No one has so openly shown that they were bored like you. Oh, really? People who act like me are mostly as wealthy as I am. In other words, people who think they cannot get anything from me are that bored. Okay. Heijin kept answering, but he couldn't see what this had to do with the paintings. That's what I'm worried about. You cannot act like that in front of the Prince Samadhi, who you will meet in an hour or . For a moment, Heijin thought he wasn't hearing properly. Why would he meet Prince Samadhi? As far as I know, I'm here to appraise paintings. You are. You are also going to introduce these paintings instead of me. And, why should I do that? If you want to leave after appraising, I won't stop you. However, if you leave after promoting these paintings and leave good impression on the prince, I will give you a bonus. In fact, Heijin had just spent 1,000 million, so earning more money was good, but he was not going to lunge in like an idiot for money. Well, I think the appraisal fee would be enough. Anthony interrupted. Tell me your terms. I've never met anyone who hates money. People pretend like they don't need it. But it is always about the amount. Now, Heijin thought just refusing would be a little funny. He would look like a coward. Okay. You are going to sell one of these, right? It can be one, it can be more. Apparently, Anthony wasn't sure about his paintings. All the better for Heijin. How much are you planning to get? Anthony narrowed his eyes and looked at Heijin. He couldn't answer quickly. He looked at the paintings. Heijin didn't press him. The choice was up to Anthony, and pressing him wouldn't look cool. $50 million at most. When Anthony spoke, his secretary was surprised. It was more than what she had imagined. If the ghost paintings were real, the total price being higher than 50 million wouldn't be hard. Heijin could easily get him 50 million with the two ghost paintings. Nevertheless, Anthony said 50 million. He was clearly thinking that at least one or two of the paintings were fake. Good. Then, the price of the 3 paintings is $50 million. And, if I get more, I'll take the rest of the money. Do you agree? Anthony's eyes shook. Then, he looked at the 3 paintings in front of him. You can get more with these? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 69. Chapter 69, Deal with an Arabian Prince, 2. Antique metal merchants made big profits for a long time. They buy valuable objects at a low price and sell them at a much higher price like Gadasis, but they also take others' items and sell their things at a high price. The method they used most frequently when they are entrusted to sell is called the stable operation. It is the same with a real estate business stable operation. When something is sold at a higher price than the actual price the seller wants, the middleman takes the rest of the money. Of course, the seller should know about this so that there won't be any problem later. If the middleman uses this method without telling the seller, he becomes a fraud. In conclusion, the buyer uses this trick to encourage the middleman. That offer confuses me greatly. Anthony must have done this kind of deal before. However, this deal was as important as selling a company. Really? I am surprised to see you confused. No. If you had asked for $1 million or $2 million, I would have given you that money without thinking twice. However, what you are just suggesting doesn't have a limit. So, my mind is exploding with all kinds of thoughts. I see. However, why does that sound like you are being stingy to me? Hagen reclined on the sofa and put his arm on the armrest comfortably. He wasn't worried about Anthony being one of the richest men in the world. Right now, Hagen held the high ground. I told you earlier. Money can manipulate everyone. It's just the needed some differ from person to person. You seem to be testing me. Now, I cannot stop thinking about how I would feel if you sell these at 60 million. What about 70 million? Or 80 million? You are honest. I think you didn't have to tell me that. However, you would have known why I was hesitating, anyway. So, have you made up your mind? Anthony didn't answer. He kept staring at the paintings. Again, Hagen didn't speak and waited for Anthony to talk. Time passed. Hagen was absorbed into the paintings when the secretary started approaching. Anthony. He will come soon. At this, Hagen looked at Anthony. He sighed and then opened his mouth. I thought I would only have pleasure here. However, I think I won't be that happy even if I sell these at the price I wanted. In Korea, there's this saying, when your cousin buys land, you get a stomachache because of jealousy. I've thought that applies only to people who don't have much. Are you getting a stomachache? Anthony took his eyes from the painting and looked at Hagen. He looked shocked. Do you know how hard getting those paintings was? If I had been just rich, they would have never come into my hands. I've gone through a long time of patience and countless disputes. However, you are about to go over all those efforts and earn millions with just a few words. During the flight there, Hagen had thought Anthony was a cool man, although he had some ego problems and was talkative. But now, it turned out he was just pretending to be kind. Inside, he was full of greed. Of course, he would get greedy. Then, he could offer different terms or cancel his offer itself, but he wasn't doing either of it. He found it embarrassing to take back what he said to an appraiser, so he couldn't make a decision. He just dragged for time. He was waiting for Hagen to change his mind. Then, should I take back my offer? I'll just consider coming to Dubai as sightseeing. You will not appraise? No. I came all the way here to appraise, so, of course, I will appraise. I cannot break a promise. If he wanted to refuse to appraise, he should have done that in Hong Kong. He couldn't do that now. Hagen spoke as if he would appraise but give up the additional offer. Anthony's hardened face slightly relaxed. Good. I cannot take your offer, so you will only appraise the paintings. Anthony tried to smile. However, Hagen could feel that he was greatly offended. Okay. We all make mistakes. This is embarrassing. Actually, Hagen didn't like Anthony changing his mind after all those bluffing about his wealth. So, he decided to quickly appraise, get out of here and go sightseeing. He sat up and went to the paintings. You think there's a fake among these, right? Anthony slightly frowned. I want your genuine appraisal. Just tell me what you see and what you know. He seemed to think Hagen had asked this to test him. All the paintings are real. They all show the perfect style of the artists. Really? There must be a reason why you thought you could get more than $50 million. Tell me more. Anthony brightened up at hearing that all 3 paintings were real, unlike what he had thought. Here, this dancing woman painting shows the structure Degas frequently used. Look at the colors. Lead white, chrome yellow, pure ultramarine and ivory black. All of them are often used by Degas. The lines of the background and characters are also very delicate. They show Degas's style that set a high value on sketching. Yes, I knew that, too. Degas thought sketching was important. Anthony nodded like a student learning something he already knew. Asgo's paintings show the extremely unique style. There are many fakes. But basically, even fakes of the greatest quality cannot imitate the amazing world of Go's unstable mind. It's the difference from a real lunatic and a guy pretending to be mad. Ha ha ha. I agree. I've seen a couple of Go's fakes. His paintings have something beyond ordinary. People's imagination. That's why I thought it isn't a fake. I couldn't get any bad feeling like I normally do when I see fakes. For that to be true, he seemed to be in great joy now, unlike when he had thought there was a fake. But Hagen decided to move on. As for Go's last painting, it is one of his Sunflowers series. It is a little plain than the previous painting, but as it is supposed to be so, it makes me sure it is real. Fakes show strange tricks to give the feeling of Go. Clap clap. Anthony was feeling so good. He even clapped and stood up. Good, very good. Was your fee 1%? I will give you 1% of the sold price at the scene immediately. Good. Hagen now had a reason to watch the deal if he were asked to leave. If Anthony sold the paintings at $50 million and told Hagen that he sold at $30 million later, he would not be able to know the truth. 1% of $50 million is a huge amount of money, 5,000 million in Korean won. It was too much for it to be earned with just a few words, but Hagen had come all the way to Dubai. Anthony turned to his secretary. Give this young man some wine. Waiting might bore him. Yes, sir. Do you want white wine? Or red? I don't want wine, but if you have champagne, I'll have that. I will get your champagne. She smiled and turned around. Anthony then spoke. I have prepared a $5,000 champagne. It would be perfect to celebrate. I asked for champagne because I prefer it more, but so what? We might get something to celebrate for. The $5,000 champagne tasted awesome. Hagen forgot all about the prince and drank it while watching Dubai's great view. Then, someone knocked on the door. The door opened and a man with Middle Eastern clothes, shoes that showed his feet and a white turban on his head came in. He was young, not even 30, and a white man was with him. He had to be the prince's personal appraiser. Prince Samadhi shook hands with Anthony and went straight to the paintings. Oh ho! Heijin understood that, but he couldn't understand the rest of his mutters. He knew English, Japanese, and Chinese, but he didn't know Arabic. While Prince Samadhi enjoyed the painting, Anthony drank the wine on the sofa and waited for him to finish. Heijin had thought he would be very polite, but he wasn't, so he could feel that the mood was not that heavy. The prince and his appraiser talked in a small voice for about 5 minutes. Then, the appraiser with the neat hair combed with wax turned to Anthony. Prince Samadhi likes the paintings very much. Anthony nodded, as if it was only right, and smiled. Ah, that's good. The prince wants to buy all 3 paintings. What is the price? Anthony was confident now. He set a price higher than what he had told Heijin earlier. I'm thinking $60 million. However, the white man frowned as if he had heard it wrong. $60 million? Yeah. 60 million US dollars. That's the price for those 3 paintings. The white man whispered to the prince. He probably told him the price. However, Prince Samadhi was also startled at hearing the price. He looked at Anthony, shook his head, and said something in Arabic. His appraiser nodded and interpreted. He thinks 60 million is too much. Anthony thought things were going differently from what he had thought. His smile vanished. Then, what do you think is a reasonable price? The prince says $40 million. That made sense. Anthony straightened his back on the sofa. That price is hard to accept for us. These are paintings from Go and Degas. Aren't the 2 paintings of Go alone clearly worth over 40 million? Anthony was thinking that if each party gave up $10 million, they would be able to make the deal at the price he wanted, but what the appraiser said next shattered his expectation. 40 million for 3 paintings. If that can't be done, we'll give up the Degas. $35 million for the 2 paintings from Go. The deal was going in a totally different direction from Anthony's plan. Now, selling the paintings at 50 million was off the table. Isn't 35 million for 2 paintings from Go too cheap? Anthony asked, but the white appraiser was cold. Then, please find someone who will pay more for the paintings. At that, Anthony looked at Heijin. The moment their eyes met, Heijin spoke. Do you need my help? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 70. Chapter 70, Deal with an Arabian Prince, 3. Anthony thought about that and soon nodded. When selling, your words and actions differ depending on whether you know it well or not. It is hard to convince someone by guaranteeing the value of something. Additionally, the white man had far greater knowledge about paintings than Anthony. He couldn't just ask for a little more money. Why don't you explain? The white man was looking with confusion, so Anthony spoke vaguely. He didn't want them to know that there was a deal between himself and Heijin. Shall I? Heijin also asked back vaguely. However, he didn't move. He just stared at Anthony. Yes, now. Anthony spoke as if he couldn't understand what Heijin was doing, but Heijin crossed his arms and just stared at the paintings. It looked like he was thinking about the paintings, but Anthony couldn't stand Heijin dragging the time and not saying anything. He came to Heijin and spoke in a low voice. What are you doing? Go and explain. Am I supposed to help you for free? Or, have you accepted my earlier offer? What? Anthony knew. He knew, But he was pretending to have forgotten about the offer and was trying to drag Hagen in. However, Hagen made his point clear. Anthony slightly panicked, but he immediately nodded. Fine. I will accept that offer. Why don't we write a contract so that we would be able to trust each other? Hagen was not worried at all about Anthony's anger. He crossed his arms and acted as if there was nothing wrong. If you had accepted my offer earlier, I wouldn't do this. However, now that I know you can change your words anytime, I should get a guarantee before I proceed. We cannot afford to sign a contract in this situation. I gave you an offer and refused yours earlier. I hadn't promised I would accept your terms, no matter what they were. But now, I accept. I will accept. So end this damn situation now. He spoke in a low voice so only Hagen could understand him, but everyone could see that he was mad. Anyway, Hagen smiled at Anthony's red face and nodded. Okay then, I will trust you. Prince Samadhi got curious at seeing Anthony lose his cool at an Asian in the middle of the deal. He sat on the sofa and looked at Hagen, waiting for him to say something. $35 million for the 2 paintings from Go. Is that your prince's opinion or yours? Hagen passed Anthony and asked the white man. He flinched and looked at the prince. It told Hagen that it wasn't the prince's idea to lower the price so much. Of course, it's the prince's opinion. Only then did he say that it had been the prince's decision, but he had told the answer already with his action. Okay. Let's move on with that. But for what reasons do you think the 2 paintings from Go are worth $35 million? You can't be thinking that all Go paintings go for over $10 million. Many are worth below that. And, Go still life paintings are not thought to be very valuable, and this one is from a series. So, how much do you think this still life painting is worth? We think $7 million would be reasonable. That made sense. However, the still life painting was not the one that mattered. Then, you are thinking this painting is worth about $28 million, right? Hagen pointed at Go's painting of the sun setting in the riverbank. The white appraiser nodded. Yes. At this, Hagen went behind the painting and went to Prince Samadhi. Well, so, you think this painting is only worth $28 million? Do you know the meaning of this painting? Oh, you don't have to buy it, so please talk comfortably. I'm here as an appraiser. I am just curious. The white man shrugged and answered. I don't know what kind of answer you want to hear, but, in my opinion, Go drew this during his last days, when his mental disease was the most serious. So, although it shows his style, it is not that creative. It is very similar to Wheatfield with crows, which he drew before he killed himself. There's nothing else. He said exactly what he thought. I agree. It might look that way at a glance. At a glance? Yes. It could look that way at a glance. That is why Hagen had thought Anthony wouldn't be able to receive much for the paintings, even though they were all real. However, he couldn't just end like that, and he wondered how Go drew it at the time, so he had used magic to look into the past without Anthony and his secretary noticing. The result was amazing. This painting was not just one of Go's last works, it was his final piece on which he had signed right before he killed himself. The white appraiser was angry with Hagen for degrading his appraisal as an amateur's. You are rude and arrogant. What's your name? Are you Chinese? Or Japanese? I will officially protest to your country's appraisal committee right away. Please don't get mad. Listen to me first. Hagen had touched his pride on purpose, but it was a little funny to watch him react so passionately. I am getting mad? You are giving me a lesson. Well, tell me. What is there if you look closer? If he had been alone, he wouldn't have reacted so fiercely. However, Hagen thought he was angry. Because he was being insulted in front of the prince. Although he was interpreting for the prince, it was possible that he could understand a simple conversation. As you know, Go died in Auvers-sur-Oise. At the time, he was tormented with the guilt of relying on his brother economically and the disputes with the people around him. Because of the sense of shame about failing to succeed as an artist, his depression reached his peak. This painting is his last painting which he drew, watching the river that flowed in front of Auvers-sur-Oise right before he died. After drawing this, he showed his sorrow to his brother and shoot himself with a pistol. The white man snorted. Ha! You are making things up. Then, show us the proof. Why is this Go's last painting? Hagen crossed his arms in front of the painting. Then, he slowly knelt down. Go left his last words to his brother Theo before he died. However, he left them in red paint on the red riverbank so that no one would be able to recognize them. Well, what did he write? This was Anthony speaking. Even he couldn't believe Hagen. His voice was full of doubt. Hagen pointed at the river in the painting with his index. Look here. The movement of the river is strange. It says pigeon is het eend in Dutch. Can you see it? At this, the white man, his prince, and even Anthony went to the painting. It was so delicately hidden that if Hagen hadn't seen the past, he wouldn't have been able to find it. After searching it for long, Anthony yelled first. Oh! I found it! This is it! Yes, that's it! After Anthony, the white man and the prince found it in turn and exclaimed. The white man's face turned red with a thrill as he carefully traced the letters. However, what does that mean? Actually, Hagen didn't know what that meant. So, he had secretly searched its meaning on the internet. After using magic. Pain is over. At Hagen's answer, the white man exclaimed. Ah! Anthony sat on the sofa again and thought about it. Pain is over, pain is over? Go once said, pain is forever. Then, pain is over means? That he was about to give up his life. That there would be no more pain. That fits Go. However, why did he hide this like that? The white man answered this question. Because of the guilt he felt toward his brother and the desperation he felt when facing death without success. So, he wanted to hide it although he was admitting it. Oh, maybe this red hue represents his own blood. Anthony agreed with him. Yes. The color that represents Go is yellow. He never filled the entire canvas with red. Maybe he thought about his own end as he painted this. As they all knew well about art, they found their own answers without Hagen's further explanation. The white man whispered to the prince about the secret of the painting. The prince nodded as he listened. Then, he exclaimed and pointed at the painting. The prince wants to buy this painting very much. At how much he wants to buy it? The white man looked into Hagen's eyes. However, Hagen's eyes were calm without any emotion. He soon gave up. How much do you want to receive? Same with the start. 50 million. The white man looked surprised. Then, he talked to his prince. In the meantime, Anthony drank the wine and tried to not look nervous. The prince accepts the deal. Anthony smiled. Then, you are giving up Degas's painting? Actually, the prince doesn't like this painting from Degas. He thinks paintings like this that emphasizes the woman's body are religiously problematic. Oh, really? Yes. So, even if he buys this painting, he would give it to someone else as a gift. Heijen hadn't thought of that. To think of such a beautiful painting in such a way, however, to think about it, it wasn't all bad. Then, what about giving it as a gift? The price is already over what the prince had in mind. He says he cannot spend more. Anthony chimed in. If it is hard, then suggesting more would not be polite. I can find its owner somewhere else. He was doing that because he wouldn't get more even if the price went up, but Heijen couldn't let that happen. No matter what Anthony said, Heijen had the right to sell those 3 paintings, so he didn't care and announced it to the prince. $1. How about $1? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 71. Chapter 71, Deal with an Arabian Prince, 4. What are you talking about? $1? Anthony yelled, but Heijen looked into his eyes and calmly spoke. Shouldn't I try to earn more than 50 million with the 3 paintings? That wasn't wrong, so Anthony couldn't answer for a moment. And, at that moment, Prince Samadhi nodded. He will buy it at $1. It was the right decision. The prince and his appraiser must have known things were going in a weird way, but they proceeded with the deal without asking. The paintings clearly belonged to Anthony, but the Asian appraiser was offering a crazy price. They might as well have asked if that made sense, but they just let Heijen do what he did. Anthony's face was now red. Heijen turned to him and asked, "Will you proceed?" "I gave you my words, so I have no choice." Anthony gave up. He plopped on the sofa and drank some wine. At this, the white appraiser smiled. Then, he went to Anthony's appraiser, talked about the money, and transferred the money right away. After that, the lawyer, who had been waiting, came in to finish the deal. "You are a great appraiser. I am impressed. Please forgive me for overreacting earlier. In fact, I'm still a little mad." The white appraiser offered his hand. "I'm sorry. I know I crossed the line. Anyway, it's been a good deal." Heijen took his hand to shake it, but then he felt something in his hand. He casually put the hand in his pocket after the handshake. Actually, he had planned to find the prince with Eric Holton's help in secret, but if the appraiser had just given him his phone number, he wouldn't have to. Prince Samadhi and his appraiser left the room. Anthony then glared at Heijen. "Did you have to do that? If you had asked for $1 million or $2 million as a bonus, I would have given it to you without thinking twice. But $1? Were you trying to screw me over? If it wasn't to humiliate me, you wouldn't have done that and got $1. Actually, Heijen really wanted to screw Anthony. When he saw the pass-through magic, the process of Anthony acquiring that goes painting outraged him. Heijen still remembered the tears from the real owners of the paintings when it was taken away from them. He just didn't know how Anthony had taken it from them. He couldn't see the details. Nevertheless, he couldn't openly offend Anthony. He was one of the wealthiest men in the world, and Heijen was only an appraiser. Even a kid would know that getting on bad terms with him wouldn't be good. So, Heijen politely bowed to Anthony. "I'm sorry. I know you have every reason to accuse me. However, I didn't sell that painting at $1. To offend you. Then, why did you do it? You were thinking $50 million for the price of the 3 paintings. So, of course, I thought you would accept my rights. Like a bonus. Yes. That's why if you had asked for $10 million for the Degas painting, I would have said nothing. It would have been you using your rights. However, asking for $1 is just mocking me. That's not it. I just chose something more valuable than the $10 million. The anger in Anthony's eyes started to fade. Something more valuable than $10 million? What is that? I have an art museum in Korea. So, I want to see many artifacts exhibited in my museum. I was going to befriend Prince Samadhi by doing him a favor and sign an exhibition contract with him. I think that would be much more valuable than $10 million. Ha! Anthony's jaw dropped. What Hagen said was something he didn't even imagine. I am sorry for making you lose your cool in front of the prince. That was embarrassing. However, you earned $50 million instead. Ha! I should have rejoiced at that moment, but I humiliated myself in front of you. He seemed to be very ashamed of what he had done. And it was only because if he had accepted Hagen's terms in the first place, he wouldn't have been forced to ask Hagen in the middle of the negotiation, and he would have not gotten mad in front of the prince. Of course, he might still have gotten mad even after accepting the terms and seeing Hagen give over the painting at $1, but no one knows what would have happened as something else could have happened. Things like that happens. You don't have to be so ashamed. When you meet Eric later, please don't tell him what just happened. I cannot bear to see his face. Now, he will surely be disappointed. He was implying that he was more powerful than Eric. Of course. I'll just tell him that you sold 3 paintings to Prince Samadhi. What kind of paintings? They were, at how much they were sold, I'll wipe that from my mind. Then, are you now going to go to Prince Samadhi? Hagen had wanted to keep it as a secret, but, as he had already mentioned it to make excuses, he decided to talk openly. Yes, I wish I could meet him and talk. Do you want my help? Anthony's eyes were full of curiosity. It showed that he didn't fully trust Hagen. He was suspecting that Hagen was trying to pull a scheme after selling a Degas at $1. It's okay. I'll get Eric's help. Oh, and I won't tell him about Degas painting, so don't worry. I know. I believe you wouldn't do that. Anyway, it's a shame. I am slightly curious about what kind of deal you want to discuss with the prince. If I need your help, I'll contact you anytime. Actually, I haven't planned this trip to Dubai, so I'm enjoying it very much. And the prince of this country, this is like a dream. Ha ha. Call me anytime. Judging from your skills, I will have to ask for your help again. Then, I'll give you my business card. Hagen had made his business card when he opened his museum. He cried a little when he saw it for the first time. It read Director Park Hagen. It reminded him of his father. Park Hagen Art Museum, huh? I think I've heard of it. It's quite an issue these days because of the new Picasso painting. Anthony was surprised at hearing this. He applauded. Yes. I remember now. How could I not recognize the owner of the Picasso's painting when he was right in front of my eyes? I'm a fool, I've become a fool. It wasn't because he was a fool, but because he only cared about himself. He had talked about himself for 10 hours on their way to Dubai and didn't wonder about Hagen, so how he could know? That can happen. You know it now, and that's what matters. If you come to Korea later, I'll open my museum just for you so that you will able to enjoy the paintings alone. Ha ha ha. You know how to read my mind. Good, good. I like that. Anthony burst into laughter. Then, he gave Hagen an envelope. Your appraisal fee for today. 500,000 and an additional 100,000. He spoke as if he was giving a tip to a waiter, but $100,000 is 100 million in Korean won. The amount of money was just too big for it to be given away even when you were in a good mood. You don't have to. Haejin tried to refuse, but Anthony stopped him. No, you don't have to. That 100,000 is for the mistake I made. Although I have asked you to keep this as a secret, words aren't enough. Just forget what happened today with a glass of wine. That old man was thorough. That 100,000 to make Haejin feel guilty about breaking the promise to keep the secret. Haejin was going to tell Eric everything anyway, so what Anthony did was in vain, but he was certainly cunning. Okay. Then, I'll use this money well. Refusing would have made Anthony more suspicious, so Haejin had no choice but to accept it. Then, I'll see you again in Korea, although I don't know when it will be. It's been my pleasure. Then, Haejin left Anthony's room and headed to the lobby. It was because Eric was waiting for him, but suddenly he recalled what he had put in his pocket earlier. He glanced back to check if there was anyone following him. Then, he took it out. It was a small piece of paper folded many times. Haejin unfolded it. There were only numbers. It was clearly someone's phone number. Probably the white appraisers. Haejin wondered if he should meet Eric first or call, but his curiosity won. He called. Hello. It was clearly the voice of the white appraiser. You gave me your number, so I called. Oh, you must be the Asian appraiser. I've been waiting for your call. I hope you are alone? Of course, I am. But why did you give me your number? Then, why did you sell Degas painting at $1? Didn't you do that because you wanted something from us? That was so accurate that Haejin was momentarily dumbfounded. Actually, I own an art museum in Korea. So, I wanted to sign an exhibition contract with the prince. Ah, I see. Let's talk about real matters in person. I'll send you the address. Oh, okay. He immediately mentioned the exhibition contract just as an excuse. What was strange was that he didn't refuse but made an appointment first. What was it for? Was he curious about Haejin because of the skills Haejin had shown earlier? Anyway, Haejin hung up and went down to the lobby. Eric was waiting with glaring eyes. What took you so long? Many things happened. I guess you were very curious? Your eyes are about to shoot laser beams. Of course, I am curious. What happened? Haejin waved his hands and whispered. I can't tell you now. There has to be someone watching us. Oh, right. I just wanted to know. Anyway, well done. However, I guess you have found out something? Well, let's get up first. We're in a hurry. Haejin stood up with a mischievous smile. Eric hurriedly stood up as well. What? We're in a hurry. We must go to meet Prince Samadhi. Eric's eyes widened. Why do you have to meet Prince Samadhi? No, is the prince going to meet you? Eric couldn't believe it. The princes of the Arab Emirates are high officials. In short, they manage the government and national enterprises, so an antiquity appraiser from the East cannot meet them just because he wants to. Thankfully, he will meet me. He sent me an address. Haejin showed the address on his phone to Eric. It's real, but why do you want to meet him? I must ask him for something. And what's that? Haejin had no reason to lie to Eric. He would find out anyway. As soon as they got on the car Eric had rented, Haejin answered with a smile. Degas painting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 72. Chapter 72, Louvre Abu Dhabi, 1. How are you going to make him give you a Degas painting? And wait, there's a Degas painting in the Arab Emirates? There is one now. Of course, Eric understood what that meant. Anthony. He sold Degas painting to Prince Samadi. Then, what were the other two? Hajan didn't plan to hide anything from Eric, so he continued speaking. 2 paintings from Go. One of them belongs to Go's Sunflowers series, and the other was a painting of the riverbank with the sunset. The riverbank painting was Go's very last painting, so it has great value. Go's very last painting? Yes. It is especially valuable because it has Go's last words to his brother, Theo. So, he sold 2 Go's paintings at $50 million to Prince Samadi. Eric shook his head. How much does that old man have to earn with the paintings to be content? Anyway, thanks. You told me what kinds of paintings there were, so I'll find out the rest. Would that be enough? Hajan couldn't help but think about the whale of the family which he had seen through magic. I heard Anthony murmuring to himself. Hajan couldn't pretend to be ignorant and spoke. Eric immediately replied. What did he say? I think he said the paintings were too good for ignorant Irish hicks, but I'm not sure. Eric crossed his arms and thought about it. He seemed to not have heard about the part about Hajan not being sure. Irish hicks, were the painting's previous owners from Ireland? Oh, can you explain me in detail? About the paintings? I cannot explain, but if you can stop in front of a stationery store, I will draw some sketches of them. That would be great. They looked for a stationery store on their way, but they couldn't find one until they arrived. Hajan had to tell Eric that he would draw for him later. The place they arrived at was a huge building called Abu Dhabi Export Public Corporation. Prince Samadi probably worked here. They went to the lobby where a young man was waiting for them. He led them to the top floor. In there, the white appraiser was waiting for Hajan. We meet again. But this is. He hadn't seen Eric at Burj Khalifa Hotel, so he politely stopped him and asked. Nice to meet you. I am Eric Holton, director of FaceNote. I wasn't present at the deal because it was Anthony's deal. However, I am very close to the appraiser Park Hajan here, so I came with him. Of course, if the prince doesn't want me to be here, I'll wait downstairs. The white appraiser looked at Eric for a while and turned. Please, come in. They went in. Prince Samadi was watching the 3 paintings he had just bought and smiled at seeing Hajan. Please, sit. The low, charming voice came from the prince. As he spoke in English, Hajan was surprised as he sat down. Prince Samadi also sat and spoke. I know some simple English, but I don't bother to show it in that kind of meeting. Anthony Goldberg probably knew I know a little English. He just pretended to not know. He said simple English, but he was speaking long sentences with perfect grammar. Well, I am embarrassed by what happened earlier. Let me introduce myself properly. I am Park Hajan from Korea. I appraise artifacts and run an art museum. You appraise and run an art museum, that's interesting. Anyway, nice to meet you. You also don't have to be embarrassed. Even if I hadn't understood it all, Matt Vellon here would have told me everything. The white appraiser's name was Matt Vellon. His name matched his looks. Didn't you blame me earlier? You had to spend tens of millions because of me. Prince Samadhi waved his hand and spoke warmly. Not at all. If you hadn't told me the true value of the paintings, it would have remained as one of those many paintings. As you know, I am rich. Although the price was high, I can afford to not degrade Go's painting. I think I bought the painting at a reasonable price. I am also satisfied. So, you don't have to think like that. He had spent more than $10 million than he had thought, but he was saying it was okay. Was his confidence made through the wealth of the royal family? Heijin had met a few wealthy people, but this kind of force was new. That's good, as I was worried. And, this is Eric Holton. Eric politely bowed at the prince. I am Face Notes director, but I am more interested in paintings than running the company, so I collect paintings for my collection. I happened to meet Mr. Heijin here, and I introduced him to Anthony Goldberg. So, I got to follow them here from Hong Kong. Oh, then Mr. Heijin is not Anthony's personal appraiser. You introduced him to Anthony. That's right. Eric shrugged as if saying, I did well, right? Actually, I don't know much about Korea. However, I think I just got a very good memory about Korea. Today. I gave you that number because you greatly impressed me. I was shocked as if Go himself had come back from the dead to tell me the painting's secret. So, I wanted to talk to you. But Matt told me you want something? He didn't believe about the exhibition contract, either. I told Mr. Velen about the exchange exhibition between my museum and the artifacts owned by your country. I'm aware of that. However, would that be enough? With your skills, I think you could have tried to sell the gas painting at $10 million. Is the exchange exhibition worth $10 million? The prince's eyes had curiosity in them. Actually, it was not only about that. I do want something else, but I don't know if you can. Tell me first. If it's something I can do, I'll do my best to help you. Usually, when provoked like this, people would get mad or redden their faces, but the prince remained calm. It was impressive. I know that a huge museum just opened here in Abu Dhabi. You mean the Louvre Abu Dhabi? Arab Emirates Louvre Abu Dhabi was the first international branch of France's Louvre Museum. It was an awesome building. Its exterior alone was enough to make your jaw drop. Yes. I don't think you want to look around the museum. Do you want something from there? I know that there is an artifact of Shinra, an old Korean country, exhibited there. I wish to get it back. Would it be possible? Prince Samadhi was shocked, his mouth was wide open. Matt Velen answered instead. We do not own that artifact. It is not about power. It is just impossible. The Arab Emirates paid $525 million just to be associated with the Louvre name, and an additional $947 million to loan artifacts from the Louvre for 30 years. So, although the museum was in Abu Dhabi, the exhibited artifacts belonged to the Louvre. They couldn't just give them away. Of course, they couldn't understand why Heijin was making such a request. It is impossible, just as I thought. I just wanted to bring my ancestors' artifact back. You must know the humiliation and exploits suffered by weak countries. Prince Samadhi nodded. I understand. I am also enraged about European countries exhibiting artifacts of the Middle East, which they have stolen. If the valuable artifacts from Korea had been stolen, of course, you should try to get it back. However, I cannot help as it does not belong to us. I'm sorry. The prince was wealthy. Even Anthony couldn't mess with him. However, he was apologizing politely to a stranger. It showed what kind of man he was. Who? I understand. Hagen shook his head to show his disappointment and thought about how to get Degas painting, which he had sold at $1, but then the prince spoke. Then, how about this? Although I cannot give you your country's artifact, I will give you the Degas painting that I bought at $1. Really? Hagen was wondering how he could get it without offending the prince, but he was offering to give it before Hagen even said anything about it. Hagen was delighted but also confused. Degas paintings are indecent. They won't be welcomed here, especially for religious reasons. Well, I guess that can happen. Unfortunately, Edgar Degas forever hated women because of his childhood trauma. This is what happened. When he was young, his mother was having an affair with his uncle, his father's brother, and it got busted. Edgar Degas' father forgave her to protect the family. However, Edgar Degas couldn't forgive his mother. And soon, she fell ill and died. That was hard enough, but his father couldn't forget his wife and turned into a ruined man. Edgar had to watch all that. His anger toward his mother grew and eventually, he started to hate all women. Because of that, his self-portraits were always full of emotionless expression and a sarcastic attitude. With suppressed anger. He couldn't love any woman till he died. But strangely, his paintings were mostly about criticizing bourgeois snobs who thought of women only as sexual objects. As he himself hated women, he probably thought he was different from those snobs. Met Velen told me that the man watching the ballerina from behind is waiting to sleep with her after the show. With such a meaning, I cannot keep it and watch it. At Degas' time, ballerinas were mostly daughters of the poor workers. So, after shows, they were forced to sell themselves to bourgeois. It is thought that Degas didn't look at those ballerinas as his hateful mother but as victims like himself. I see. Then, I'll take it with gratitude. Hagen wanted to cheer, but he tried to keep a straight face. Then, the prince spoke again. If you are not busy, why don't you stay here for a few days? Oh, actually, I went to Hong Kong spontaneously and didn't plan to come to Dubai, so, not. Hagen couldn't say yes, not because spending 2 days in Dubai was a problem but because he was worried about the prince asking him a tricky favor. However, the prince continued speaking with bitterness. There is a museum we are preparing to open. It is as important as the Louvre Abu Dhabi. However, there is a problem. I think Allah might have sent you to me because of that. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 73. Chapter 73, Louvre Abu Dhabi, 2. What do you mean? The words Allah's will somewhat scared Hagen. You must know that the Louvre Abu Dhabi is one of the 3 museums that are built in the Saadiyat Islands Cultural District. The other 2 are not open yet. And one of them, Guggenheim Abu Dhabi, has been built and is ready to be opened. However, while the artifacts were brought here from the US, an international artifact criminal organization tried to switch some of them with fakes and was busted by our agents. Did it make sense? Unlike in the movies, in real life, switching artifacts with fakes is not easy. Why would anyone try to do such a thing? The artifacts must be guarded by numerous security guards and security programs. I see you think this is nonsense, but it's not the case. This international gang is bigger and more thorough than you think. There are so many people entangled in this matter that some of them don't even know they work for a criminal organization. Anyway, this is more than just an artifact heist. This can be turned into a political matter, so we must approach it very carefully. I guess so. But you said they tried to switch. Then there isn't a problem yet, right? No, this is not the problem. Prince Samadhi was serious. He continued. The real problem is that one of the organization's members confessed that they already had switched artifacts when we loaned them from France's Louvre to Abu Dhabi's Louvre. Oh. The crisis was so serious that Hajan couldn't think of what to say. Because of that, the opening of Guggenheim Abu Dhabi has been postponed indefinitely. We have to solve Louvre Abu Dhabi's problem first. So, we must check which artifacts in the Louvre Abu Dhabi is fake, but we do not have enough professionals here. Now, Hajan could clearly see why the prince was asking for his help. This was why he had given him that Degas painting so easily, even though he had bought it at $1. There had to be at least thousands of artifacts from France's Louvre, and checking them all perfectly would not be easy, even with all their wealth. I cannot appraise all the artifacts. Prince Samadhi raised his hands to comfort Hajan. Oh, you don't have to worry. We'll show you the most valuable things that our appraisers couldn't discern easily. I might make mistakes. I hope you don't think of my judgment as perfect. Of course not. However, I've never seen Matt Velen here get so humiliated when it comes to appraisal, like today. He graduated from the best university with the best grades, and he is already the best appraiser by far in Europe. So, I didn't even imagine he would get a blow from this young appraiser from the East. It was a compliment, but Hajan felt very uncomfortable at hearing it. Oh, it's embarrassing. It's okay. Anyway, we are like kids with an extremely difficult homework now. We cannot tell anyone, and even if we did, no one would be able to solve this for us. However, there's no guarantee that I would be able to solve it for us. I only have appraised one painting from Go. Prince Samadhi looked dispirited as he spoke. We've already finished with the scientific tests. We've done everything we could. If a problem occurs, after that, the reputation of the royal family will be damaged. I can tell you all this only because you are from a place where this crime has nothing to do, and you are the first appraiser to surprise me. And Matt Velen. The prince could have been ashamed, but he was being honest. Hajan could trust him. Okay. I'll do my best to help. Prince Samadhi relaxed a little at hearing this. A smile appeared on his face. When this is over, we will give you the right reward for your help. Hajan looked forward to it. It encouraged him. He couldn't help but grin widely. Ha ha. I'm not helping you for the reward, ha ha. If you haven't booked a hotel yet, we will get a place for you. You will like it. Oh, and do you want something else from me? Prince Samadhi looked at Eric. He straightened his back and spoke. I can see that you love artifacts very much. I am embarrassed. It is Allah's will to cherish the artifacts from our ancestors. I am following that will. Actually, I am going after some crimes about artifacts that are happening all over the world. Crimes about artifacts? Prince Samadhi narrowed his eyes. He was interested. He had been suffering because of the series of cases happening in Dubai, so, of course, what Eric said caught his attention. Yes. There's this private auction that happens once a year in the US, it is called Anton Barrett Auction. Have you heard of it? That auction's name was Anton Barrett. However, it sounded like a man's name. Of course. That auction is quite famous. The prince said it as if it was only right for him to know it. Hajan thought it was slightly strange. No. One would be able to win if the Arabian royals started to spend money, so how could Wajin or Yuziang buy anything? You cannot participate, but you know about it. They don't send invitations to us. It is also not easy for a royal to travel to the US, although I cannot participate. I've heard about it. However, is there a problem with that auction? He didn't participate after all. Eric nodded and answered. That private auction has been selling great works of art that didn't appear on even huge auctions like Sotheby's or Christie's. At first, I just thought they were good. However, all of those artifacts were legally perfect. I found it strange. People normally go to that auction because their artifacts are legally clean. Yes, but I thought it made it even stranger. Why would the previous owners sell those great works of art, even for a huge sum of money? Even if they had sold them at a reasonable price, they must have received less than the winning bids. You are right. Still, the auction took place every year and they somehow acquired great paintings every year. I found that strange. Then, I happened to find the previous owner of a painting I bought quite coincidentally. However, he had met a very tragical end. That is when I started to keep an eye on Anton Barrett auction. I thought there had to be an international artifact criminal organization involved. Prince Samadhi stroked his beard and nodded slightly. It sounds like there is something indeed. How was the painting taken from its previous owner? Great debt. The painting was taken because of that and the family was destroyed. In the end, the head of the family killed himself. That's too bad. However, a huge debt, it is the most effective and traditional method. And the cleanest. There's no method that is legally neater than that. I think Allah has given me a lot today. Those paintings and the Savior to save us from this crisis that has come to my country. Unfortunately, I cannot stay here longer, so let us meet again later. Mr. Park. Can you start working tomorrow? The prince looked at Hajan again. Do you mean going to the Louvre Abu Dhabi? Yes. I don't want to stress such an important guest, but the situation is a little bad now. A problem can occur at any time. We banned the visitors from taking pictures a week ago. People are protesting. And the reputation and fame of the museum are dropping. We must end this as soon as possible. Okay. I will do my best. The prince left. Matt Velen then led them to a floating home with a calm emerald ocean. The view of the huge house and the beautiful ocean was so fantastic. This is awesome. People call it the miracle of the desert for good reason. They can make such a great artificial island. It would be even better with a beautiful lady, but, as we are guests of the royal family, I should restrain myself. Please do that. However, what kind of maniac is after the property of the Arab Emirates royal family? Eric laid down under a parasol. Do you know how much money an artifact criminal organization make? Hajan didn't know, of course. A lot? Yes, a lot. Think about it. You told me you sold the paintings at $50 million. What if those two paintings were fake? Then, the forgers would have earned much more compared to the time and money spent on making those fakes. That's why the victim doesn't matter when it comes to artifact crimes of an astronomical price. They would go after anyone, even the Arabian royals. That's a problem. That's why artifacts appraisers like you are important. Even with all those new technologies, scientific tests are not 100% accurate. They just help. You are like the police or security companies, as you will lose your job if everyone lives by the law. Should I be flattered? Just saying. Anyway, I'm very curious. There are many artifacts that used to be in France and are now in the Louvre Abu Dhabi. And there were fakes among them. What did they take? And how? Could they switch them? You are even more excited than me, although I am the one earning money with this. I told you before. I used to be a huge fan of Conan Doyle and Agatha Christie. Things like this make my blood boil. Why don't you become a detective or work for the CIA? Oh, would the FBI fit you better? I won't make much money with those jobs. Plus, I would be busted. I just want to enjoy myself. Without worrying about money. I cannot enjoy it if it becomes my job. Anyway, I am looking forward to tomorrow. Which artifacts will greet us? Hagen felt the same way. So, his feet were light the next morning. The Louvre Abu Dhabi was magnificent. However, the moment Hagen followed Matt Velen into the exhibition room, he stopped at seeing the hundreds of artifacts filling the room. I have to choose among them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 74. Chapter 74, Louvre Abu Dhabi, 3. The prince has high hopes for you. Of course, he did. And Matt Velen probably did too, as much as his prince. You are working with me, right? Of course. Without you, I might have fainted from all the overworking. Matt seemed to be very happy about getting an unexpected co-worker. They were also not alone. In the room, there were dozens of people with iPads in their hands to check something. Are they checking the basics? Yes, they are. They are checking the most basic factors like the paint and the age of the canvas. I thought you had already done that. To be honest, the paintings in this room have been through at least twice basic checks. Nevertheless, we keep checking because we cannot damage those historical paintings. Appraisal has its limits as well. We cannot take samples of all the paints. We've done all the non-damaging tests like the ultraviolet ray test. The only method left is the human eyes. Oh. Hagen started to regret his decision. After all those tests, the most accurate appraisal method would be his magic, but he could use it only twice a day, even with his increased mana. Even if he used magic on the paintings of the best quality, it would take at least 2 weeks. At first, I didn't really care about my reward, but with all this, you really have to pay me well. I don't know if you know this, but I take 1% of the appraised price as my fee. I just got $600,000 just for appraising Anthony's paintings. Actually, Hagen wanted to mention this. He was worrying that the prince would not be paying him after this huge workload. Matt could feel Hagen's anxiety. He laughed. This is about the reputation of the royal family, so he will reward you well. Of course, 1% of all these paintings would be too much, but you won't be disappointed. Hagen was not planning to ask for 1% of the total price of all the paintings in that room. That was absurd. Good. I hope you are right. Then, I can start working without worries, right? Of course. They finished their conversation and started to appraise. As Eric went far away alone to watch the paintings, Hagen went through the paintings alone. Oh ho, this is here? Hagen was so surprised that he talked to himself. It was Edouard Manet's The Fifer. The characteristic of this painting is that it is flat with a clear outline, so it didn't get much attention when Manet brought it to the salon. It was said to not be three-dimensional and it had no background. If you think about it, time is necessary for all the artifacts to be truly appreciated. Hagen watched it for a long time and moved again to resume his appraising. 1 hour, 2 hours, at first, Hagen was delighted to get the chance to closely see precious paintings with a historical value, but, as he had to discern fakes from real, he got tired. He received a great lunch and dinner, he then kept appraising. He used magic on 2 of the paintings. But it was in vain. He spent day after day fighting with the artifacts in the museums. After 4 days of appraising and using magic twice a day, he could finally stand in front of a historical painting. Did a member of the royal family buy this painting? The painting in front of it depicted Jesus. Its title was Salvator Mundi, Savior of the World. No, not our royal family. Prince bin Farhan al Saud, the aide of the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia, bought this painting at $450 million. $450 million, that would be more than enough to buy a company. However, this painting was really worth $450 million. It was from Leonardo da Vinci. Salvator Mundi was sold at the highest price. It was even more expensive than Picasso's Les Femmes d'Alger, which was sold at $180 million in New York's Christie's auction. Hagen didn't expect it to be in the Louvre Abu Dhabi. The painting was drawn on a walnut wood plate. At first, it was not recognized as Da Vinci's painting. It had suffered great damage and the paint over it was crude. Getting rid of them and turning it back to itself again required a large amount of time and effort. At the time, other Dutch artists also often painted about Salvator Mundi. Louis XII of France then asked Da Vinci to paint it. However, as Da Vinci's apprentices and other artists imitated his style, many imitations of this painting were made. Then, the record about the real painting disappeared. Later, it appeared again in the list of Charles I of England's collection. It went from person to person and disappeared again for more than a century. When Frederick Cook, a collector in England, bought this painting in 1912, he didn't think it was Da Vinci's painting. Unfortunately, it was sold at £45 on an auction after he died. It was later recognized as Da Vinci's painting only in 2011. Frederick Cook must be crying in his afterlife because of regret. That's a huge sum of money. However, it is worth it. What do you think? Isn't it magnificent? Matt was in a daze now, absorbed in the painting's beauty. As he said, it was magnificent. However, it was also somehow awkward. It was not overwhelming enough to be worth $450 million. It was great, but there was something that puzzled Hagen. Have you checked the production year of this wood plate? Of course. It was made in the early 16th century. Although we couldn't check all the paints, we took a small sample of black from the background to check that the paint was also from that period. I see. What is it? Is there something wrong? Matt Vellen's face hardened in an instant. He was getting nervous because of Hagen's strange reaction. He was nervous because if there was something wrong with this Salvator Mundi, the price of the painting wasn't the problem. A dispute could occur between the royal families of Saudi Arabia and the Arab Emirates. I need a magnifying glass. Oh, please wait for a moment. Hagen asked for magnifying glass that he didn't even need to make Matt go away. Once he was gone, Hagen looked around and used magic with his saliva. The birth of the painting he saw through magic made him moan. That painting was less than 3 years old. Here. Matt came back and gave Hagen the magnifying glass he brought. Hagen took it, pretended to examine it, and returned it. How is it? Matt had a bad feeling because of Hagen's grave expression. His face was also serious, and his fists were clenched. I don't think this is real. For what reasons? Matt's voice shook very slightly. He was doing his best to stay calm, but it wasn't easy. As you must know, Da Vinci was great at describing transparent spheres. However, this painting's crystal sphere is, what should I say? It is a little crude. Although Da Vinci's unique method of describing blue clothes with an extremely soft texture was used in this painting, if you look closer. There's this little stain here. Hagen pointed at it with his finger. Matt stared at that point and tried to argue. That's because it was made in the early 16th century. I think this stain was made on purpose with olive oil. Ha! A hollow smile. Matt couldn't even guess how to solve this case. I do not believe what you said 100%, but I get there might be a problem. I will report it to the prince. Right away. What are you going to do? I don't know. If this is really fake, it won't end with just me getting fired. Clearly, we will have to pay $450 million to the royal family of Saudi Arabia. No matter how much the royal family of Arab Emirates spent, it wasn't Hagen's business, but the switching process he had seen through magic was not right. He couldn't just let it go. Isn't it strange? Making imitation with such a perfect texture and touch of the brush is almost impossible, even with photos. Yes. That's why I didn't even imagine this might be fake. If Hagen hadn't used magic, he wouldn't have found out either. I'm saying the artist saw the real painting. What? Matt couldn't understand that for a moment. Hagen asserted again. The artist had the real painting when he made this. Without that, this kind of quality cannot be produced. You know what I mean. Matt Velen understood now. His jaw dropped in shock. Of course, he understood. It's just he couldn't think straight as the matter was too important. You're saying the royal family of Saudi Arabia might be involved in this? That, I do not know. However, what you must know is that this painting was concluded as Leonardo da Vinci's only in 2011. So, before that, no one had a reason to make a fake of this quality. Then, this fake was made 7 years ago at most. Whether the royal family of Saudi Arabia had this fake made, I don't know. However, what is clear is that this quality cannot be made with just photos. Salvator Mundi has never been exhibited in a museum. It only appeared in auctions. If the royal family of Saudi Arabia isn't behind, then it is possible that this fake was drawn when the real painting's previous owner still had it. Hagen was just saying that. When he saw the pass-through magic, the forger was painting inside a magnificent palace with the real painting next to him. There hasn't been much dispute between Saudi Arabia and the Arab Emirates. We have been fine till now, and we believe that will continue. Why would they do such a thing? I don't know about politics. I just gave you my most reasonable theory as an appraiser. Although I also agree on that reasonable theory, I find it hard to accept. Then, why don't we solve this matter without offending Saudi Arabia? How? By finding the real piece. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 75. Chapter 75, Louvre Abu Dhabi, 4. You mean there is a way to find the real painting? Matt Velen was startled. Then, he looked around and came closer. If the forger painted with the real painting, then the real painting is at the place where this fake was made. Look, I think the blue in Jesus's cloth is using lead white and ivory black mixed with pure ultramarine. I'll have to do some tests to find out the exact proportion, but anyway, the forger would not have used the ultramarine sold in the markets now. Matt clapped. He realized what Hagen was talking about. Yes. If he used old-fashioned pure ultramarine instead of the artificial ultramarine, there must be traces of that. He couldn't have produced this quality in a couple of tries. He must have practiced at least 10 times. Only then he drew on this walnut wood plate, so he must have spent quite a lot of paint. The word ultramarine means over the ocean. It's because ultramarine is made of crushed lapis lazuli. And this jewel is mainly mined in the Indian Ocean, the Caspian Sea and the Black Sea. Because of that, pure ultramarine used to be and still is the most expensive paint of all. The best pure ultramarine is worth more than $10,000 per kg. In conclusion, Hagen was thinking if someone had bought a large amount of pure ultramarine, they must have left traces. Then, shouldn't we also look for the source of this 16th century walnut wood plate? You can do that, but wouldn't it be hard? Wood plates do not have a designated production area like paint factories. Of course. Matt Velen was usually not this stupid, but when you are too shocked, you can lose your senses. Oh, and, Hagen didn't finish that sentence and looked away. Matt frowned. And? It's okay. Please tell me, even if you think it is nothing. Maybe, what if this fake had been sent instead of the real painting in the first place? Actually, this is what he really wanted to say. What he had said about the pure ultramarine paint was true, but he said that because he had to give proof as an expert. What he really wanted to talk about was the things he had seen through magic. The painting that came here had never been real. That's... Matt started to sweat. He thought about it and then ran to somewhere. It was probably to tell Prince Samadhi about Hagen's theory. Hagen watched him as he ran out and then stood up. He had verified the fake Solvitor Mundi, so he thought he had done enough. He left Abu Dhabi and went back to his lodging. Eric was swimming with a very beautiful white woman. Judging from her looks, she was a model. Hagen recalled Eric moaning about not being able to play with the ladies at the lodging provided by the royal family a few days ago, so he was shocked. Don't you know that Prince Samadhi will be disappointed if he finds out about this? Hagen yelled. Eric spotted him and smiled. Why don't you join us? No, thank you. How are you going to handle this if they get to know this? What? I can't swim with my cousin? What? Really? Hagen couldn't believe it. Why would Eric's cousin suddenly appear in Dubai? However, the blonde lady came out of the pool and offered Hagen a hand as she put on her robe. Nice to meet you, I'm Ramila Holton. I am an attorney of Jack and Rowling Law Firm in New York. Oh, nice to meet you. Your English is very good. Eric told me so much about you. He said you are a great appraiser. Well, I cannot say I am great. Eric doesn't really compliment others often. I guess you feel obliged to refuse compliments because you're an Asian. It is called modesty in Asia, right? She was even stronger than Yaren. Well, anyway, thank you for thinking so. I said Eric thinks so, not me. Oh, okay. Hagen's face turned red in embarrassment. Eric laughed in the pool at seeing this. Hagen turned to him. You should stop laughing and come out. I'm finished, so we will have to leave this place soon. You're finished? Already? Surprised, Eric hurried to come out of the pool. Then, he came to Hagen. Yes. They will probably tell us something today or tomorrow. Which was it? Which painting has been switched? Eric was eager to know the answer, but Hagen couldn't tell him. I'm sorry, but I cannot tell you this. This is about the royal family. At this, Eric immediately looked at Remila. She was looking at Hagen with her arms crossed. She was very interested. You can't say it because of her, right? No. Even without her, I cannot tell you this. This one is way too important. It's not about me. Ramila was relieved. She shrugged at Eric. Hagen made it clear that he had to keep the secret, but it aroused Eric's curiosity even more. Eric tried to make Ramila leave for a while, but eventually, he gave up. He sat next to Hagen. The matter is too big. I guess it means there's a problem with a painting that is worth at least tens of $1 million, right? I cannot say anything. Actually, Hagen did wonder if he should tell Eric, but, for some reason, he felt like he shouldn't. It was about a political relationship, so leaking the secret could be a problem. However, Eric stroked his chin and muttered as if he had heard nothing. Of course. They had no reason to make a fuss about a few $1 million painting. Well, you don't have to tell me exactly what it is. However, let me ask you one thing, is it connected to Anton Barrett? Auction? Probably not. Though I don't know for sure. In fact, Ramila is not here just to go sightseeing. She's been helping me to track Anton Barrett. Auction, and when I told her I was in Dubai, she came here and told me something. She didn't have to come here, but she insisted to. Ramila interrupted. Enough of these useless talks, and I'll explain from now. I followed the hosts of Anton Barrett auction. And I found a very small illegal act. So, I used it as a clue to dig deeper, and then I found something strange. What? What was it? I coincidentally found out a not-so-big local bank in California which loaned a lot of money with antiques as collaterals. It was like the bank was specialized in that kind of loan. However, what was even stranger was that it seemed to be working on all kinds of artifacts, not just Western paintings but Eastern paintings as well. Is that strange? Hagen was confused as Eastern paintings were also worth a lot of money, but he was shocked at her next answer as if someone hit his head from behind. Yes, it is strange enough. The Anton Barrett auction never sells Eastern artifacts through auction. It just sucks them in like a black hole. Why would they do that? That is what I want to know. There's nothing we know clearly yet. Thankfully, Anthony Goldberg left us a hint this time, so I'm going to dig deeper when I return. However, there's no problem with examining Western artifacts as there are many experts, but things are difficult for Eastern artifacts. 4. Example, I practically can trust only Asians when it comes to Chinese porcelains. Hagen could see where this was going. You mean you want my help? I'm not asking you to come to the US. You know Eric anyway, so I want you to help me from time to time when I ask you questions via mail or SNS. Oh, that wouldn't be a problem. I do wonder the identity of those people Eric is after, too. Thank you. My trip to Dubai was worth it. She was very professional when it came to business. Then, we are supposed to wait until Prince Samadhi calls us? Yes. He will contact us soon. However, contrary to Hagen's assumption, they didn't get any calls after 3 days. Ramila left after a few days of sightseeing with Eric. Just when Eric and Hagen were about to wonder if they had been forgotten, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. It was Matt Velen. We thought you would call us very soon, but it took you a long time. Hagen opened the door for him. He quickly came in. Yes. It took a little long. The prince wants to see you. Okay. We've been waiting. Let's go. On their way, Hagen looked at Matt. Judging from his tightly closed lips, things were not good. What did the prince say? After you told me about Solvitor Mundi, I had some of the workers shoot ultraviolet light on it. Hagen didn't think about it, it was a very wise method. You were trying to see the underdrawings. Correct. If the forger imitated the real painting right next to it, he would have painted right away. Without underdrawing. The prince said we should wait for the test result, and the next day, we found out that there was no underdrawing. However, didn't you tell me you had done all the basic scientific tests? We never thought of ultraviolet light. You know how it is. There are dozens of scientific tests. How could we run all that in such a short time? He was right. If you had found out about the painting earlier with the ultraviolet light, it would have been better. Actually, discovering it a little faster wouldn't have made much of a difference if Saudi Arabia had sent a fake in the first place, like you said. What did the prince say after that? First, we notified the royal family of Saudi Arabia immediately. They must be in chaos as well by now. I heard Saudi Arabia is ruled by the House of Saud. Are the House of Saud and the House of Abu Dhabi on bad terms? I would say the relationship between the two families is neither bad nor good. There have been territorial disputes, but I do not know why they would do such a thing. Judging from his expression, he wasn't lying. However, the car was not going in the direction of Prince Samadi's workplace. But this is not the road we took before. We are going to the palace today. Matt Velen's car passed through the main gate of the palace. They went through the great hall with the white marble floor. Prince Samadi was waiting for them alone in a room that was big enough for hundreds. You're here. The prince was in a better mood than Hagen had thought. Did everything go well? As you must have heard, the situation got a little complicated. What is good is that when we mentioned the probability of the painting being fake in the first place instead of being switched, the Saud family was clearly surprised. And fortunately, the place where a massive amount of pure ultramarine had gone turned out to be the Saud family. So, we asked them about it, and they told us there's been a mistake and they would get back to us checking again. I think they will sacrifice someone to bury it. That would be good. Actually, I've been very worried. Solvitor Mundi is a great legacy of mankind. Apart from being worth a lot. Yes. Anyway, we got over a huge crisis with your help. I think it was Allah's will for you to come to Abu Dhabi. I wish I could make you stay to talk more, but I know it can't happen. I've told people in charge of museums about the artifact trade you wanted. Trade exhibition between museums will take place without problems. Thank you. But why would the House of Saud do such a thing? I think I know the reason. However, I cannot tell you as it is about my wife. I am sorry. Oh, then you don't have to tell me. Hagen's spontaneous trip to Hong Kong brought him much more than he had expected. I was going to pay you well for your help, but I decided it would be better to help you in my own way. For us to be on even closer terms in the future. Excuse me? I don't. The prince smiled and clapped twice. Clap clap. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 76. Chapter 76, Back in Korea Again. 1. 2 women in black hijabs came in. Surprisingly, one of them had a small gilt bronze Buddha in her hand. Their entire bodies were covered except for the blue eyes, but, as the royals of the Arab Emirates didn't reveal the faces of the adult females, Hagen understood These are my wife and daughter. Nice to meet you. I am Park Haejin from Korea. I run a small art museum and work as an appraiser. Nice to meet you, too. We've already heard about you. The answer came from the lady who sat next to Prince Samadhi. Judging from her voice, she was the wife. The daughter didn't even say a word, but Haejin didn't want to be accused, so he didn't even look at her. The prince spoke warmly. You wanted the artifact from the Louvre at first, and I felt bad at not being able to help you with that. And I would be disgracing the royal family if I just sent you away after all your help. So, I did my best to find an artifact that is the most similar to the one in the Louvre Abu Dhabi. Oh, it was touching. The prince's wife put the statue on the table. It was a gilt bronze statue of a standing bodhisattva. The folds of the cloth started from the top and naturally reached the legs, and the cloth that covered both shoulders went down to the ankles. The soft lines of the wrinkles harmonized with the body's posture and the hands. It was a magnificent beauty. I heard you run an art museum, but it wouldn't be easy to live with just the revenues from the tickets. My wife and daughter like paintings, so I will sometimes send them to Korea for sightseeing. Oh, thank you. Haejin was really grateful. He had been secretly worried as he had been threatened by powerful people, so Prince Samadhi's help made him relieved. It was much better than some money. Of course, the Buddha alone had great value. And if you come to this country again, you won't have to worry about a place to stay. We will provide you with somewhere similar to where you are standing now, Ot. Thank you for your kindness. I don't know if I can accept so much. No. You have saved the royal family's honor. It isn't too much at all. If I had had enough time, I would have given you something better, but, as you know, I am busy now. What you gave me is more than enough. Please visit us again. It is the rule of the desert to treat guests warmly. I will welcome you properly. Then, as for Degas painting in this Buddha, we will send it to Korea through the customs immediately. It would be impolite to not come again, after all that hospitality. Okay, I will come to visit again. Haejin left the royal palace and went back. Eric was waiting with his things already packed. Thank you. I have received much in Hong Kong and here in Abu Dhabi thanks to you, but it's all because you are good at your job. The only thing I did was getting you a plane ticket. That's a lot. Without it, how could I have come here to see so many paintings and sculptures up close? Thanks for saying that. Shall we go now? Eric and Haejin arrived at Abu Dhabi International Airport. Matt Velen was waiting with a first-class ticket to Korea. Haejin had told him he would go to Korea immediately on their way back. The prince and the royals of Abu Dhabi family will remember you. And so will I. I will look forward to meeting you again. Matt left, and Eric said goodbye. Take care. I will call you again someday. I am worried about you. Don't worry about me. Take care of yourself. I'm not kidding. If Anthony Goldberg finds out that the Degas painting he sold to Prince Samadhi at $1 is at your museum, he would get suspicious. He can try to reach you in any way, so don't let your guard down. You be careful, too. Don't lose the Go painting I drew for you. Haejin had tried to imitate the painting of the sunset and riverbank while he waited for the prince's call. Eric made fun of that for days, saying Haejin was really bad at drawing, even for an appraiser. I've already taken a photo of that crude painting. My plane is leaving earlier, so I should go now. I'll wait for your call. Eric left, and Haejin arrived at Incheon Airport after more than 10 hours of flying. He wanted to tell Byung-guk and Sejong about the series of events that had happened in Hong Kong, Dubai, and Abu Dhabi, but the moment he entered his home, he fell asleep. Still, he was stronger than ordinary people. When he opened his eyes, it was only about an hour later. He took a shower and went to Insadong right away. Byung-guk and Sejong were surprised to see him. Who is this? Have you gone on a vacation alone? Be honest. Why is your face so tanned? I wasn't on a vacation. I somehow ended up in Dubai. Let's go in and talk. I arrived at Incheon Airport just a few hours ago. Standing like this is hard. Oh, okay. Come in. Haejin sat down, thinking about which event he should talk about first, but Sejong looked troubled. Did something happen? Sejong doesn't look well. Sejong just drank water without saying anything. Byung-guk glanced at her and spoke. She's gotten lots of work these days. Was it Executive Director Do Eun-chai? She introduced Sejong to her friends. Thanks to her, Sejong has enough work for the next 6 months already. Then that's good. Yes. It is good, but... Sejong interrupted. I'll tell him. One of the people who commissioned me to do a restoration is the wife of a man who is in a high position of, what was it? The Federation of the Korean Industries. Wow, you are already successful. You're getting great clients. Don't joke about it. I'm serious. Anyway, she asked me to restore a painting by Oskar Kokoschka. Soon, I just thought something was strange. Oskar Kokoschka was an artist who worked in Vienna, Austria, just like Freud, Klimt, Schiele, Mahler, and Wittgenstein. He was a great artist of the Expressionism and was gifted at drawing aesthetic portraits. He interacted with other expressionists and focused on studying coloring methods. Huh? What are you talking about? I'm a restoration expert, not an appraiser. So, I cannot tell whether a painting is real at a quick glance. Like you. Haejin realized what Sejong was talking about. That painting is fake? I think so. I looked closer to restore it, but there are traces of paint over here and there. Some parts are colored so crudely that I cannot believe it was painted by Oskar Kokoschka. Sejong was sure it was probably a fake, even though she majored in research and technology. About restoration, the university she had attended was the best in the world in that field. As a discerning eye is necessary to restore properly, of course, Sejong had been educated about that as well. Is it being fake a problem? Can't you just tell her? Can I? It's not like I didn't take the job in the first place. I found out while working on it. What if she tries to blame me later? Did you take photos when you got that painting? Yes, of course. Then why are you worried? There's nothing to be worried about. Haejin thought nothing would go wrong as Sejong had evidence, but she didn't think so. She is scary, even when we first met. She pressed me so much, telling me to restore it properly. Wouldn't she try to tear this place apart if I tell her the painting is fake? You are worrying in advance. She might be gentle about it. Don't worry too much. You think so? Then, should I tell her first? Sejong brightened up a little. This is why getting into the selling business teaches you about the fear for rude clients. Yes, it should be fine. If things go wrong, call me. Oh, and when I was in Hong Kong, I got a chance to go to the Arab Emirates, and that day, they chatted till late night. Good morning. It's been how long? Wasn't it good to not have me around? Haejin went to his museum in the morning. His employees greeted him. He asked if things had been fine while he was gone, and they said the paintings by Francesco Guardi and Jacques Laurent. A gas had been sold. Before Hagen left, he had instructed them to not sell them under 2 billion won, and the two paintings had been sold at over 5 billion in total. That was good. So, Hagen went back to his regular life. He restored porcelains from Tian and prepared a special exhibition for the gilt bronze Buddha which Huajin had been after, his new Li Sangbium, Degas paintings, and the Buddha Prince Samadhi had given him. After a few days, he suddenly recalled the incense burner he had brought from Hong Kong. He had forgotten all about it after all that fuss in Abu Dhabi. He had earned a lot. He had spent 1,000 million won and yet he forgot all about it. He went home in a hurry, but the moment he found that ashtray-sized gilt bronze stand, he got a call. It was Sujong. Hello? Hey. Hagen. Please come to the workshop, quick. Her voice was shaking. She didn't say why, but her shaking voice reminded Hagen of the painting from the Federation of the Korean Industries Officer's Wife. Hagen went to Insadong, wondering if it was indeed her. In front of the shop, he then saw a Benz S-Class parked at the entrance. He thought it was stupid to drag a car into Insadong's alley. When he went in, there was a woman over 50 years old and a man in a suit fighting with Byonguk. What is this? Oh, Hagen, you're here. This lady here cannot believe that her painting is fake. As soon as Byonguk finished speaking, a sharp voice rang through the shop. Why is it fake? Ha! I paid 80 million won to buy it. What do you know about paintings? Ha! If you think only refined people go to museums and galleries, you are wrong. As they are wealthy and powerful, they are even more stubborn. And, as antiques are not luxurious goods for department stores that you can get a refund or exchange. Just because you don't like it, when they change their mind, they often start by throwing a tantrum. However, this particular client had found the wrong people to mess up with. Let's take a look at the painting first. Oh, I am Park Hagen. I own an art museum in Bukshan. 4. Your information, I was in charge for the excavation and restoration of the porcelains excavated in Tian recently. She was about to yell, "Who the hell are you?" but she closed her mouth at hearing what came next. Hagen went to Sejong who had the painting. She put it on the table. She looked like she had something to say, but she soon gave up. She didn't want to handle that rude woman again. Oscar Kokoschka's painting showed the Thames River of London. It was known that he rented a room on the 8th floor of the Savoy Hotel to see the long view of the Thames River and drew a series of paintings of that view. This painting was from that series. However, the right corner was smudged as if something had been poured on it. I guess you poured something on it? Yes, my child poured hot water on it. How could anyone pour hot water on a painting? It must be hung on a wall. Hagen took a closer look. As Sujong had said, the coloring wasn't that of a professional. No, it would be more accurate to say it wasn't that of an expert forger. It was Kokoschka's painting with Renoir's coloring method. Although the artist tried to imitate it, he or she didn't fully understand Kokoschka's coloring, so the painting ended up being vague. It is fake. What? She said it as if she couldn't believe it, but Hagen didn't care and continued. To start with, the craquelure is too artificial. An inexperienced beginner baked this in an oven at a high temperature, but normal paintings don't get such an even craquelure. Where on earth did you buy this? Hagen snorted and asked. The woman answered. From Sayan Gallery. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 77. Chapter 77, Back in Korea Again. 2. What was she talking about? Why would Sayan Gallery sell such a crude forgery? Did you really buy it from Sayan Gallery? Yes. Why would I lie? And CRA, what? Craquelure. When you paint with oil, in time, the painting shrinks as humidity changes, and small cracks naturally appear on the surface, like here. Of course, cracks appear if you paint over before the paint dries, or if the underpainting is absorbed too well, or if the varnish, transparent paint applied on surfaces of wood and other materials, and the paint are not mixed well, and the speed of the drying is not even. Anyway, a painting that has gone old naturally doesn't get this kind of craquelure. This was baked in an oven. Oh, no way. This is really fake? Haejin had to restrain his anger. She was so rude. If you don't believe me, take it to the Korea Appraisal Committee. Stop ramping around in a shop. I didn't. Oh, so dirty. I cannot even breathe here. I should go out. What are you doing? Go and start the car. Now. She nagged at her innocent chauffeur and left without looking back. When the car was out of sight, Haejin went back into the shop and tried to comfort Sujong. She was very mad. Don't pay attention to it. She doesn't know a thing. She doesn't know much. However, she should at least listen to others. She just yells without listening. So stupid. She doesn't even know she is stupid. I guess her kids are also like that. The only thing they'll ever learn from her is yelling. Just think of it having a bad day. It was the worst day I've ever had. Sujong's eyes turned red as if she was about to cry. Byung-guk hugged her. It's okay. She was humiliated, too, so she must be very ashamed by now. So just forget about it. Okay? Okay. Sujong now felt better with her father's comfort. However, Haejin never got to ask when the woman bought that painting. He regretted not using magic. And eventually, he left the shop and headed to Sayan Gallery. Ha! Mr. Haejin. It's been a while. I heard you were in Hong Kong. When he arrived, Yoonhee was very busy. She was preparing for the upcoming Baroque Special exhibition. I thought the Baroque Special exhibition is Hyoyeon's. To counter the Havasai Gallery's Salvador Dali exhibition, Hyoyeon, Vice Chairman Lim Sungjin's daughter, was planning a Baroque exhibition. Yoonhee smiled bitterly and looked at the pamphlet in her hand. Yes, but how can I let her handle everything when she doesn't know a thing about exhibitions? Shall we go in? Okay. They went into Yoonhee's office and sat down. Someone brought them tea. Why did you go to Hong Kong? I just did some sightseeing and shopping with a friend. Haejin had done too many things, so he just replied like that. Wow. I envy you. I wish I had the time to go on a trip. But it's strange. Didn't you want this exhibition to be ruined? Yoonhee nodded. Yes. And I still hope it doesn't go well so that I would be able to keep my position. Then, you are being busy just as a cover? Yes. However, this is hard. Although I want Hyoyeon to fail, when I see the painting she is planning to exhibit, I keep giving her advice. It's stupid, right? I didn't know you have such enthusiasm. Enthusiasm, I like it. But when I turn my back, I feel like cursing at that enthusiasm. It would Not matter if the paintings will make the exhibition fail, but Hyoyen keeps choosing things that are neither good nor bad. Now, I am trying hard to not think about it, reminding myself, if you keep helping, you are crazy. Ha ha ha. That's great enthusiasm. It's more like madness. However, why are you here? I think you didn't come here just to pay a visit. Heijin thought about how to talk about it, but he decided to be straightforward. That was his style. You know my friend Sujon, right? The restoration expert. Yes, of course, I do. But why? She was asked to restore a painting by Oscar Kokoschka from the wife of the Federation of the Korean Industries High Official. She said that some hot water had been poured on it, but it had smudges in a corner. Oh, and? Yoonhee's face didn't show anything yet. However, it turned out that it was a fake. The quality is not good, probably between a class and B class from Daephon Oil Painting Village? Oh, really? But the problem is that she claimed she had bought it from here, from Seon Gallery. What? Yoonhee's eyes widened. She was confused. Heijin could see that she was not acting. That's why I came. Now that she knows her painting is fake, she might come here because of it. Oh, wait. Mina, could you come in for a second? Yoonhee was clearly surprised. She called someone with an interphone. Did you want to see me? The person who came in was curator Jong Mina, who Heijin had met a few times before. Yes, have you sold Oscar Kokoschka's painting before in this gallery? Mina was always calm and reserved, but she got nervous at Yoonhee's question. What? I don't really. No, think about it. The wife of a FKI's high official tried to have that painting restored, but it turned out to be a fake. I must know who she is to come up with a plan. So, think about it carefully. You started working here before I did. Well, Mina bit her nail. Her eyes were shaking, so she must know something. If you know something and don't talk, there can be legal problems. The painting is worth 80 million won if the buyer asks for that money in compensation for mental damages, you know. Seon Gallery would have to make the employee, who's responsible for that, pay, right? So, it would be better to confess everything you know before that happens. Yoonhee looked at Heijin at hearing this. She couldn't see why Heijin would say that, but Mina was about to cry now. It's Mr. Vice Chairman's wife. What did my aunt do? Tell me. After you came, she opened an exhibition for VIPs at Hilton Hotel without telling you. Heijin interrupted. She did an exhibition at a hotel? What do you mean? Is that normal? He looked at Yoonhee. She, however, shook her head. I've never heard of such a thing, either. So? You're saying Oscar Kokoschka's painting was sold during that exhibition? We sold 5 paintings in total. Oh. It wasn't Heijin's business, however, he couldn't help but groan. Yoonhee was so shocked. She didn't know what to do and what to say. She just kept sitting down and getting up. After a while, she talked. First, give me the list of the people who bought the paintings at the time. I'll contact them and take care of everything. Do not let my aunt and uncle find out about this. Understand? Yes. And write me a report about it. Okay. After Mina left, the air turned chill. Yoonhee blankly stared at the wall and talked. Before I came, my aunt managed this place. She objected so strongly when my grandfather gave this gallery to me. She openly criticized me in front of my grandfather, but strangely, she was quiet on the day she stepped down. At the time, I was grateful for that. I was being a fool. However, I do not understand. This can be revealed at any time. Then, her reputation will be damaged along with the gallery's reputation. No, her reputation will remain intact. She is Wajin Vice Chairman's wife. Who would dare to accuse her? They will put the blame on me. How does that make sense? It's not like those buyers do not know how things are going. They know, and that is even worse. My aunt wants me to fall, and those buyers all know that. So, although they will get angry, they would blame me instead of blaming my aunt. Then, what about the gallery's reputation? Companies can always make mistakes. Think about it. Has Wajin always done good things? When it poured oil into the sea and paid an extremely low compensation when it sued families of the workers who died of leukemia after working at its factory rather than giving compensation, people were enraged, but eventually, they bought Wajin's products. And this is not about the public but is about mistakes that only concerns VIPs, so she would not care about it at all. Yoonhee replied sadly. She looked weak as if her soul had left her. So, what are you going to do? I must visit them one by one and compensate them. At least, I found out about it early thanks to you. If I had known it late, I would have been humiliated without doing a thing. Thank you. You saved me. Again. Well, it was a coincidence, but what if you get kicked out of here? Yoonhee looked dispirited, but she shook her head. If I get kicked out, the artifacts here will be sold to the world. I must keep my place to not let that happen. Anyway, I hope things go well for you. Oh, and I'll come to this Baroque special exhibition. And do my best to make a fuss. I'll look forward to that. Haejin felt bad about leaving Yoonhee, but there was nothing he could do for her. He went home, took a shower, and held the incense burner stand again. As he had put a lot of effort into getting it, he hoped to meet its matching incense burner while casting the spell. Was it because he looked at the past for too long? He frowned at the sharp headache, but his lips smiled. Exen. Fortunately, the incense burner was probably still buried underground. Enjoy, Haejin didn't take a break and used the internet to find the exact location of the place he'd seen. Through magic. And the next day, he went to Ixen instead of going to his museum. The problem about Oscar Kakashka's fake Sejong had tried to restore wouldn't be solved so easily. So, Haejin needed to finish his business in Ixen as soon as possible and go back to Seoul. Wow, it's driving me crazy. It has to be here. Sadly, the stand had been excavated during the Joseon period. So, the incense burner, which was buried together, had to still be underground. However, Haejin couldn't determine the exact spot. As the assumed location was in the middle of a residential area, Haejin could not compare it with the Joseon period he had seen to find out the location. He just thanked for it not being in the middle of an apartment complex. Yes, I cannot go to work till next month. He even told his employees, at the museum, that he couldn't go there for a while and checked into a nearby motel. He spent a week going around the area to find similar geographical features which he had seen through magic. Then, he got tired and went into a convenience store to get some ice cream, but then he spotted a huge tree next to the playground. He went closer to take a look. The plate in front of the tree said it was more than 600 years old. I'm a fool. I've seen this before. He scolded himself. He had seen this tree a few times during the last few days. However, he had just passed by without thinking about it, but now he recalled seeing this tree through magic. He searched for the spot according to his memory and eventually stopped in front of a small two-story villa, but there was a sign hanging over the door. Yin Wooden? Judging from the strange symbol drawn under the sign, the place clearly belonged to a fortune teller. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 78. Chapter 78, Silver Cup with a Bronze Stand, 1. Heijin had checked the spot, so he turned around and went to the local real estate agency. Welcome. A man in his early 40s bowed and led Heijin to a table. He smiled pleasantly and dragged customers with ease, so he must have had been in this business for a long time. I just want to ask something. The man's eyes showed disappointment. Usually, when people say they came to ask, they really just ask and leave, saying they'll think about it. What do you want to know? Do you know about the Yongwadang up the street? It looks like a fortune teller's place. Oh, I know Yongwadang. It is indeed a fortune teller's place. However, the fortune teller is not that famous. Why did you ask? I want to know if that villa is for sale. Oh, okay. Would you like to sit down? I will try to find out. It won't take long, so please, sit. Heijin was fine standing, but the man kept asking him to sit. He was trying to make Heijin stay as he might turn out to be a client. However, you don't look like you're from around here. Are you from Seoul? The man asked as he used his computer to search. Oh, yes. I'm from Seoul. Why did you come to Ixon from Seoul? It's not like this area is about to be renovated. The price of the land will probably not soar up as it did in Sejong City here. He was asking if Heijin was trying to buy a house or land. He was supposed to react differently, according to what the client wanted. I am interested about the building I mentioned. Oh, you mean Yongwadang? Yes. Does the shaman own that villa? Or is she a tenant? The agent smiled faintly. Shamans cannot rent a place to work, as disputes can occur with landlords. If they also shake bells or shriek, they can get kicked out. Ha ha ha. Then, what about Yongwadang? Yongwadang's owner owns that villa. So, even though she makes some noise, there's nothing anyone can do about it. Sometimes, policemen go there, but it only works temporarily. Oh, really? Yes. Oh. I found it. It is for sale. The agent printed the document and brought it to Heijin. Really? How much is it? It is built on a land of 270 square meters, and the price is 210 million won. I don't know if negotiation is possible, but as it has been on sale for 6 months, I think I can lower the price to about 190 million. People who don't know about real estate business think agents try to raise the price, but, in fact, agents do their best to lower the price. Raising the price is only good for sellers, and it's not like the agents would get a much bigger fee with that. As lowering the price makes the deal easier to be struck, they try hard to lower the price. Of course, sellers wouldn't like that, but it is a method to make the deal happen. 200 million. It was a great coincidence. The building standing on the ground in which the incense burner is built is not that high, and it was for sale. However, why do you want to buy Yongwadang? People are usually reluctant to buy a house that used to belong to a shaman. Oh, I'm looking for a place to build new villas to rent. Heijin had seen a few new villas during his search, so he could give a proper answer. You mean reconstruction? Well, there are people who live well with a monthly rent by building new villas nearby. Although he agreed, he looked doubtful. It was because doing reconstruction and renting a villa wouldn't be profitable in that area. It would be better to spend more and do that in other areas, so the agent couldn't fully believe Hagen. Then, should I call? Yes, but I need to see the place first. Hagen wasn't trying to find something inside. It was just that saying he would buy it without having a look would be suspicious, so he was trying to act normal. Okay then, I'll call. The agent was a little excited as he called. It was because he thought he might be able to achieve a deal as the client was enthusiastic. We can go immediately. Let's go. The agent hung up, and Hagen followed him back to Yonhwadang. They went in through an old iron gate. A woman in her early 30s greeted them with a smile. Did you make a reservation? The agent waved his hand and smiled sheepishly. No, I just called. I'm from Buja Real Estate Agency. We want to see the house. The woman was disappointed at finding out they were not customers. Oh. I heard we could take a look now. This way, please. Disappointed, she went to the first floor and started to talk about the place getting sunlight, good water pressure, and low rent. Look, there's a misunderstanding. We're not looking for a room. We came to buy this building. What? What are you talking about? She was surprised and ran down. The agent was also puzzled. Then, he looked at Hagen and smiled. She was confused because she isn't the owner. The owner must be downstairs, so let's go meet her. They went down. A woman in her early 40s was coming out through the door that read Yonhwadang. She was wearing a shaman's costume. She looked very tired, as if she had lived long enough. The younger woman bowed to her. You came out. However, these men here came because they thought this place is for sale. It is. I put this house on sale. The younger woman didn't know what to do with the owner's cold attitude. But she couldn't object, so she backed up. This gentleman here wanted to take a look. The price has not changed, right? Yes. She gave a short answer. As she always talked like that, instead of thinking she was rude, Hagen just thought that was how she was. Maybe you can lower the price. For the first time, she raised her eyebrows. Do you know how much I paid to buy this place? Was it because Hagen thought she wasn't ordinary? Rather than being offended, he found it funny. The agent got nervous. He scratched his head. Actually, the price is a little too high compared to the other houses in this town, and it would be better to sell when there's a buyer who wants it. You? She was about to get mad. Hagen grabbed the agent's arm and dragged him back. I'll look around first. I didn't get to take a look of the ground floor. It would be too early to talk about the price without looking around first. Fine. The shaman backed off again calmly. It made Hagen smile. He passed by her and went into the gate. She had come out. What he saw first was a scary painting of the 4 Sky Kings. Hagen took his shoes off and looked around carefully. It is big. The agent answered him immediately. It is about 440 square meters wide. In fact, you don't have to build a new villa. Just fix this building. And it will be as good as new. However, the owner chimed in. You're planning a reconstruction? You won't get what you invest. Maybe. Hagen didn't want to argue and tried to change the subject, but she snorted. Ha! You're here because you're looking for something. Hagen's heart sank. What was it? Was she using magic, too? I don't know what you're talking about. My general god said so. That you're after something else, not the building. They say being possessed changes a person. She was clearly possessed since she had different aura now. This is why people believed in shamans and fortune tellers. However, why was she about to lose her house when she was so good at her job? I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, I guess you don't get many customers. Heijin changed the subject and looked at the altar. Then, he spotted something. Incense burner, it wasn't that big. The gilt bronze had worn off. The top part was gone and only the bottom part was there. It had been filled with rice to put the incense sticks on it. Heijin wondered where the more important top part was. Animals like tiger and deer were carved on it. Heijin could see that it was from Baekji. Ha! You cannot deceive me. You're not here to buy this building, right? I am here to buy this building. No, my general says you're lying. You're looking for something with glaring eyes like those of a wolf. However, he doesn't know what you're looking for. What is it? Heijin could feel goosebumps coming up. With that kind of power, politicians should often come. Why don't we sit down? Heijin realized talking more wouldn't do him any good, so he just sat down. Then, the shaman smiled. As if she had known Heijin would do that and sat down opposite to him. She looked like she would ask what his worry was any time, but she didn't say anything and kept smiling mischievously. I do want to buy this house. If you don't want to negotiate, I'll buy it at 210 million. You'll really buy this house? That's strange. My general says it is not possible. I am here to buy this house, but now I have another thing to buy. Ha! That incense burner. Sell it to me. What? That's for the general. No way. She yelled. She wasn't going to give it away easily. I'll buy it and this house at 220 million. At that moment, everyone looked at Heijin with suspicion. However, the shaman started to laugh. I see. That's what you want. But not that. That belongs to the general. If you touch it, you will get huge misfortune. I'll find you a better one. I said no. No way. It's a shame. It wasn't the matching incense burner of the stand he had brought from Hong Kong, but it was a good artifact. Okay then, just sell the house. At 210 million. Heijin backed off too easily. The shaman narrowed her eyes and looked at him. Then, she got up. Took something out of an old closet and put it on the table. 220 million, but I'll give you this instead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 79. Chapter 79, Silver Cup with a Bronze Stand, 2. What the shaman put on the table was a strange-looking silver cup. You'll give me this instead? Yes, but no discount. Did she know what it was? The cup stand was in a bronze container with the heel and cup holder on the bottom and top. It had sawtooth patterns around its well-trimmed surface. Inside that circle, there were birds with human faces holding a flower, dragons, deer, birds, unknown animals, lotus flowers, and trees. The diameter of the stand was about 15 centimeters. It was not too small and not too big. The silver cup itself was almost a hemisphere. It was also a casting. On the bottom, a separately made cylinder-shaped heel had been attached. It was clean and in good condition, not corroded at all. Okay. Let's sign the contract. Then, let's do it now. She stood up as if she had nothing more to say. Her attitude clearly showed she was not refusing to sell the incense burner to get money. The incense burner probably had some kind of shamanistic meaning. It was a shame, but Heijin couldn't do anything more. The agent smiled widely to see the deal proceeding so quickly and led them to his office. Heijin and the shaman followed him. "You are very lucky, madam. Making the deal at this price without negotiation is impossible. You're getting a lot more compared to the market price." The agent smiled as he printed the contract and brought it. She glared at him. "I'm not a madam." Inside Yonhwadang, she had a different aura, but outside, she was just a woman with pride. "Oh, okay. Then, how should I call you?" "See my identification card over there. Ju Heijun. Call me Ms. Heijun." "Oh, I'm sorry, Dot." The agent was embarrassed, and his face turned red. He sat down and asked, "Then, when you can leave the place?" "I will move out as soon as I get the money. I've been planning to pray for a few years." She was probably going to go into a mountain to pray. Things were proceeding so quickly. "Then, when do you want to pay the down payment and the balance?" "I will pay it once today." "Oh, really? Then, Ms. Heijong, could you move out tomorrow?" She didn't know it would be so soon. She hesitated and spoke. "Tomorrow is too early. We have to make preparations, so we'll move out the day after tomorrow." Heijin could understand that. What mattered now was to sign the contract fast, so they proceeded. Without saying much. After signing all the documents and transferring the money, Heijin was relieved. Now, all that was left was to demolish the house after Heijong leaves and to start excavating carefully. Of course, he was also excited about the cup with the stand he had gotten. After the deal, Heijong left the agency and went back. Heijin followed her. "Why are you following me?" I think it would be wrong of me to just go. Let's write another contract." "What? What contract?" "About this." Heijin lifted the cup in his hand. She smiled. "You think I will change my mind later?" "Oh. I serve a god. I cannot lie. I'm not worried about you lying. As I have bought this, I want to pay you the right price. So, let's go in. First, Dot." Actually, Heijin felt a little nervous about going back to Yonhwadang as Heijong would have a strange change, but he decided to think that it would be fine. And as for being strange, Heijin was even stranger than Heijong, who served a god. He had magic. She would be more surprised than him. Heijin went back to Yonhwadang and wrote on a blank paper that he would buy the cup with the stand at 100,000. 100,000? You'll buy this at 100,000? Heijong was shocked. Her eyes said that she couldn't believe it. Judging from her attitude, she wasn't possessed. "Yes. This thing is worth it." She stared at the contract, which read 100,000 won. "You could have just taken it. Why are you giving me such a huge sum of money, Dot?" "It's just that ripping someone who serves a god off would make me feel uncomfortable." Heijong liked the answer. Content, she smiled and nodded. "Ha, of course. If my general gets mad, you will have to live in fear for the rest of your life." You thought well. However, I didn't know this was that valuable. I hope this is not much more expensive than 100,000? Answer carefully. My general knows everything. Heijin was doing that because of his conscience. It wasn't like Heijong was a foreigner buying an artifact at a dirt cheap price from someone who didn't know about its true value wouldn't be much different from what a Gaydasis did a long time ago. Of course, I think it is worth more than 100,000. That is why I'm offering you that amount. However, whether it is worth billions, I do not know. That was a lie and the truth at the same time. Although Hagen thought the cup would worth much more than 100,000, as the silver cup with the bronze stand had never been sold on auction, he couldn't assume the price. The shaman narrowed her eyes to glare at Hagen, but soon he smiled. Okay. As the general does not say anything, I believe you. I'll be able to give the poor Yonak his retirement pay. She signed the contract. Then, I'll start the construction 3 days later. You should leave before that. Don't worry about it. Hagen sent 100,000 right in front of her. After finishing everything, he was delighted. Then, I hope you get much more divine power at a holy place. That incense burner is also an important artifact. Please keep it safely. She looked into Hagen's eyes at this and spoke. Beware of alcohol. Excuse me? Hagen was puzzled. She continued seriously. You might face great danger this year. You have avoided one with luck, but beware of alcohol, or you'll surely meet death. She was possessed by God again. As first, Hagen had thought it was a little scary, but now he found it rather funny. Then, should I quit drinking? That's up to you. Okay. I'll be careful. Hagen bowed deeply and left Yongwadang with the cup in his hands, wondering why Haejong wasn't getting many customers when she had such power. Hagen couldn't just wait 3 days in Ixon, so he headed to Seoul. However, when he was driving on the highway, he got a call. It was Byanguk. He put on his earphones and answered. Byanguk sounded urgent. He asked a question without even saying a hello. Hagen, where are you? I'm going to Seoul now. I just passed Jukjeon service area. Really? Then, you'll be here in an hour, right? I will if the traffic isn't bad, but why? Is there something wrong? Oh, do you remember who asked Sojong to restore her painting, right? That rude and arrogant woman. I do. And her husband is the CEO of Korea Airlines. She almost tore Seiun Gallery apart. Oh, really? There's nothing that can be done. Although Ms. Yoonhee didn't sell it, Seiun Gallery did. Huh? Why are you so calm? And Yoonhee didn't sell it? I'm not surprised because I know how things are going. And Ms. Yoonhee didn't sell the painting. Vice Chairman Lim Sungjin's wife, who used to own the gallery before her, did that. Really? I had no idea? But how did you know what is going on in Seiun Gallery? That woman called Sojong. She's at the gallery now. She needed a witness as Sojong is the one who found out it's a forgery. Haejin planned to not care about it as Yoonhee was supposed to handle it on her own, but Sojong was involved in this. That troubled Haejin. He was worried that Sojong might get into trouble. Okay. I'll go as fast as I can. I'll go straight to Seiun Gallery, so call me if Sojong comes back. Okay. Thank you. Bye. Even though Haejin went through the highway fast, there was always a traffic jam at Seoul, so when he arrived at Seiun Gallery, more than an hour had passed. As the sun had set, a bright light came out from the gallery. Haejin couldn't leave the valuable artifact inside his car, so he carried it with him and went in. He could feel the heavy atmosphere immediately. Oh, hello. A staff who knew Haejin came closer. I heard someone came because of a painting. My friend Sojong has been brought here because of that. Her face darkened quickly. They're inside the office. Really? Okay. I'll go in. Normally, the staff would try to stop when someone tries to go in without an appointment, but this one backed off. She was hoping for Hagen to go in. Knock, knock. Hagen knocked and went into Yunhee's office. There were about a dozen people inside. Of course, as he was the newest arrival, everyone looked at him. Hagen didn't care. He went to Sujong, who was standing in a corner. What are you doing here? She didn't know he would come. However, Hagen didn't answer. He looked at Yunhee, who was equally surprised. If Sujong is done here, she can leave, right? What? Oh, okay. Yunhee nodded and gestured them to go. However, the woman Hagen had met at the workshop talked. The appraiser. You are being too rude when you are such a young person. You came in without permission. Hagen knew why they were here, so he didn't pay attention to his manners, but he realized that he had been rude. Oh, I'm sorry. I've been distracted. I am Park Hagen. I appraise artifacts. And is Sujong needed here? Didn't Ms. Yunhee say she will compensate for all the problematic paintings? Hagen looked at Yunhee. She slightly nodded. She had talked about compensation. Do you think we're here for money? That's nonsense. I've been so humiliated. Will she give me tens of millions to compensate me? Do you think I'm a beggar or something? Hagen didn't even get mad, as if it wasn't his business. Oh, really? That's too bad. Anyway, it's been proved that Sujong here found out your painting was fake while restoring it, so she is not needed here, right? The woman snorted and shook her hand. It meant they should leave quickly. Well, whatever, anyway, we just cannot get over with this. This is one of the country's greatest galleries. How could you take care of things in such a way? She yelled at Yunhee, but another lady, who had been sitting quietly, opened her mouth. Excuse me, may I take a look at that? She was looking at the silver cup in Hagen's hand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 80. Chapter 80, Silver Cup with a Bronze Stand, 3. She appeared to be in her mid-40s. She was much more graceful than the airline CEO's wife right next to her. Excuse me? Hagen knew why she was asking, but Hagen said so because he wanted to know if she recognized the cup or was just curious. That cup, is that for sale? What? Ha ha. Hagen burst into laughter at hearing such an abrupt question. The woman thought she had made a mistake and apologized. I'm sorry. I just like that cup too much. Could you sit here for a moment? Oh, sorry. I haven't introduced myself. I'm So Hyunjong. It's a little funny to say this, but my husband is the financial supervisory services chairman. Oh. She was the wife of a powerful man. Hagen got it. However, hearing that openly didn't feel good. It was also funny, just as she said. She waved her hands as if she knew what Hagen was thinking. I didn't say that to boast. I'm a housewife, so I don't have much to introduce myself with. It's okay. Anyway, I am not planning to sell this. However, the airline CEO's wife interrupted. She didn't like that people were getting distracted by the cup. Can't you talk about that later? It's not like we're at an antique shop in Insadong. Hagen thought he really didn't like her, but, to his surprise, FSS chairman's wife answered calmly. We've already been told that we will get compensation. Is there more to talk about? I just want my money back, that's all. Ha! Mrs. Hyenjong. I am not going to disturb what you are doing. I'm just too curious about this cup. It seemed like the FSS chairman's wife didn't like what the rude woman was doing either. However, she couldn't stop her, so she just sat there, and then she got interested in Haejin's cup. This was enough to see how powerful Wajin was. It had united the wives of powerful politicians and businessmen to accuse Yunhee. It's not like, The rude woman tried to criticize the cup, but, after looking at it, she couldn't say anything. The cup still had its silver glamour, it was also beautiful and delicate. It was enough to impress anyone, including ignorant people. Haejin glanced at Yunhee. She was sighing in relief. She had been tortured by these women. Which country is it from? China? Or Japan? Hyenjong glanced at the airline's CEO's wife as she asked. Even though she had openly objected to her, she had to be careful. It's from Baekji. As you can see, it has a bronze stand. However, as it is bronze, it has gotten rusty. Oh. I didn't know Baekji made such beautiful artifacts. I only thought about the king's golden crown when it comes to Baekji. Hyenjong exclaimed and slightly touched the top of the cup. When there was no concept of artifact preservation, anyone could meddle with artifacts, but nowadays, getting to lay a hand on an artifact was a great thing. If it had been porcelain or a painting, Haejin would have never let her touch it, but as it was a silver cup, he didn't stop her. It wouldn't be easily damaged unless she smashed it on the floor on purpose. That's what most people think. You don't have to be ashamed. Then, could you please explain more about this? She looked sorry as she asked. She was sorry because she knew Haejin was not going to sell it. However, Haejin rather liked that. It wasn't like she was ordering him to explain. She was showing her interest in the artifact. Nevertheless, the situation was not right for that. Haejin wanted to leave the uncomfortable place as soon as possible. I'm sorry, but if you want to know more about this, please come to my art museum. You work at an art museum? Which one? Park Haejin Art Museum, which is 5 minutes away from here. It has Picasso's painting. People who cared about art all knew about that museum. Hyenjong's eyes widened. She got up. Oh, you're Director Park Haejin. Nice to meet you. I went to your museum a few days ago. I had to leave empty-handed as there was no painting for sale. It is so nice to meet you in person. Haejin wondered if he should naturally finish that meeting or just leave. Judging from the situation, these ladies had gotten an order from Sungjin's wife to press Yunhee. If it wasn't for that, they wouldn't be protesting so rudely even after Yunhee told her that she would compensate them. If Haejin explained about the cup to naturally make them forget about what they'd been doing, Wajin's plan to hurt Yunhee would fail. Would assisting her that way help her in protecting the artifacts in Seian Gallery? At first, Haejin had thought helping Yunhee would enable her to protect the artifacts, but now, he thought it wouldn't work that way. Even if Haejin kept helping Yunhee, Wajin would keep pressing her and, sooner or later, she would lose her place. From now on, a rumor would get around among rich people that you shouldn't buy paintings from Seian. Yunhee wouldn't be able to stand that. Oh, okay, then I should go now. Oh, you're leaving? Hyenjong was sorry to see him go, but Haejin bowed and left with Sejong. On his way out, he gestured Yunhee to meet her outside. Yunhee ran out, looking at the people. I can't help you much. I'm sorry. Yunhee's face quickly darkened at Heijin's apology. She realized that he was about to back off. No, you have helped me enough, and I'm really grateful for that. You know, right? That although you're trying to hold, rationally speaking, it won't be easy. That's. If you're going to fail, and if you really want to protect the artifacts of this gallery, why don't you change your mind? What? How? You will get fired soon anyway. So, why don't you step down after making sure those artifacts won't be sold? Both Yunhee and Sujong couldn't understand that. They looked at each other as if asking, do you know what he's saying? I don't understand. How can I stop them from getting sold? You should lease them before you step down. For a long time, about 30 years. Yunhee was shocked. Her jaw dropped. So I should lease them to other museums for years. And if I send them abroad? Yes. If you sign a lease contract, even if they want to sell the artifacts, they wouldn't be able to do that. Wow, that is clever. And if I write each leased artifact on the contract, they won't be able to siphon anything. Yunhee smiled widely. Heijin pitied her. After that, you will surely get fired. Although I tried not to think so, I knew it. I will get fired eventually. It was just a matter of time. She tried to look okay. Aren't you sad? Your grandfather left you this place. That's what troubles me, but I will be satisfied with doing the best I can. Oh, and about the lease, I'll contact you later. Okay, and send them away quickly. You're about to leave, anyway. Heijin pointed at the office with his chin. Yunhee smiled. Haha, okay. I'll just pay them. Heijin left the gallery after that. Sujong poked his side. Oh, that was cool. I was a little touched. I was actually really scared. I'm always cool. Then, the artifacts from Seian Gallery will now go to your museum? No, she cannot lease all those artifacts to one museum. She can't do that, even if she's about to quit. She will probably have to lease them to multiple museums and galleries. Then, Wajin would never be able to mess with Seian Gallery's current artifacts. Then, the new artifacts that come in the future won't be protected. Yes, even Ms. Yunhee cannot do anything about it. Then she is about to become unemployed? Probably. However, you don't have to worry about her. She's rich. Yes, but. Heijin dropped Sujong at the workshop, went home to get some sleep, then went to his museum. The cup he had gotten from Yeonhwadang was in his hand, of course, but one of the visitors looked familiar. Good morning. Do you remember me? It was So Hyeonjong who Heijin had met at Seian Gallery yesterday. FSS chairman's wife. Oh, hello. Didn't you tell me you came here once before? Yes. Actually, I came to meet you. She looked at the cup as she spoke. Please come in. Her social influence was too big to just ignore her. In short, befriending her would do Heijin good. Plus, Heijin was an appraiser. He was obliged to help people who inquire to him about appraisals. Heijin asked one of his staff to bring them tea. Then, he and Hyeonjong had a short, meaningless conversation. After setting the mood, she started to get to the point. There was a reason why I was interested in that cup yesterday. My parents used to have something similar to that. So, I was naturally dragged to it. Oh. I see. Then, do you want to have it appraised? No. I don't need to have it appraised by you. Actually, when I bought that painting, I did think it was a little strange. Selling paintings at a hotel was especially weird, and it turned out they had sold fakes. Openly. Judging from what she said, she wasn't here because of the cup. You might think that way. Heijin tried to be neutral as he couldn't believe her yet. I'm so angry. Even if Wajin is powerful, they shouldn't have treated me that way. I understand. Heijin couldn't say anything except to agree. Anyway, that's all in the past. I came here because I have a question for you. A question? Yes. First, take a look at this. She put her phone on the table. It showed the photo of a painting. This is? Surprisingly, the painting was Monet's Haystack series, which was supposed to be at Heijin's museum. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 81. Chapter 81, 8 Weird Artists of Yangzhou, 1. Please let me. Heijin didn't believe that another fake would just pop up. He examined the photo. As the background with the sunset was slightly darker, and the shadow stretched back to the end of the painting, it was another one of the series. Where did you get this? A while ago, I got an offer through someone I know. He said he would help me buy a Monet's painting at 3 billion. Will help you to buy? What was that? It wasn't like someone was openly selling a fake, but offering help to buy it, I couldn't understand that well, but I did hope he was telling the truth. I wanted to have a Monet very much. She wanted a 3 billion won painting. This meant she had at least tens of billions. FSS chairman is a government official, so Heijin wondered how she was that rich. I guess you've been interested in art for a long time if someone came to you to make an offer. She smiled awkwardly. She didn't want to talk about herself again. My parents are quite rich. She wasn't rich because of her husband, she was born with a silver spoon. Oh, anyway, do you want to find out if this painting belongs to Monet's Haystack series? I was going to ask another appraiser, but, after meeting you, an appraiser who owns a Monet's painting, I thought it wouldn't be necessary to ask someone else. She had a good reason to think so. How do you normally buy Western paintings? I mostly buy them through huge galleries like Sayan, Havasai, and, sometimes, I buy them from smaller galleries. I also buy from individuals, but only once in a few years. And you still think this kind of offer might be real? If she had suddenly struck it rich, Heijin could understand that. A chance to buy Monet's painting would be tempting enough. However, according to what she said, the wealthy lady in front of him was someone who had seen and bought many paintings. Yet, she was still thinking that she could buy a Monet personally, instead of going to an auction. Of course, it wasn't absolutely impossible as there were cases like Jason Chang, but only a few Western paintings before the 20th century had been brought to Korea. So, Monet's painting going around under the surface was suspicious enough. I know I look like a fool. However, someone has already bought a painting through this man. Someone you know. Who is it? Who's that stupid person? Heijin asked with a smirk as he thought it made no sense. Hyunjong replied awkwardly, Vice Chairman Lim Sungjun of Wajin. Oh, really? In Korea, most people think those with wealth buy antiques for bad purposes. As antiques can be quickly traded for money, and only those who are concerned know who the seller is and who the buyer is, it can be used as secret funds. There's no argument about that. However, that's not the only reason why they prefer antiques. They grow up seeing antiques and end up caring about them. The most important reason is that antiques are a great investment method. During the last 10 years, the profit rate from antique investment was more than 4 times higher than the real estate profit rate. So, the people with money had to pay attention to antiques. Therefore, the media and dramas describe rich people as very interested in antiques. If the vice chairman himself bought that painting, there must be something about it. I wouldn't have considered it if it had been someone else, but it is the vice chairman. However, only a few rich people have profound knowledge about art. Some of them have personal appraisers like Japel or a personal curator. I am curious. If it had been someone else, Hagen would have scolded that person, but he thought people like Sungjun or Hakiel of Uzion wouldn't be fooled by clumsy frauds. Of course, Sungjun had bought Max Beckmann's fake from the Havasai Gallery, however, as it was a fake of great quality that even experts couldn't figure out, Hagen could understand that. Then, will you help me? I will if you officially ask, but my fee is a little higher compared to other appraisers. How much? I take 1% of the artifact I appraise as my fee. If it turns out to be fake, I will still get 1% of the real artifact's price. So, if the artifact is fake, my fee can be even more expensive than the artifact itself. Hyeonjong was so surprised that she covered her mouth. However, that was a normal reaction. It's just that Hagen's former clients had accepted that coolly because they were all one of the wealthiest people in the world. If that's too much, it is okay to refuse. No, it's fine. Hyeonjong was determined. 1% of 3 billion was 30 million. As she would have to spend that money regardless of the painting's authenticity, she must have given a lot of thoughts in that short time. Do you really mean it? You have to write a contract and pay 10% in advance. You'll get no refund, even if you change your mind. Hagen had made a new appraisal contract after opening the museum and hiring the staff. Okay, I'll do it. 30 million won is a big sum of money, are you sure? But I've heard about you on my way here. Although I didn't get to find out about your fee, people say that you are a great appraiser. So, I trust your help will be worth it. Okay then, I'll look forward to meeting this new Monet's painting. They wrote the contract and Hagen got the down payment. After Hyeonjong left, Hagen started to plan a new exhibition with the silver cup and the Buddha, which he had gotten at Abu Dhabi. Lee Sangbyum's painting should be shown in the Joseon Paintings exhibition with Kim Hongdu's painting, and as for the Buddha, that had the smaller gold Buddha which Wajin wanted, Hagen planned a Three Kingdoms special exhibition combined with the artifacts of Goguryeo, Beach, and Shinra. Of course, these artifacts weren't enough. Hagen was going to rent artifacts from other art museums and exhibit them together. 3 days later, Hyeonjong called him. She was going to meet the seller today. Hagen immediately got on his car and went to the address she sent him. Then, Yinhee called him. Can you talk now? Oh, yes. I'm driving, but I'm using my earphones, so it's fine. What's the matter? I did what you told me. I signed a trade exhibition contract with the American Metropolitan Museum's East Asia section. As it is none other than Metropolitan, they wouldn't dare to change the deal. That's good news. And the other museums? I sent offers to Egyptian and German art museums, and they both said okay. We will write contracts tomorrow. That's fast. Is it okay for you to not go in person? As for the Metropolitan, one of its people happened to be in Korea, so I solved that matter fast, and I didn't have to go to myself to sign contracts with the other museums. Normally, we visit each other to check on the artifacts, but this time, I am offering to lease unconditionally, so they didn't object. They even offered to rent us some artifacts we don't have. That's good. Yes. From now on, even more visitors will come to Seiun Gallery. Well, the revenue is much more important than the number of visitors. She sounded bitter. Did the board members say anything? Ha ha. If they knew, they wouldn't just sit by. They would be in my office by now, demanding me to leave. No one knows yet. Even the staff don't know, except for a few associates. I'm acting like a secret agent at work these days. Ha ha ha. You must be having a hard time. That hard time is about to end. Everything will be revealed by the weekend. What are you going to do after that? I'm going to step down after that happens. I don't want to be shown being dragged out like a dog in front of the visitors and employees. Wow. Yunhee still had Wajin's blood, and she was about to be treated like that. Heijin couldn't understand that. Anyway, thank you for helping me to finish without a catastrophe. Then, buy me dinner later. Of course. Although I'm about to lose my job, I'm still rich. I'll treat you to a full-course dinner in a great French restaurant. Ha ha ha. Then I'll look forward to it. Yunhee was probably not feeling good, but Heijin ended the call brightly. In a way, she was still a rich girl who was about to quit her job because she couldn't stand it. He didn't have to feel blue about her. The address Hyeonjong had given him was her house. She was living at a townhouse in Panjayo. That area was full of luxurious townhouses. Heijin thought he should live at a place like that from now. He rang the doorbell and went in. Hyeonjong and two men in their 40s were standing in the living room. You're here. You came earlier than I thought. The traffic was good. These gentlemen are? Yes, they're here to sell the painting. Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Park Heijin. Heijin used his bright social smile and bowed. They also smiled awkwardly. Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Chai Hae-sok. I'm art dealer Gong Sangdu. Nice to meet you. I heard you offered a Monet to Mrs. Hyeonjong and came with an excited heart. Heijin said that to see their reaction. Gong Sangdu, who had a red face as if he had been drinking, scratched his back head. Really? Oh, but alas. Monet's painting has been sold. What? What do you mean? Heijin couldn't understand. He then looked at Hyeonjong. She looked slightly angry as she nodded. Yes. I just found out. So, there will be no deal? Oh, of course not. I have gotten another painting. He promoted using Monet's painting and brought a different painting. This was a classic method of real estate agents and car sellers, luring in clients with fake products. It could be seen as elementary. Heijin could only smile. Chai Hae-sok took something out of his bag. Heijin wanted to see what he had and kept watching. Hae-sok took out a painting container that was as big as a grown man's upper body. Then, he took a painting out of it. However, the paper wasn't Western. Well, you shouldn't be disappointed. He carefully fixed the ends of the painting with paper clips and slowly rolled it down. Ha! Heijin had been watching with a sneer, but he couldn't help exclaiming. Sangdo looked at him and spoke in a low voice. Although the price of a painting by Wang Seisun is cheaper than Monet's painting, you cannot say that. Its depth is also cheaper. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 82. Chapter 82, 8 Weird Artists of Yangzhou, 2. Wang Seisun was a scholar and an artist of the Qing period. He was one of the 8 weird artists of Yangzhou, the 8 artists who worked in Yangzhou, Jiangsu province, during the Qianlong Emperor's time, 1735–96. Strangely, they were not from Yangzhou. They moved into Yangzhou for the free atmosphere and financial support. They were called weird not because they acted in a weird manner but because they left the main style of the time and found their own paths. Wang Seisin? Hyanjan looked at Heijin with a question. She didn't know who that was. As she mainly bought Western paintings and didn't care much about Eastern paintings, it was only natural for her to not know Wang Seisin. Most Koreans only know about Kim Hongdu, Jang Sunjup, Shin Yunbok and not know about other Korean artists, so for them to know a foreign artist would be even stranger. He was a scholar and artist of Chang. Although he lost his sight later, he created a unique style of the Ume flower and was called Wang Ume flower. This appears to be his painting. The painting showed the Ume flowers drawn only in black. Seeing the Ume flower blooming on one branch would be able to make anyone feel calm. However, it hadn't been preserved well. Its corner was smudged, and the other side had a small piece missing. Actually, Heijin was confused as he watched the painting. He thought they would bring out a forgery. But this painting seemed real. Bringing a damaged fake was unlikely, and, if this was a fake, the two sellers had probably been fooled as well. Anyway, apart from those factors, judging from the rough touch of the brush and the branch in Wang Seisin's unique style, it was clearly real. What do you think? They say Wang Seisin is a master of Ume flower like Kim Sisup. Don't you think? That's right? Sangdo confidently praised the painting. Yes. This has to be Wang Seisin's Ume flower. Heijin agreed and nodded. The 8 weird artists each liked different things. Wang Seisin liked Ume flowers, Li Sun liked pine trees, Kim Non liked Buddha statues, Wang Xin liked people, Go Sang liked landscape paintings. Zhang Panjiu liked bamboo trees, Li Bangyun liked orchids, and Na Bing was great at depicting ghosts. But strangely, similarities can be found in their styles. Their paintings were mostly simple sketches, and mostly depict a less magnificent nature, and have a unique of independence at the same time. Right? You have a discerning eye, just as I heard. Just as I heard? That didn't feel good. Huh? You know me? Sangdo flinched and soon talked. Ha ha. Of course. How could I say that I make my living through art if I don't know Park Heijin Art Museum? I should retire then. That meant he knew Heijin would be here today. Heijin couldn't understand how that was possible. He looked at Hyanjong, who smiled awkwardly. Actually, I told them. Oh. I see. Heijin swallowed back the sigh and turned back to Sangdu. I think Mrs. Hyanjong and I need to discuss this first. Okay then, we will go now. You can call us at any time after you made your decision. Ridiculously, they quickly rolled back the painting, put it back in its container and left the house. It was like they had been waiting for Heijin to say that they needed to discuss. After they left, Heijin scolded Hyanjong. Why did you tell them I would come in advance? Hyanjong didn't seem to know what kind of mistake she made. She asked back innocently. Oh, have I made a mistake? I told them to imply that since I will be with such an appraiser, they better not do anything suspicious. They brought Wang Seisin's painting instead of Monet's because they knew I was coming. I thought that painting was also good. I'm not saying the painting is bad. Judging from the market price, Wang Seisin's paintings are worth less than Monet's. One of them has been sold below 100,000 on auction. Oh. What I'm trying to say is that after finding out I'll be here, they gave up on Monet's painting and brought a real piece, although it is much less valuable. Then I made a mistake. Oh. I was stupid. Hyeonjong blamed herself only then. There's nothing you can do about the past. They showed us Wang Saison's painting in order to not be accused as frauds by you. However, they won't give up. If the vice chairman Lim Sung-jun bought a painting from them, they can try to sell to someone else. What should I do? I tried to not be fooled and made the situation worse. No, it would be best to think it is better this way. It's not like we're the police. Making this harder wouldn't do us any good. Anyway, I do wonder which painting Mr. Vice Chairman bought from them. And how they managed to approach Wajin. Anyway, thank you for today. Then, about the appraisal fee. I will think the painting's appraised price is 100,000. As the down payment is bigger than the fee, you don't have to pay me more. Haejin had told her in advance that the 10% down payment won't be returned even if the artifact to appraise changes, so she nodded. Thank you. I'll call you if they try to sell me something again. Haejin thought that wouldn't be necessary as he wasn't the police, but he couldn't say no, so he just awkwardly smiled. After a few days, Haejin got the answers to his questions faster than he had thought. Sung-jun invited him. As Yoon-hee had told him that she had stepped down and they should have dinner together, Haejin was worried as he headed to Pyeongchangdong. When he arrived at the living room, there was someone he had never met before. It was a woman in her mid-40s and, judging from her expression that looked down on people, she had to be Sung-jun's wife. Welcome. Sung-jun greeted Haejin on his sofa. Hyeon only nodded while Sung-jun's wife didn't even do that. She stood up and spoke bluntly, "Are you going to have lunch?" "Have you had lunch?" Sung-jun then asked. "Not yet." "Then, eat with us." "Oh, this is my wife." At the sudden introduction, Haejin bowed deeply for now. "Hello, I am antiquity appraiser Park Haejin." She just said her name and went to the dining room, Lee Mi-suk. Haejin was slightly puzzled to see everyone going to the dining room without saying anything, but he didn't show it and sat down. Mi-suk glared at him, but she didn't say anything while setting the table with the housemaid. It was a short time, but it felt very wrong. It was because of that strange hostility. "I thought you wouldn't come." "Because of the Buddha?" Haejin asked. Sung-jun raised his eyebrows, he didn't like that. However, he soon straightened his face. "You know how to make people nervous." "Yes, I thought you would refuse my invitation because of the Buddha. However, that was because we wanted different things, and things went well eventually." "Of course. You would feel a little bad about it, but as I did what I had to do, I should come to gain your favor from now on." Haejin meant it. He wanted to be on good terms with Sung-jun. He was too busy for him to go there. Just because he was curious about the painting. Of course, he wasn't going to wag the tail like a dog to impress Sung-jun. He was just hoping to slightly improve that relationship. "You are too careless for someone who is trying to win my favor." Sung-jun was talking about Haejin's way of speaking. "I'm always like this. However, everyone likes me as I don't hold grudges. Anyway, I love galbi jjim. Korean-style braised short ribs." "Ha ha. Thank you." Haejin laughed as if he were at a friend's house, but Sung-jun could do nothing. He just smiled and raised his hand. "Good. Enjoy. Our housemaid is a great cook." In fact, it was impossible to have an appetite in that mood, but Haejin ate with a smile. Mi-suk didn't like that. She then put down her chopsticks. I heard you've been meeting Yunhee often recently. At that moment, Haejin realized why Misuk was here and why she was glaring at him. She must have found out what Yunhee was up to. Yes. How can a man refuse a beautiful woman like Ms. Yunhee? Ha ha ha. Haejin tried to escape with a joke, but Misuk's reply was beyond expectations. If Yunhee likes you, too, why don't you two get married? Haejin almost spewed out the food in his mouth. He was dumbfounded. Hyo-yeon then added, that's a good match. Yunhee is a poor judge of character. He should do. They were saying that on purpose. They wanted Yunhee to marry a nobody. Ha, thank you for caring about us, but we'll take care of that on our own. But I have a question. Haejin quickly changed the topic and looked at Sungjun. What is it? I heard there are some guys who sell Monet's painting these days. Misuk's eyes shook at this. Monet? Monet, like at your museum? They're selling it? Yes. Their names are Gong Sangdu and Cha Hae-sok. Oh. I know them. I just bought a painting from them a while ago. And, did you already know of this? That I bought paintings from them? Yes. A few days ago, Mrs. So Hyunjong, the wife of the current FFS chairman, asked me to appraise a painting. So, I went, and she talked about you. If it had been someone else, she would have ignored them, but as they had sold a painting to you, she couldn't stop thinking that the Monet's painting might be real. Before Sungjun could answer, Misuk interrupted with anger. I didn't know she was such a person. Who does she think she is to babble about our painting? That's rude. Oh, I'm sorry. Mrs. Hyunjong didn't babble. She just told me that because she really liked that Monet's painting. I didn't know that it would make you uncomfortable, not. Finishing here wouldn't be better than not bringing up the subject at all, so before Misuk could say anything, Haejin quickly looked at Sungjun and continued. However, I am curious. Which painting is that? Why do you want to know that? If the painting you bought is real, then their Monet's painting might be also real. If it were real, they would have brought it to me already. If they are some frauds, they must have tried to sell a fake using my name. However, I didn't buy a fake. This isn't like Max Beckman's case. He was sure that he had bought a real painting. But strangely, Misuk's eyes were shaking hard. Haejin thought there was something going on. Then, Sungjun talked. If you are so curious, I'll show you. You know the 8 weird artists of Yangzhou, right? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 83. Chapter 83, 8 Weird Artists of Yangzhou, 3. Of course, Haejin knew. However, as it was another painting from the 8 weird artists of Yangzhou, it probably was real, therefore Haejin couldn't understand why Misuk was so nervous. Of course. The painting they tried to sell to Mrs. Hyunjong was Wang Seisen's Black Ume Flower. Wang Seisen's Black Ume Flower? They had such a thing? Then, they should have brought it to me. First. Sungjun frowned, he was offended. That was even stranger. Normally, merchants try to sell as much as possible at once. No merchant prefers to sell one by one. Anyway, I'll take a look after the meal. Good. Hey! Go and bring me Zhang Pangio's painting I bought a while ago. Sungjun ordered an employee who had been watching from afar. He said yes and disappeared. They returned to the living room after a very uncomfortable dinner. The employee appeared with a painting carefully set in a frame. This is what I bought from them. Most of Zhang Panjiao's paintings were of bamboo trees. What is awesome is that all those bamboos in the painting gave a different feeling. Some were drooped low, some were standing upright. Some were dancing to the wind, and some only had dried branches as if they were about to die. The painting was clearly old and showed Zhang Panjiao's unique lively bamboo trees. Anyone would have thought it was real. It is good. Yes, it's a good painting. Heijin pretended to lightly stroke the painting and used magic. Bamboo trees and rock are standing in harmony, so it might as well be for your long life. Oh ho, really? Sung Jun didn't think of that. He smiled. Bamboo tree is Juk in Chinese letters, and it is pronounced similar to Chuk, to wish. And rock is one of the 10 immortal beings. It represents long life. So, this painting has the meaning of wishing for a long life. Although it looks like bamboo and rock painting, it is also wishing for long life. Painting. Although you are too healthy to need this yet. No. I'm losing my energy, I can feel it. It has gotten worse after you hid that Buddha. He was so narrow-minded. At least he wasn't blaming Heijin, he just sounded a little upset. So? Heijin replied with a joke. If your energy is leaving you because of such a small problem, then you do have a problem. I was going to recover my energy by eating something good, and the painting I happened to buy is for wishing me a long life. It can't be better than this. Sung Jun laughed. Heijin wondered whether he should tell him the truth. According to what he had seen through magic, the painting was fake. It was a delicate forgery. Heijin had been almost fooled by it. No, it was an imitation rather than a forgery. An artist bought Zhang Panjiao's painting when he was working at Yangzhou and imitated it. As the painting was drawn by a skillful artist right next to the real painting, it was good enough to be sold to anyone, but the problem was that those who had sold it probably knew it was fake. If it hadn't been for Misuk's shaking eyes, Heijin would have thought it was real, but he used magic because of it and found out the truth, so at least Misuk knew it was fake. Heijin glanced at Misuk. She blinked repeatedly, begging very secretly so that her husband wouldn't find out. Anyway, congratulations on getting a good painting. Oh, right. You said that FFS man's wife bought Wang Seisen's painting? No, she didn't. She just said she would think about it. As it is worth 100 million, of course, she needs to think about it. She can't be concerned about money. That woman's father is Handong newspaper's owner. As she grew up in a rich family, she is famous for spending money. She wouldn't mind spending 100 million. Is there another reason? This man knew about all kinds of people. Actually, as she only enjoyed Western paintings, she was quite reluctant to buy an Eastern painting. That woman doesn't know a thing about paintings. She thinks paintings should be red, yellow, and be drawn with oil. She isn't good enough to enjoy this quiet and still atmosphere. It wasn't like Sung Jun only liked Eastern paintings and hated Western paintings. Most of the paintings at his mansion's hallway were Western paintings. He just didn't like the attitude of insisting on Western paintings. Eastern paintings are quiet and not messy. Sung Jun nodded and sat down. Heijin also sat down. Misuk and Hyoyen, who looked a lot better now, sat with them. From now on, the real reason why Heijin had been called here would be revealed. Today, Yunhee submitted her resignation. Did you know? Really? I had no idea. Heijin denied it for now. Sung Jun lightly tapped on his armrest. Before she stepped down, she did something very troublesome. I thought that was your idea. What is that? Sungjun stopped talking and looked into Haejin's eyes. However, he wouldn't be able to find out anything. Haejin had casted an illusion magic on his eyes to hide his nervousness. Sungjun couldn't read anything on Haejin's eyes. He continued. She has leased all the artifacts in the gallery to museums abroad. That's serious. Then, what about the museum's exhibition? Haejin tried to not overreact. That's not a big problem. She leased little by little for a long period. Then, there's no big problem, right? And, why do you think I gave her that idea? You really don't know? Sungjun asked calmly. Haejin's heart dropped. The leader of the biggest corporation of Korea was remarkable indeed. His gaze alone was enough to make Haejin feel like being scanned from the bottom to the top. He told himself that he should believe in his magic and be bold. He asked back. Being so sure that I would know is even stranger. Is there something I do not know? Sungjun thought about it and shook his head. No. If you really haven't given that advice to Yunhee, could you do me a favor? A favor? My wife will explain the details. It's been a good conversation. I hope to see you sometimes. I'll make an arrangement. Usually, people would try to immediately arrange an appointment or a meeting, but Haejin said that. Just to be polite. Okay. I'll wait. He didn't have to, anyway. Sungjun left after that. His wife, his daughter, and Haejin were left in the living room. Misuk made the employees go away and opened her mouth. As my husband said. Haejin interrupted her. Before that, don't you have something to tell me? What do you mean? I think you do have something to tell me. Misuk frowned and spoke in a low voice. Mr. Park Haejin, do you know where you are now? Haejin had thought she would act like that. However, she shouldn't have pleaded like that earlier. Then, would it be okay if I tell Mr. Vice Chairman that the painting is fake? Misuk was shocked. She couldn't say anything. Hyoyeon then raised her voice. What nonsense are you talking about? You're saying the painting my dad bought is a fake? Lower your voice. Misuk stopped her before Haejin could say anything. Then, she glared at Haejin. What do you mean? It's fake? It is fake. Weren't you pleading me to not tell him? I took it that way. Strictly speaking, Misuk didn't plead or beg. She rather hoped for Haejin to not realize the truth. On the other hand, Haejin had taken it as pleading. It wasn't like that. Then, I can tell your husband, right? Misuk bit her lips. She couldn't answer. Hyoyeon spoke for her mother. Would my dad be glad to hear that? If he finds out that you have lied to him earlier, he will hate you. Even more. You misunderstood. I never said it was really Jang Panjayo's painting. I just said it was good. Doesn't that mean the same thing? Hyoyeon stood up in anger, but she couldn't raise her voice because of her shocked mother. No. Although it is not Jang Panjayo's, it is a good painting. It's an imitation that was drawn right next to the real one, so it has Jang Panjayo's line. Then there's no proof that it's fake? There's no signature. If it was Jang Panjayo's, why does it have no signature? That's, painting without signatures can also be real. She started to babble. Yes, but in Jang Panjayo's Qing period, all artists left their signature. Then does it make sense to make a fake and not forge the signature? She even spoke for they frauds. That happens when the painting wasn't painted to be sold as paintings. Practicing by imitating is one of the oldest methods of learning painting. Hyoyeon couldn't say anything more. Misuk dragged her arm to make her sit down, and she admitted. I'm sorry. Please do not tell my husband. Just as Heijin had thought. She already knew that it was fake, but she still bought it. There was only one possible reason: she was planning to get some secret funds. Then, what can I get? What do you want? Receiving black money wouldn't do him any good. I'll think about it and tell you later. I can't think of anything now. If you want money, I'll pay you. I don't want money. It's not like I cannot support myself. Where were we earlier? Did you say you want to ask me a favor? Misuk frowned inside. Yes. My daughter is going to manage Seiun Gallery from now on, and the first thing she'll do is a Baroque special exhibition. My husband wants you to help her with it. Mr. Vice Chairman is very generous. He must have been very offended about the Buddha, but he called me again. He likes talented people. Of course not, Sung Jun had to be up to something. However, Heijin couldn't refuse now, so he thought it would be alright to go along with that. Fine. How can I help? It's simple. I want you to help her select artifacts. It used to be Yuni's job, but then, will Ms. Hyoyen accept everything I say? She'll accept what she should, and not what she shouldn't. In short, she wanted Heijin to act like Hyoyen's servant. Of course, he waved his hand before she finished talking. That can't be. It's not like I am Ms. Hyoyen's employee. That's how all the other consultants work. Then, hire those consultants instead. It means even if I tell her everything I know, she can still ignore me if she doesn't like it. I don't want that. My daughter should be the leader in this. Misuk said determinedly. She couldn't back off. That was irritating. Heijin thought about leaving, but he couldn't just refuse without a reason because of Sungjun, so he changed his mind. Fine. What about the contract? We'll give you 100 million won. By officially signing a contract with Seiun Gallery. It means they were going to spend the gallery's money instead of their own. No, I don't want to make a contract like that. I'll appraise by receiving a fee for every painting. Will you accept it? Misuk looked astonished. You do know that there are more than 100 artifacts to appraise, right? If you can't do that, I can appraise the ones that have to be appraised. Would Yunhee be able to select the artifacts that have to be appraised? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 84. Chapter 84, Baroque Special Exhibition, 1. Do you have to be so strict? I have my job. 100 million won might look like a big sum of money, but just as you said, I will have to examine more than 100 artifacts. So, that isn't worth it, and if I do all the hard work, and my opinion doesn't even get selected, then I would find no meaning in my work. The meaning of you working would be the money. I must keep saying that the money isn't that big. Anyway, I've proposed my terms, so, if you will accept them, please come to my museum. However, as for the paintings you ask me to appraise, I will do my best to appraise them. I promise it upon my honor. Misuk sighed. You are stubborn. Okay, we'll think about it and contact you. And I hope you won't speak about what happened today. She was talking about trying to make a secret fund without her husband's knowledge and getting busted by Heijin. Of course, I'm not going to. As long as you give me what I want later. You dare to blackmail me? Aren't you scared? Or you just can't think? I'm not blackmailing you, I'm letting you see the reality. I also don't know what kind of relationship you have with those art dealers, but you should stop contacting them. They've sold fakes to many madams before. If this gets bigger, you will be in trouble. Heijin said that not because he cared about Misuk, but to stop any more innocent people getting fooled. Stop saying presumptuous things and leave. It's been my pleasure. Heijin bowed and left the mansion. It felt like he could breathe well again. That mansion was not cozy at all, it rather felt like a prison. He left Pyeongchangdong and went home instead of going to his museum. He had used magic twice. He didn't want to do anything but to lie down and sleep. He didn't want to drive. He wanted to call a chauffeur service, but it would have been awkward to do. So when he looked so sharp, so he drove himself. As he was driving, his eyelids wanted to cover his eyes. He had to pinch his thigh to resist it. The moment he reached home, he fell asleep without taking a shower. When he woke up, the sun was setting. Oh, what the? He checked his phone. He had gotten more than a dozen calls. Most of them were from curator Lee Jisoo, who managed the museum instead of Heijin. According to the text she sent after calling, she had called to ask about the next exhibition. The rest of the calls were from Yoonhee. She must have called to have dinner with him as she had just quitted her job. She must have been very disappointed, so Heijin called her immediately. She answered just after a couple of beeps. Hello? Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't feeling well. I fell asleep during the day and woke up just now. Oh, shouldn't you go to a hospital? No, I'm fine now. Actually, I went to Pyeongchangdong. That drained my energy and I collapsed as soon as I got home. Oh. I see, I was getting worried. However, why did my uncle call you? Heijin only said Pyeongchangdong, but Yoonhee immediately understood it had been Sunjun. He had found out about your scheme. He called me and asked if it had been me who had given you that idea. Wow, how did he find out so fast? She must have told on me as soon as I left. I thought she was better than that. She was thinking curator Jong Mina was the reason. However, it didn't matter now. She probably did that because she had to leave. So, let's forget about it. That wasn't even the important part. The real reason he called me was to have me help with the Baroque special exhibition. He wants you to help Hyoyeon. Yes. They offered me 100 million to assist her from the side, so I told them all just to praise per artifacts. They said they had more than 100 paintings to be appraised, so I said they should give me only those that have to be examined by me. At this, Yoonhee laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. However, she cannot select those. Even if it were me, it would be hard for me to decide which paintings should be examined by you. Jong Mina wouldn't be much of help either. She's in big trouble. The funny thing is that she probably does not know what kind of trouble she's in now. That's why it's even funnier. Anyway, if you just woke up, you must not have had dinner yet. Yes, my stomach is growling now. Ha ha. Then, take a shower quickly and come. I haven't cancelled the reservation for dinner. It was the right decision to not cancel it. Come quickly, I'm hungry as well. The dinner was normal. They ate steak at a restaurant of Seorae village, had tea at a nearby coffee shop and chatted. They then said goodbye after that. In fact, any man would have been excited to have dinner with such a beautiful woman. However, from time to time, the museum and artifacts filled Heijin's mind instead of Yoonhee. So, even during the meal, he just kept thinking about how he should proceed with the construction. Tomorrow at Iksan. The next day, instead of going to his museum, Heijin went to Ixin. He had been told that the shaman of Yonhwadang had left without making trouble. He was relieved about not being delayed. He drove with ease. When he arrived at the spot, a barrier had been set, and workers had demolished the walls with big hammers. "Good morning." Heijin got out of his car and greeted them politely. The workers looked at him, their eyes were wide. One of them took a safety helmet and came closer. "Oh, are you the owner? You came faster than we thought. We thought you wouldn't be here before lunch. The traffic was good. The construction is going fast. Demolishing a house shouldn't take long, it will be done soon. The new building will be built according to the blueprint you sent me, so you don't have to worry. I've built 8 5-story villas in this area." As destroying the building and start digging as if it were a historical site, when nothing had come from there, would be considered strange. Heijin had officially signed a contract with a construction company and was building a villa. He was going through all that trouble to get rid of the slightest doubt. He had to look like he didn't know an artifact would come out and suddenly won a fortune. Then please, do your best. Demolishing the 2-story house wasn't that hard. The workers first got rid of the things in the house, went in to smash the inner walls, and hit the house with a huge proclaim. Then, the house immediately fell. The next step was to get rid of the debris. Demolishing the house and cleaning the debris only took 2 days. Heijin stayed at Ixin for those 2 days. When Heijin's opinion was necessary for the museum's exhibition, he worked with emails and photos. Hyoyan also called him in the meantime. She was willing to accept Heijin's terms. Heijin told her to wait and decided to go back to Seoul after finishing his business at Ixin. It was simple. An artifact had to come out during the groundwork. After that, he would be able to stop the construction and start digging. So, when the groundwork was being started, Heijin was there looking around. He believed it would come out. "Oh, please. Stop going around here and go get some rest. We'll do the work. Can't you trust us?" Of course, the workers didn't like a civilian going around in the construction scene. Heijin couldn't tell them the truth, so he made excuses and stayed. The ground is important for the building. Just think of it as me not being here. How can we think you're not here when you can get hit by an iron beam and die? That's why I'm wearing this safety helmet. So please, don't care about me and do your job. They kept talking like that while Heijin scanned the ground. Then, he spotted something. "Wait. What's that? What? Stop the work now." Heijin ran past the worker who asked back bluntly and jumped down into the hole that had been dug deeper than a meter. Then, he stroked something that was sticking out of the ground to clean the dirt. "What are you doing? Wait. Is there something there?" The workers came in with curiosity. Heijin dug with his bare hands. Then, he yelled. He couldn't hide his excitement. "Stop working and go back. No more working today." The workers frowned and talked among themselves. "What? Why is he doing that?" "I don't know. It's probably about that black thing." "Then, this construction is over?" "Huh? They would be losing one work if the construction gets stopped, so of course, they didn't like it." "That's too bad, but this building wasn't supposed to be demolished in the first place." Heijin had it destroyed on purpose, so he had made and given work that wasn't supposed to exist. Heijin paid the workers well and sent them back. Then, he set the CCTVs at the scene and blocked it with a fence. He knew the odds were in his favor. He carefully wrapped what he had excavated with vinyl and went to Seoul. As it had been buried underground for such a long time, it had to go through the restoration process to recover its true self, but the smile on Haejin's lips couldn't disappear. It was clearly the incense burner he had seen through magic. If the restoration finishes without a problem, Korea will get another national treasure. He arrived at his museum in delight. Hyoyeon was already waiting for him at his office. She said there was no time and they had to start immediately. At this, Haejin finished what he had to take care of in a flash and gave the incense burner to Jisoo, instructing her to prepare personnel and equipment needed for the restoration. Haejin followed Hyoyeon and went to Seiun Gallery. They went into Yoonhee's former office. It was occupied by a different person now. It felt slightly weird to go in there and sit on the sofa that was still there. Hyoyeon put down the dozens of photos in front of him and quickly picked up some of them. These are the paintings we are considering, and these are what you should appraise. Appraisal for a special exhibition had to be done with photos instead of actual paintings. Bringing paintings cost a lot. Because of that, they agreed on a fee of 0.5% per painting instead of 1%. I should examine only these paintings? Hyoyeon offered him only 3 photos. Was that self-pride? Or recklessness? Her parents got her an appraiser for her first exhibition, and she was saying he needed to examine only 3 paintings. Haejin couldn't see why. He was confused. Then, the door opened and a woman in her mid-30s came in. She was about 170 centimeters tall and thin. She was wearing a 2-piece suit. She lightly bowed her head to Hyoyeon and sat opposite to Haejin. Hello. I'm Elissa Kim, personal curator of director Lim Hyoyeon and art expert. She was speaking Korean, but her accent was awkward. She was probably from abroad. However, the term art expert was interesting. That meant she was an expert who could determine both an artifact's authenticity and its price. She looked young, so Haejin doubted that she was really that good. Nice to meet you, I'm Park Haejin. I guess you're the one who selected these 3 paintings? Yes. She smiled and nodded. However, Haejin had to resist his laughter. One of the photos, which she didn't pick, caught his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 85. Chapter 85, Baroque Special Exhibition, 2. Then, all I have to do is to appraise these 3 paintings. Will I then get my fee immediately? Hyoyeon nodded and looked at Elissa Kim. Of course, Elissa will take care of everything else. Oh, you must not know much about her. She is a great appraiser, good enough to be a member of the Chicago Appraisers Association. Chicago Appraisers Association was famous for appraising by using high-definition digital images and math formulas. Haejin frankly didn't know what kind of logic and method it was, but he thought it was so famous because it made sense and was effective. However, the woman in front of him hadn't mastered all the appraisal methods of the association. Haejin kept looking at another painting, aside from the ones she had selected. Wow, that's impressive. Then, we'll see each other often in the future. Elissa Kim brightly smiled and answered, I've already heard that you run an art museum with Picasso's painting. You run a museum and appraise at the same time, that's amazing. However, her tone was slightly strange. She stared into Haejin's eyes as if she wanted a match. I just got lucky. I'm looking forward to your conclusion very much. She crossed her arms. She looked like a teacher waiting for a student to answer her question. Heijin could understand her competitive spirit. She must have received an elite appraisal education. Probably at Rhode Island School of Design or NYU, and she was also a member of the Chicago Appraisers Association, so she must have great pride. However, the first job she got in Korea was to select before someone else made the final selection, so that pride had been hurt. There's nothing to look forward to. 2 out of the 3 paintings are fake. As for Rubens, it even had a crack allure, so there's no need to examine them more, and I've seen this Rembrandt's painting just a while ago. One of the 3 photos Elissa showed her was the one that had been revealed as fake at a private auction in the States. The one Tom Keating hid the bomb. This photo had been taken before the painting was completely ruined. However, how did she find out that the painting was fake? At the time, even Heijin was confused and had to use magic to be sure it had great quality. Or did she know the painting had been ruined and was showing an old photo of it on purpose? You've seen this? No, how did you know this was fake? Elissa Kim was even more surprised than Heijin. Her eyes widened. She left the sofa and leaned forward. Why don't you talk first? About the reason why you showed me this as one of 3 paintings? Elissa hesitated and sat back on the sofa. One of our members informed me that it is fake. It turned out she didn't know why it was fake. Heijin smiled. She asked again, now it's your turn to answer. How did you know this is fake? Heijin stood up and replied. That's a secret. However, I'll tell you that it has been revealed as fake at Anton Barrett auction. Originally, I should receive my fee for all 3 paintings, but as Ms. Elissa must have appraised while she selected, I'll get the payment for only 1 fake. I'll send you my account number. Hyoyeon slightly frowned. You're going to leave like this? Heijin didn't want to receive the fee for Rembrandt's painting because Hyoyeon and Elissa also knew it was fake. It meant, unlike her parents, Hyoyeon was not going to trust and rely on Heijin. She tried to test him, spending money when it wasn't needed. She wanted Heijin to make a mistake. Probably, she didn't like what happened with the gilt bronze Buddha and how Heijin had behaved in front of her mother. There's nothing for me to do here. Anyway, I hope the special exhibition goes well. Heijin left the gallery while Elissa Kim ran after him. Hey! Excuse me? Heijin looked back. She offered her hand. Let's have a fair fight, just us young people. Heijin wasn't going to fight, but he couldn't say not interested and leave, so he took her hand. Oh, okay. But what kind of fight are you talking about? She covered her mouth and laughed. Ha! You're pretending to be ignorant? You have ambitions. Fine, I'll go along with it. Honestly, this field is full of old men, and I'm saying us young people should have a fair fight. Oh, and for your information, I never lose when I pick something as mine. She winked and turned back. Her long hair touched Heijin's nose. He could smell her shampoo, but it didn't make his heart flutter. He rather thought it was ridiculous. That's a strange personality. Although she is not good enough. Actually, she was a good appraiser for her age. Heijin had received education about art from his early days and had knowledge far greater than that of his superiors, but Elissa must have gone through all the formal education before going to university to learn appraisal. So, it hadn't been more than 15 years since she started learning, but she could select among more than 100 of paintings only with photos. Although she wasn't 100% accurate, it was impressive. The problem was that she was thinking of Heijin as her rival. Heijin called Yoonhee as he walked. He planned to do what Sung Joon and his wife wanted, but Hyoyeon refused him. So, there was no problem. He was going to give Yunhee a gift, who was praying for the Baroque exhibition to be ruined. Hello? It's me, Heijin. I just finished helping Ms. Hyoyen with her Baroque exhibition. How did it go? I'm sure she couldn't choose the right ones, but judging from her excited voice, she had been praying earnestly. Ms. Hyoyen didn't work with the employees. She brought someone new from outside, Elissa Kim. I think she is a Korean American. She was helping. Elissa Kim. I've never heard of her. She said she is a member of the Chicago Appraisers Association. Then she must be pretty good. Yes. Anyway, I think one of Johannes Vermeer's paintings is going to be a problem. Vermeer's paintings? Vermeer didn't leave many paintings. So, all the known genuine paintings from him were known quite well. It meant making a fake of Vermeer's painting wasn't easy. Yes. Because of the appraiser's conscience, I'll stop there. The rest is up to you, you know what I mean? Ah. But please give me one more hint. I need to know what the appraiser I'll bring should look at. If Heijin shows up at the exhibition and pointed a flaw, he would be officially declaring war with Wajin. So, Junhee would have to take care of it on her own. She really wanted to ruin that exhibition and didn't want to miss that chance. Concentrate on the background. There must be something strange. As soon as she heard that, she realized something and raised her voice. Is it Tom Keating again? Probably. Then, will there be a bomb hidden in the painting? Her voice had some hope. She was imagining the scene of the paint melting down at the exhibition. Well, I don't know. Even if there is, you're not going to pour water on that painting, right? Heijin doubted that, but that could happen. Being kicked out of where you thought you would work for the rest of your life was hard enough, and Yunhee had lost her inheritance at the same time. Maybe. She didn't say no. Although she pretended to be fine, she was enraged. Well, I know you'll do well, but don't cross the line. Then I should go, I'm too busy. Okay, thank you. Next time, I'll buy you a meal and a drink. Heijin hung up and returned to his museum. However, there was someone waiting for him at his office. Nice to meet you. I'm Section Chief Seo Byonsu, Seoul City's artifact management team. He was in his early 40s. Heijin thought he looked like a public official. Black horn-rimmed glasses, tired face, and somewhat bored eyes. Looking at his face, Heijin felt the necessity to let him finish his business as soon as possible. Oh, yes. How can I help you? The mayor had heard about the exhibition you are preparing now. Promotion pamphlets had been sent to the city hall and village offices. So strictly speaking, the mayor had seen and heard about it. Really? Yes. He was also particularly impressed by the Goguryeo gilt bronze Buddha statue. He has asked me to find out if it can become a national treasure. An artifact can become a national treasure in two ways. First, the mayor or governor can ask for it to the Ministry of Culture's Minister, Artifact Committee. Must agree on it later. Second, when a new artifact is found, the minister can have it researched to make it a national treasure. In short, the artifact's owner or owners cannot make it happen on their own. Ha ha. Of course. Please, sit here. In conclusion, to Heijin, the owner of the museum, he was the most welcomed guest. If he talks to the mayor well, the Buddha statue can become a national treasure in no time. As the mayor is very interested, we should quickly make it a treasure. It can become a national treasure only after that. As the mayor had an election coming up next year, he welcomed the existence of such museums that brought more tourists. It's not like he would have to spend tax money on it, so he was clearly trying to back up like this and draw attention. Regardless of his intentions, it was good for Hagen. Thank you. If you need anything, please contact me at any time. I'll do my best to help you. Then, I'll take some photos. I'll visit again later with the Artifact Committee's members. Would that be fine? Of course. As long as you make an appointment, you are always welcome. Now, Hagen had one more thing to promote the exhibition with. Exhibiting an artifact that was about to become a national treasure was better than talking about artifacts leaving an impression on people's mind. After a few days, the members of the Artifact Committee came to talk about the Buddha again. According to what Beyonce told him, it would easily become a national treasure. Pleasant news kept coming for about 2 weeks. One day before the start of Park Hagen Art Museum's first special exhibition, Seiun Gallery's Baroque Special Exhibition started. Havasai Gallery's Salvador Dali Special Exhibition also opened on the same day. Hagen checked news articles about Seiun Gallery and wondered how Yunhee was doing. Then, someone came to see him. "Sir, you have visitors. Let them in." The person who came in was Elissa Kim. She walked in with elegant legs and dropped something on Hagen's desk. It was an invitation to the Baroque Special Exhibition. "Why are you giving me this?" "Ms. Hyoyen sent it. She wants you to see how Seiun Gallery changes with your own eyes." Oh. Hagen was going to hear what happened later, but it looked like he was going to watch the whole drama unfold at the scene. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 86. Chapter 86, Baroque Special Exhibition, 3. Why? You don't look that happy about it. No, it's not that. But I'm busy now. If you told me in advance, I would have made some time. Honestly, Hagen didn't want to go. Meeting someone from Huajin would be uncomfortable, and he didn't want to see Yunhee and Hyoyen fight. However, Huajin wasn't going to let Hagen miss the event of its vice chairman's precious daughter. "Ms. Hyoyen's parents wish you to be there." "Me? Why?" "I don't know if you know this, but Mr. Vice Chairman and I are not exactly on good terms." "I've heard about it." Hagen could guess who had told her. "You know it, and they ordered you to bring me. You are the hottest person in this country right now." "Oh, in the art world, of course." "I know. You don't have to emphasize that." Picasso's painting turned Hagen into a celebrity of the art world. He had done dozens of interviews with magazines after opening his museum, and people in broadcast stations had come more than 5 times. It was also from different stations, news, documentary and comedy shows, paintings only. So, although there were people who didn't know Hagen's face, everyone knew his museum. Ha ha. Anyway, they think your presence will be enough to make the exhibition meaningful. Then, why didn't you call me earlier? Elissa frowned. Do you know how little sleep I have had since I came to Korea? I never got to sleep more than 3 hours a day. Honestly, I had to resist the urge to go home and get some sleep. I walked all the way here instead. Are you going to make me go on and on? I'm wearing heels. My legs hurt. She got angry as she spoke. Her voice rose and ended in a shriek. Okay. Leave the invitation here. When are you going to come? About the day after tomorrow? Hagen wanted to visit quietly after the trace of the war was gone, but Elissa didn't let him. No, I asked when are you going to come today? It only means something if you come today when all The VIPs are there. Why would we call such a busy person when commoners come with their toddlers? That made sense. Heijin couldn't argue. Okay. Then let's go now. Oh, you're fast to act. Heijin thought Yoonhee wouldn't come on the first day's morning. If he went as fast as possible, show his face, and come back, he might be able to not meet Yoonhee. But sadly, when he arrived at Seon Gallery with Elissa Kim, he saw Yoonhee smiling brightly like a white lily. She was talking with a foreigner with bright blonde hair at the entrance. She spotted Heijin, smiled, and turned back. She thought acknowledging him could be a problem later. There were not many people inside, but they all looked rich. The clothes they were wearing and their attitude of watching the paintings were quite serious. It was probably because only VIPs had been invited. Elissa took Heijin to Misuk and Hyoyeon, who were greeting guests in the deepest part of the gallery. Welcome. Misuk smiled to see Heijin. She was trying for a generous smile, but, for some reason, it made Heijin feel bad. I didn't know you would invite me, but thank you anyway. I'll enjoy looking around. Do it. Oh, and there will be an interview a while later. An interview? She had arranged an interview without Heijin knowing, and she spoke as if it was nothing. Hansung newspaper will interview you about the future of the art world. We've prepared makeup, so you don't have to worry. You just have to take a few photos, so it won't be that hard. Please take care of my child. Oh, he's here. It wasn't a magazine interview. It was a newspaper company that even had its own TV channel. At least it wasn't a TV interview. Misuk looked behind Heijin and waved her hand. Heijin quickly looked back. A man in his mid-30s came fast, bowing deeply. Hello. The reporter spoke politely as if he was addressing a queen. Reporter Oh, you came early. How can I be late to Director Lim Hyoyeon's first special exhibition? I went in through the entrance. And I was shocked by Caravaggio's painting. How did you bring boy with a basket of fruit that should be in the Galleria Borghese of Rome? I even thought it could be a fake for a second. He tilted back and exaggerated. However, it wasn't awkward, so he was probably always like that. That would be a huge problem. Right? But how did you bring such paintings? My child has many friends. Director Roberto of Galleria Borghese is very fond of her. I've heard about it. Director Lim Hyoyeon made many Italian friends when she studied in Switzerland. As a child, was it those connections? Ah, yes. You have such a good memory. This is why I like smart people. When talking to stupid people, I have to repeat things I've already said. I hate that. Ha ha ha. Thank you. Anyway, you informed me even before the interview. I don't know how to thank you. They had called a reporter to brag about themselves, and the reporter was thanking them. It was so ridiculous that Heijin almost laughed out loud. Misuk introduced Heijin to reporter Oh much later. This is Director Park Heijin of Park Heijin Art Museum. You know him, right? Oh overacted again as he asked for a handshake. You are so handsome. I've heard all about you. It's an honor to meet you. I'm reporter Oh Seong-ti of Hansung newspaper. I've heard from Wajin and picked a few questions. I hope you like them. Nice to meet you. I'm Park Heijin. I just heard about the interview. Seong-ti realized what Heijin was implying. He glanced at Misuk, but Misuk didn't even blink an eye. As if it was nothing. Seong-ti saw that and smiled again. Ha, an interview must be done instantly like this to have the tension and get a fresh story. People like that more these days. Heijin didn't want to hear more nonsense. So, when are we going to start? Seonti smiled awkwardly and glanced at Misuk again. How about now? Misuk answered instead, Director Park just arrived and isn't ready yet. I've prepared a makeup artist. So how about doing it together with Hyoyeon after preparing? It would be good. They proceeded on their own before Heijin said anything. You know we will choose the photos, right? Oh, yes. Of course, then shall we go? Actually, Heijin didn't have to be dragged along, but he followed. It was because of Yoonhee who was shining her eyes in front of Vermeer's paintings. She moved on as if she had found nothing on the painting, but a foreigner woman in her 40s stood there and stared at the painting. The moment Heijin, Hyoyeon, and Seongti passed by her, she called the curator. Of course, Hyoyeon stopped at this. Heijin and Seongti also stopped. Heijin looked around. Yoonhee was looking at another painting as if she had heard nothing. She was quite good at pulling a scheme. What is it? Elissa Kim came to her instead. The woman pointed at the Vermeer's painting. This painting is strange. The plaque says it is owned by an individual. Is this real? She spoke in English, but there was not a single person in that room who didn't speak English. Hyoyeon understood that and looked at Elissa. She was asking what she was talking about. Seongti casually took out his notebook and started to write something. This painting has been appraised by me, a member of the Chicago Appraisers Association. There's nothing wrong with it. Elissa explained calmly, but the woman smiled and pointed at the painting. Can you see this part? The Vermeer's painting showed a woman wearing a white turban on her head while doing some needlework. The white woman was pointing at the painting depicted behind the woman in the painting. It was a painting inside a painting. It was the painting of Jesus nailed on a cross. It clearly had a religious meaning. Baroque paintings have a lot of religious meaning since, at the beginning of the 16th century, the Roman Catholic Church chose art as a mean to deepen the faith in the Church and its dogma to oppose the Reformation. Because of that, Baroque paintings were basically sensational and spiritual at the same time. They made religious images easily understandable with a naturalistic style and aroused the faith with dramatic effects that stressed emotions. Vermeer's paintings were like that, too. Most of them were about religion and faith. This painting also described that. What is there? Elissa frowned and went closer to the painting. The woman smiled and spoke. Look at the foot of the nailed Jesus. Isn't it strange? It's tilted in an angle that is impossible in that posture. It's. Elissa thought something was wrong only then. She stammered. Hyoyeon dragged her arm and spoke instead. Who are you? Why are you causing trouble here? Have you been invited? Oh, I'm sorry. I am Haley Robert. I belong to the International Revenue Service/IRS Art Advisory panel. My boss got the invitation, but he told me to come instead. Here it is. Haley took out the invitation from her bag. Hyoyeon turned pale. The International Revenue Service/IRS Art Advisory Panel consisted of 25 experts and, although they were volunteers who didn't get paid, they have great skills and influence. Hyoyeon looked around. She snatched Seongti's notebook and threatened him. Today's interview is over. Don't even think about writing anything and leave quietly. Nothing happened here today. Okay? Oh, okay. Seongti turned back and left without thinking of getting his notebook back, but there was someone there who Hyoyeon hadn't thought of. Oh, what's going on? There's a fake in this exhibition? Everyone looked in direction of the voice. There was a politician of the opposition party who Haejin had seen on TV a few times, smiling with his arms behind him. It was Jo Haejin, representative of the Gukman Party. He was the nemesis of Hwajin, which was the pro-ruling party corporation. At his arrival, Hyoyeon's face turned dead white. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 87. Chapter 87, Baroque Special Exhibition, 4. Oh, sir. I didn't know you were here. Misuk realized what was going on and showed up. She blocked Jo Haejin's way, but he just smiled and moved aside. He was in his late 50s. He had been elected 5 times in Gangbuk. Even Haejin, who didn't know much about politics, knew him. I should just watch paintings when I am in a gallery. There's no reason to go around and say hello. Anyway, thank you very much for sending me an invitation. He slyly smiled and Misuk's eyes shook slightly. Most people wouldn't dare to act like this, but even Sung Joon couldn't treat the representative of the opposite party rudely. You didn't come last year. If you had told us in advance, we would have made preparations so that you could watch more comfortably. Oh, for some reason, I wanted to come today. There has been a lot of hard work recently, so I came to cool my head. I didn't know I would get to witness such a thing. Then, the determined Elissa interrupted. There must be a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Misuk and Hyoyeon couldn't hide that they were nervous. They all looked at Elissa. She looked around and opened her mouth, her lips were dry. Haejin couldn't even imagine how nervous she was in that moment. Even if the painting in this painting is a little awkward, it cannot be the proof that this painting is fake. That was the right argument. The problem was that her opponent was also good. Haley nodded as if she agreed to Elissa. I admit that normally, it would not be enough to call this painting a fake. However, we must consider that this is Vermeer's painting. Look here. He described Jesus as delicately as this noble lady. Thin arms, muscles, and sick-looking face. All are depicted with extreme care. He, however, tilted Jesus' ankle? I doubt that. Vermeer was a very pious man. If it were another artist, I would think it is simply a mistake, but as it is Vermeer's, I think it is different. Haley spoke with logic. Everyone looked at Elissa again. To beat Haley, she couldn't get along with her talking about Vermeer. Haley's logic was circumstantial, after all. However, Elissa Kim couldn't overcome the pressure of the situation. No matter how pious he was, I cannot believe that he would never make mistakes. He was also not educated in art for a long time. Of course, he can make this kind of mistake. Oh. Elissa was so nervous that she made a fatal mistake. Haley smiled. Are you saying that Johannes Vermeer was an amateur? Vermeer, the pride of the Netherlands? I'm very surprised to hear a member of the Chicago Appraisers Association speak of Vermeer like that. Is that the association's official opinion? Even the boldest person would get anxious when pressed like this. No. I'm just saying that normally, . Haley cut her short and gave her last punch. Enough with useless excuses. You do know that hiding traps in paintings like this is a method from Tom Keating, the famous forger? You're thinking that he did something with this painting. However, you must know that Tom Keating didn't hide bombs in all the paintings. Are you suggesting a test? We will get our answer if we pour water on it. If it isn't, can you handle the consequences? Elissa courageously spoke, but she didn't know how things were going exactly. The reason came from behind her. What are you talking about? Are you going to pour water on it now? Hyoyin yelled. Elissa realized her mistakes only then. She quickly waved her hands and made excuses, but it was too late. I didn't mean. Misuk spoke instead. No, stop. I'm sorry. It appears that there has been a mistake. So please stop today. We'll find out what has happened, and if there's a problem, we'll take care of it according to the protocol. That was the standard answer. It meant Haley should not talk about it anymore. In a way, Misuk was surrendering. Elissa looked at her. She thought they couldn't lose like that, but Misuk ignored her. She didn't have a choice. If Tom Keating's fake performance happened there, Wajin's reputation would drop to the ground and the whole world would find out about it. It's a shame, but it does happen sometimes. I hope you take care of this wisely. It's a good thing that I came instead of my boss. Haley bowed her head politely at Misuk and left. She had done what she came for, so she had no reason to linger behind. As Haejin saw her leave, he suddenly wondered how Yoonhee had made the International Revenue Service/IRS Art Advisory Panel speak for her. She had to at least know that Hyoyan would send them an invitation. Haejin also wondered how Tom Keating's painting had gotten here. He quietly went there and casted magic. As everyone was shocked and was studying Hyoyan and Misuk, no one found Haejin's action strange. However, the moment Haejin used magic, he couldn't help but look at Misuk. The moment their eyes met, Haejin broke the silence with a playful voice. Oh, Jongcheol, take a photo of this. Yes, sir. His secretary took photos of Haejin and the painting with his phone. Senator Joe, you cannot do this. That happened too quickly, so Misuk tried to stop him. However, Haejin had taken enough photos. He stepped away with his sly smile. Thank you for letting me enjoy good paintings today. But you will have some explanations to do about how you have brought this painting. There are rumors about expensive paintings being secretly traded among wealthy people to be used as secret funds. That didn't happen. We shall see after the investigation. It says it is owned by this individual. I wonder how much you paid to bring it here. And how much of that money went to the painting's owner? He turned back and left before Misuk could say anything. Misuk glared at him and turned to Elissa. She slapped her cheek with all her might. Slap. Even Haejin was surprised and took a step back. How dare you make my daughter a laughingstock? Elissa stumbled, covering her cheek. She was too surprised and shocked to say anything. Her red face and shaking eyes showed it. What are you looking at? Aren't you here to watch paintings? Misuk looked around and yelled. Then the people, who had gathered around, dispersed. But, of course, they did their best to listen. Haejin, who had gotten away from Misuk, was also listening. Misuk turned back to Elissa and cursed at her. This is why I shouldn't trust people who studied abroad. You don't know a thing about paintings and... What? Chicago Appraisers Association? How did you get in there? Did you sleep with someone? Even though people were away, most of them could still hear it. Nevertheless, she insulted Elissa in public like that. She had a problematic personality. As Heijin had found out how the painting had gotten here, he just couldn't stand Misuk's wretched behavior anymore. Misuk, Hyoin, and Elissa had all known that the painting was fake. However, she was blaming Elissa for everything. So shameless. No. Ha! Of course. Misuk glared at Elissa and turned around to leave. Then, Hyoin yelled at Mina, who was standing next to her in fear. Hey, what are you doing? Put that down. Yes. There are only fools here, ugh. After Misuk and Hyoin left, the gallery was cold. It was because of the staff who cleaned up the mess. They all looked sad as if they had lost their country. Yunhee showed up from somewhere, patted their shoulders, and left. Heijin saw her eyes as she went past him. Unlike before, they were full of anger. And seeing that, Heijin thought of a good way to make those mother and daughter pay. Leaving after Yunhee would arouse suspicion. Heijin slowly looked at the paintings and left about an hour later. There was someone waiting for him. Are you done here, sir? The man worked at Havasai Gallery. Heijin wasn't that close to Havasai Gallery, but Yeren had asked him to come. Going to Seian Gallery's exhibition only and missing Havasai Gallery's exhibition could be a problem, so he couldn't refuse to go. Yes. You didn't have to wait. No. Ms. Yeren told me to wait for you and bring you there. Heijin wanted to ask Yunhee how she had brought Haley Robert, but it looked like he had to postpone it. When he arrived at Havasai Gallery, there was a special opening event for the VIPs going on, just like Seian Gallery. There were some people Heijin had seen at Seian Gallery earlier. Yeren, who was wearing a neat black two-piece suit, saw Heijin and came to him. You're late. Oh, I'm sorry. But I was only 10 minutes late. Only my family makes me wait 10 minutes. If it had been someone else, Heijin would have thought it was crazy, but, as it was Yeren, it didn't feel weird. Really? That can happen in life. She pouted, and then covered her mouth to laugh. I heard Seian Gallery has been humiliated. Oh, I should have been there. You still care about it, even though Ms. Yunhee is no longer its director? Oh, it doesn't have a thing to do with that. It's a matter between Wajin and Yuzeong. My aunt was so delighted when she just told me about it. She's even happier than me. And, you do know how things are between me and Yunhee. Yes, but anyway, welcome. Come, I have someone for you to meet. Yeren dragged Heijin into the deeper part of the room. Here. Say hello. This is Oh Haiju of Osung Foods, my friend. There was a woman in her mid-20s waiting for them. She looked shy as her face was red. Heijin wondered if this was some kind of blind date, but he thought Yeren would not have dragged him there for that. Yes, hello. I'm Park Heijin. Nice to meet you. I'm Oh Haiju. I've seen you before, actually. Oh, really? Yes. Your museum is so famous that I had to go. I just saw you from afar then, but we're meeting properly today. Oh. Heijin didn't have anything to say, so he answered shortly. Haiju hesitated and continued. Actually, I asked Yeren here to help me meet you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 88. Chapter 88, Meaning of the Dakibi Sculpture, 1. Me? Do you have an artifact that needs to be appraised? No. I asked because there's something I'd like to discuss with you. You want to have a discussion instead of appraisal? Actually, I'm about to get married and want to give a gift to my in-laws. I've prepared everything necessary for marriage, but I want to give a special gift. You should ask that to someone else. Hagen couldn't understand why she was asking him for such a favor. Yaren then explained, actually, her future in-laws are in the legal profession. However, her fiancé's parents aren't that fond of her. That family is so aloof, you would think that it has produced ministers for centuries. Yaren criticized them as if she didn't like it, but Haiju stopped her. That's enough. Well, anyway, we found out that her in-laws like antiques very much. I've suggested a few things, but I thought you might be able to give us a better opinion. Hagen hadn't done anything like that before. So, he wondered if his advice would be helpful. Yaren then continued, if you help, Osam Foods will pay you well for your help. Hagen had no reason to refuse when they promised to pay well. Then, let's hear about your in-laws first. They went into a small staff lounge inside the museum. As the staff was working hard at the moment, no one would come in there. But, you have a friend? They sat around a small table while Hagen asked the question. Yaren then raised her eyebrows. You thought I'm a loner without friends? I've only seen you alone so, wild. That's because of the history between me and Yunhee. I'm not a mad dog. I don't bite everyone around me. Oh, anyway, shall we hear our story? Haiju bit her lips and hesitated. It took her a while to talk. My fiancé and I met while traveling. Because of that, my parents didn't really like him. You know, they were worried that he might have approached me for the money. Yes. As parents, they can be worried. But, as he graduated from a law school and has a good reputation in legal circles, they gave us their permission eventually. I thought we could get married without any problems after that, but I found out later that my fiancé's family doesn't really like me. They never expressed it, so I didn't know, but I found out when I met my future mother-in-law. She has prejudices about children who grew up in very affordable families. She spoke of her family as very affordable when it was one of the richest families in the country. It made Hagen smile. Her reserved tone of talking and her expression showed that she had received a good education, but she had an arrogance that resembled Yaren's. She was kind of a mix between Yunhee and Yaren. So, you want to change their mind with a gift? Yes, Haiju nodded with a slightly gloomy face. Yaren talked again bluntly, you were so blind, you bought the car, bought everything to fill your new home, gifts for your in-laws, and you even paid half the price of the house. Why are you still groveling? I'm not groveling, I just want my in-laws to like me. It is all for my fiancé. What a devoted wife. Yaren shook her head and clucked her tongue, but she didn't say anything more. What I want to know is not how you got engaged but the mood and situation of your in-laws. Hagen wasn't interested in others' love stories. Especially when he was alone. Oh, I'm sorry. My father-in-law used to be a judge, but he retired. The corporations are trying to scout him as a lawyer, but he is refusing. He is a great man. Yaren flinched at this. She wanted to talk about it from the perspective of the corporations, but she restrained herself to not make things awkward. In Korea, former judges and prosecutors are often hired by companies since they are the seniors of the current judges and prosecutors. They have a strong influence over their juniors and can make them make decisions in favor of the companies. Yes, he is. Whether she was just saying that or really thought so, there was no way to know. And, my mother-in-law is the typical housewife. My father-in-law is even more interested in antiques. So I think we should concentrate on him. Brothers and sisters? There's one younger brother who's trying to get a job. He's been trying to find a job for about a year. So I offered him to join our company, but his father strongly objected. Oh, what does your father-in-law like? There are many types, like porcelains, sculptures, Western paintings, and Eastern paintings, so it would be better to pick one. I don't know for sure, but there are a few Eastern paintings in his house and a few white porcelains. Oh, I also saw an inkstone. If he likes liquor, I'll get a bottle of good liquor and present it, but he has stopped drinking. I think I know his tastes. Then, shall we have a tour of Insadong? Although cheap fakes for tourists filled the main streets of Insadong, in smaller alleys, you can see various artifacts worth tens of millions to hundreds of millions and buy them. The downside is that the buyer has to discern whether the artifact is real, as even experts sometimes make mistakes. Carefully examining doesn't always give the answer. Before that, take a look at ours first. My aunt would scold me if she finds out that I let a guest just leave. Okay, there are many good things here and they can be trusted, so all the better for me. Artifacts in the Havasai gallery had to be expensive, but Haiju smiled and agreed. You're not talking about the paintings on sale out there, right? Heijin asked out of curiosity. Yeren smiled and stood up. I'm not asking you to buy a Salvador Dali. The cheapest painting on sale today is 700 million. Oh, then we're going to the artifact storage? Originally, I shouldn't let others in there, but I'm letting you in because you've been hired as Haiju's consultant for a day. You two must be close. She's also close to Yunhee. Although there's bad blood between Yunhee and me, this naughty girl pretended to never meet Yunhee, but in reality, they often met. Yeren spoke loudly as if she wanted Haiju to hear it, but Haiju just looked back, spoke one sentence, and turned back. Stop fighting now, you're not kids. Don't you speak for Yunhee in front of me. Haiju didn't bother to answer that, she just shook her head and kept walking. Yeren ran to her, took her arm, whispered something, and laughed. Heijin envied that. As he didn't go to school like the others, he had no one to call a friend. Even though he got close to a few peers while he worked, that relationship ended when he moved to another company. That was why he was nice to Sujon. Yeren took them to the second basement floor's exhibition room. Although it was called an exhibition room, the door was locked, and it was dark. Therefore, even if someone got there by mistake, they would turn around. Here? It looks like you hid things here to avoid the tax investigation. Yeren pouted as she entered the password to open the door. We're not Wajin. We don't have that kind of power yet. It's a shame. Judging from her expression, she was really sorry about it. Oh. They went inside. The room was called the exhibition room for a good reason. Each artifact was protected in special glass boxes. Names and explanations were written under them. There were even thermometer and hygrometer at the entrance in order to store the artifacts in good condition. There were more than 1,000 artifacts in there. Look around this place first and go to Seian Gallery if you can't find anything good. Oh, you do. No, there are many things I cannot sell, right? Even my aunt can't sell about half of these on her own. Haiju accepted that coolly. I know. I wouldn't ask for a national treasure or a treasure. That would be too much. There's also no need to go to Seian Gallery. Don't you know that? Don't know what? Has something else happened aside from Yunhee quitting? Yeren's eyes sparkled. Seian Gallery might as well shut down now. Before Yunhee stepped down, she leased all the artifacts to foreign museums. They're in chaos now because of that. Wow, great! Yaren was shocked at first, but she soon started to smile. While they chatted, Heijin started to move. First. In fact, an antique is not a welcomed gift unless it is very expensive and famous. For instance, white porcelain or celadones that were sold over 100 million on auction, or a painting by a famous artist of Jizian would be happily accepted, but receivers are not that delighted by receiving things where only experts can judge their value. Because of that, the owner must pick an artifact on one's own to value them. Do you remember what kind of porcelains your in-laws had? Haiju ran to Heijin at this. I don't know for sure, but there were many white porcelains. Her future father-in-law could be owning white porcelains because he liked them or he happened to get them while trying to get porcelains. And their shape? Was there something big and wide like moon porcelain? Or was there something of a middle size like a vase? Or something like a small dish? They were quite big. People who collect old porcelains usually prefer big moon white porcelains at first and move on to vases and to small dishes in time. If someone likes small dishes among the Joseon white porcelains that are simple without splendid patterns, it would be okay to think that the person has loved white porcelains for a long time. Then, what is the best porcelain to give as a gift? It depends on the receiver's knowledge and experience about antiques, but the safest choice is the small blue flower white porcelain that is luxurious and preferred a lot. And, as Haiju's future father-in-law had big porcelains, the blue flower white porcelain's splendor wouldn't be too much. Heijin made the decision and started to look around quickly, but then he heard Haiju's surprised voice from behind. Oh, my. Heijin looked back. Haiju was standing in front of a jade artifact. Why were you surprised? Oh, this looked like a red bug for a second. Yaren slapped her shoulder and chided her. Please understand. She is easily scared. Heijin looked at that jade sculpture. Then, he asked without looking up. Is this for sale? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 89. Chapter 89, Meaning of the Dakibi Sculpture, 2. Yaren came and stood in front of the sculpture. This one? Yes, probably. Although it would be a little expensive, but why? It looks like a dakibi. As Yaren said, this red coral sculpture was less than 10 centimeters tall. It had a horn on its head and thick eyebrows, bulged eyes, and a distorted face. It looked quite fierce. A sash went around its body and it held strange things in both hands. It was standing on a turtle. How much is it? When choosing an antique without a price tag, you should ask the price first. As antiques have no cost of manufacture, their price is up to the seller's mind. It is also human nature to name a higher price when the buyer is interested. Ho, you're interested? Personally? Or for Haiju? Why do you ask? Just tell me the price. Yaren looked at Heijin and turned around. Wait here. I'll find out. Even she didn't know the price of every artifact in that storage. She had to ask her aunt or someone who managed that place. When she left, Haiju glanced at Heijin and asked, Do you want to buy it? She was confused as Heijin had asked about porcelains and suddenly focused on an ugly-looking sculpture. Well, let's hear what Ms. Yaren would say first. Heijin didn't talk about it for now and used magic in secret. He knew what the sculpture meant, but he wanted to find out who made it and why. Oh, okay. Haiju was a little disappointed when Heijin didn't tell her anything, but she didn't say anything more. She just waited. About 10 minutes later, the sound of a woman's heels was heard from the entrance. Yaren came coldly and crossed her arms. 280 million won. So, it is for sale. 280 million. Heijin stroked his chin. Yaren crouched to see the sculpture and asked, "This can't be Haiju's gift." "For her in-laws, why are you interested in this? Don't you know what this is?" Yaren flinched, but soon she smiled and looked at Heijin. "What is it? Speak honestly." "I won't raise the price, even if this is worth more than 10 billion. "Really?" Heijin was half joking, but because his eyes were serious, Yaren flinched again. Really? Really? Ha ha. Don't worry. It isn't that valuable." "Really?" Yaren was nervous. Heijin smiled at her. "Technically, this isn't a dakibi. But it looks like dakibi. This is a god called Guizong, from the Chinese mythology. He used to be a human and became the god of study. He was mainly worshipped by people who wanted to pass the exams." "Oh." Haiju was so surprised that she covered her mouth with her hands. Yaren could see why Heijin had stopped in front of that sculpture. She put her hand on Haiju's shoulder and nodded. Although Guizong was a great scholar, he was very ugly and small. He passed the royal examination, but the emperor saw his ugly face and cancelled that. In despair, he jumped down from a high place to kill himself. Oh. Both Yaren and Haiju nodded at this. However, a sea turtle rescued him. That is why this Guizong has 1 foot on a sea turtle. Oh, that's why that sea turtle is there. Yaren went even closer to the sculpture, absorbed in Heijin's story. Usually, Guizong is carved with a brush in one hand. It is to choose the great scholars among the names in the Sky Emperor's list. And, in his left hand, he sometimes has a gongan that is used to measure the abilities of candidates, or he has the 7 head stars of the north, the Big Dipper, in his hand like this. The 7 head stars of the north? Yes. Guizong is the first star of the 7 stars of the north. Which is why he has the 7 stars in his hand like this. Oh, that's why its name is Guizong. I thought that was a strange name. However, what is this in his other hand? This isn't a brush. As Yaren said, there was a strangely tilted stick instead of a brush in Guizong's hand. That's an Ume flower branch. Why does he have an Ume flower branch? As Ume flower is the first flower that blooms, it has the meaning of getting ahead of others. And, look at how Guizong is raising one leg from behind. It symbolizes the head of the 7 head stars of the north, so it means being the head of the group. Wow. In conclusion, Guizong is the first star of the 7 head stars of north and the god of exams, so it has the meaning of wishing you to pass the exams. As this sculpture has special objects and posture, the artisan has made this with care, wishing for someone to pass an exam with the highest score. In addition, as it is made of coral, I guess it was ordered by a very wealthy family. Yaren was surprised, but she just stared at the sculpture as if she had gotten a blow on the head. My mother-in-law would really like it. I could feel that they were all worried about my fiancé's brother. When I went to visit a few times, he wasn't even there except on the first day. The mood was so bad. Because of it. Haiju put her hands together. She was clearly touched by that sculpture. Then, they will surely like this. No parent doesn't like someone worrying about their child. Although it is a little expensive. It's okay. I can afford that. Heijin couldn't stop envying those girls with the silver spoon. That artifact was worth 280 million, and She said she would buy it immediately. Then, it's settled. Ms. Yeren? Ms. Haiju wants to buy this. Oh, okay. I cannot do it myself, so you should go up and tell my aunt. Then someone will come down to get this. As the artifact was expensive, the gallery's owner had to sell it herself. Okay, then I'll go up. What about you and Mr. Hagen? Huh? I have something to talk about with him. At that moment, Haiju looked at Yeren and then Hagen. Then, she quickly left with a smile. Yeren snorted at seeing Haiju leave and turned to Hagen. Huh? Don't care about that. And, I have a question. Okay. According to my aunt, she got it from an art dealer from Gunsan in the early days of this gallery. She got it at a low price, luckily. Really? Then, she bought it at a low price and is selling at a high price. Actually, although the price was almost 300 million, it wasn't that expensive for the value of the sculpture. However, she told me that she had bought something else with it. That was why she wanted to stay behind to talk. You mean you want me to appraise it? Yes. Why? Is it something your appraisers cannot handle? Yeren crossed her arms and frowned. You mean those appraisers who said that sculpture is a Dakibi sculpture made in Joseon? Did they? It shouldn't be that hard. It was a slightly difficult artifact. It wasn't studied by many people like Buddha statues and porcelains. And as it was only popular during the Qing times, it had a limited period. Nevertheless, experts are called experts for a reason, so to appraise it as a Dakibi like a non-dash expert like Yeren. This gallery only has experts of Eastern paintings, Western paintings, and porcelains. Oh, then how do you have Buddhas appraised? Each appraiser has an area of expertise. For instance, to appraise Eastern paintings properly, you should spend decades to get experience and knowledge, so you cannot be perfect about sculptures. At the same time, in that perspective, Hagen, who had mastered all kinds of antiques including paintings, porcelains, and sculptures, was rather inhumane. Sometimes my personal appraiser comes to help, or we bring appraisers from outside. Then, the staff went down and took the Coral Guizhong. The deal was going on fast. So, you haven't brought an appraiser outside for this one? Yes. So, stop talking vaguely and decide if you are going to do it or not. Yeren pushed Hagen. He, however, moved and went past her. I'm done for today. I'm tired. Oh, really? Are you doing this because you think I won't pay you? Of course not. In fact, Hagen was thinking about the past he had seen through magic. That Coral Guizhong sculpture was an imitation. An artist saw another Guizhong sculpture that was made during the Qing period and imitated it. The important thing was that he made something else. After making that imitation, Hagen was getting a headache while trying to figure out where it was. Normally, he wouldn't have refused that kind of offer, but now, he just didn't feel like it. You'll regret it if you just leave. Me? Why? Because it would be something you have never seen before. Hagen had traveled all around the world with his father. So, something he had not seen yet was tempting. Are you sure? Leave if it isn't. I'm not asking you to go on a date with me. Why are you so merciless? That's not about being merciless, but Hagen and Yeren went up, arguing like that, but, to their surprise, there was a strange situation. Yeren's aunt looked nervous, and Haiju was standing in front of her. She looked angry. There was also another woman. Haiju, what's wrong? Yeren ran to Haiju and asked. She spoke in a cold voice. Your aunt says she won't sell it to me. I thought you would sell it to me. Were you lying? Yaren looked at her aunt. However, her aunt, who seemed to be in her 40s or 50s, dragged her away from the scene. There's someone else who really wants to buy it. She said she will give us double the price I told you. I don't have a choice. However, you should give it to the person who asked first. I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do. How can I say no to the wife of the president of Hanseong Bank? Your father would do the same. You can't do this. She is my face. She came here because she trusted me. How can you humiliate me like that? I'm sorry. Tell her I'll give her something better at a low price later. Yaren's aunt returned to the scene and smiled to the wife of the president of Hanseong Bank. I'm sorry. I'll send it to you without a problem. Haiju was enraged at this. She turned red and started to even shed tears. Haejin couldn't just stand by. He turned to Yaren's aunt. Even an art dealer should have morals. How can you do this? An art dealer? Yaren's aunt fiercely frowned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 90. Chapter 90, Meaning of the Dakibi Sculpture, 3. Of course, she was angry. Haejin had degraded the director of the gallery as a mere art dealer. The funny thing was, in Korea, antique merchants and art dealers have either been considered frauds or people who were likely to be frauds. Of course, things changed after professional curators worked on Western antiques in the 90s, but people still looked down on art dealers. However, there was someone who was even more enraged than Yaren's aunt, the wife of Hanseong Bank's president, the woman who had intercepted the sculpture that was supposed to be Yaren's. Like any other woman guest who came here, she was elegant. She had been watching quietly, but she couldn't stand it any longer. She took a step forward and started talking. Additionally, next to her stood a man in his 30s who appeared to be her attendant. He was carrying a large painting. She had probably bought it at the Salvador Dali exhibition. Hey, good-looking young man, I think you have no manners. Do I look like a villain who just took a child's toy? Didn't you? Listen. The director here promised me that I can take one thing that I want. So technically, I have the right to choose first. You think complaining like this would solve the matter? Haejin didn't like the term complaining. It is common sense to not choose something that someone else has picked already, even at Insidon's antique shops. Unless you are trying to tell the world that this place is not even as good as Insidon's antique shops, you can't argue so confidently like that. What the? The woman was really mad now. She was about to yell, but Yaren's aunt spoke first. That's enough. Madam, please calm down. I'll take care of it. I didn't know Ms. Yaren had such rude friends. That was so ridiculous that Haejin could only interrupt her. Do you even know what this is for you to be that eager to have it? Do you know what kind of meaning it has? Haejin thought she wouldn't know, as even Yaren's aunt didn't know. Did you think I wouldn't know this is a sculpture that wishes for the passing of the exams and good scores? Haejin looked at Haiju. She nodded slightly. It turned out that she had told Yaren's aunt everything. Haejin had to scold her. Oh, you'll blow up everything if you win the lottery. That pierced her heart. She couldn't even look at Haejin. Her life had been easy. She had never experienced such a difficult situation. She blamed herself and cried. Haejin continued, I don't know what kind of deal you made with Yaren's aunt, but I think as a senior, you should let the bride-to-be have it. However, the woman didn't even blink an eye. My son will be 30 next year. I can do more than this for my son who's trying to pass the civil service examination. Oh. Heijin could see why she was acting so shamelessly. However, the son of the bank's president could just get a job at his father's bank. Why was he trying to pass that test? Nevertheless, he couldn't make a comment on someone else's business, so he sighed and turned to Haiju. She had given up. She was going to Yaren. She was probably not going to ask Yaren for help. She was probably trying to find something else. Yaren's aunt and her client were relieved to see that. They quickly signed the contract. Looking at Yaren's aunt proudly returning, Heijin spoke to her. You're a good businesswoman. Yaren's aunt raised her eyebrows. I am not going to stand by you forever. Even if you are doing well these days, people who are not humble cannot triumph for long. She had heard about Heijin from Yaren, that was why she was enduring his scolding. She knew he had great influence in the art world now. I think there are times and places where you should be humble and when you shouldn't be. Ha! You think I gave it to her just because of the money? Her husband is in her hands. If he wants to, he can ring Yuzeong at any time. Yaren knows that, too. That's why she isn't bothering me anymore. Just as I thought, that is the thinking of a merchant, not someone who deals with art and the artists' souls. That's why I told you that you are a great businesswoman. I was giving you a compliment. Hey! Enough. It is already done, arguing would give us nothing. Heijin criticized her like that because he was disappointed in both Wajin, that owned Seian Gallery, and the director of Havasai Gallery, who cared more about other things than artifacts. Then, Yaren and Haiju came. They had talked about it, and Haiju wasn't crying anymore. I'm sorry. I was too angry, and I acted rashly. Haiju's apology meant that she wanted to finish it there. Okay then, shall we leave first? I thought you haven't finished looking around, Heijin replied bluntly to Haiju's question. But, what if someone takes what we choose again? Yaren was hurt. We had our reason this time. I know it is our fault, but we don't deserve to be scolded like that. I understand you. It's not about you. It's just that being here makes me uncomfortable. Heijin thought Yaren could only think that it was unfair. She wanted to help her friend, but she couldn't say anything because of Yuzeong, and she couldn't ignore her friend either. It had been hard. Haiju wasn't Heijin's friend, so he could choose another artifact from the Havasai Gallery, but he didn't want to buy anything from Yaren's greedy aunt. Okay then, let's go out. Yaren took Haiju's arm and started to walk. Heijin followed her. However, the moment they left the gallery, surprisingly, they ran into Yunhee. Oh, what are you doing here? I've been enjoying my life after I quit my job. Why? Have I come somewhere I shouldn't? You even sent me an invitation. Yunhee shook the invitation in her hand. Yaren pouted and looked away. I thought you wouldn't come anyway. It must be good to be free. Nothing to care about. Yes, it is good. I even regret not quitting sooner. Sure, it must be good. Yaren seemed to think that Yunhee was lying, but she didn't say anything more. Yunhee turned to Haiju and said hello. Then, she heard what happened inside the gallery while looking for a gift for her in-laws. She looked at Yaren's coldly. You never change, do you? Why? You think you wouldn't have done the same? Oh, maybe you wouldn't have. That's why you are unemployed now. Haiju thought that was crossing the line and chimed in. Stop, both of you. I'm fine. Mr. Hagen said he'll find something else for me. Then let's go together. As someone said, I'm unemployed. I have nothing to do. Yaren tried to say something, but she restrained herself. Eventually, Hagen led the three girls to Insadong. As the three beautiful girls stepped into Insadong, many people looked at them, but their nerves were on edge, and they didn't realize it. However, what was the object that you said you wanted me to appraise? Hagen asked because he thought the thing he had seen through magic might be the one Yaren had tried to get appraised. Oh, there's no need to appraise it anymore. The wife of Hanseong Bank's president, the woman who bought Haiju's sculpture, bought it too. Wow, she must be rich. So, what was it? Salvador Dali's painting. Hagen was relieved and curious at the same time. You mean the painting the man next to that woman was carrying all the time? Yes, that. Oh. I see why you tried to get it appraised. Yaren looked at Hagen. What? Was there a problem with the painting? I just caught a glimpse of it. I didn't get to examine it, so I cannot tell you anything. Really? Yes, really. But then, Yunhee laughed. Why are you laughing? I don't like it. Yunhee straightened her face at Yaren's sharp remark. Oh, sorry. But as far as I know, there hasn't been a single normal painting among those which Mr. Hagen felt weird, isn't it? Hagen was nervous to get all the attention. He tried to make some excuses. I must have been lucky when I was with you. I've never thought like that. Well, you might not have realized it yet. Yaren was about to frown even harder. They quickly went into a shop before that. Inside, an old man wearing a modernized hanbok had been resting. He stood up to greet them. Welcome. What are you looking for? We want a painting. An Eastern painting. One with a crane or crab and a bamboo tree. Crane? Crab and a bamboo tree, and the price? We don't mind the high price. But, how much? We don't want an imitation. It would be better if it is the painting of a well-known artist. The owner of the shop was so old that he probably needed glasses. He went into the shop's storage and came back a while later. He was holding a long scroll in his hands. As he was carrying it with great care, it was very valuable. He carefully put it down on the table. I really don't show this painting easily, but I am showing it to you because those girls behind you appear to be ladies. So, don't even think about lowering the price, okay? Oh, okay. Please show it to me. Stop making me wait. Shush, why are you so impatient when you are so young? How are you going to find yourself a girl? He glanced at the girls behind Hagen and made a silly joke. Then, he slowly unfolded the scroll. Do you know Heo Ryan? Of course. Heo Ryan inherited Yoon Duseo's style. He was an artist of the late Joseon period. Of course, I do. And the price? 100 million. The scroll was unfolded, and the painting was revealed. It showed crabs biting a flower attached at the end of the reed. To most people, it made no sense, so the girls were confused. It's good. Good? Really? The old man looked into Hagen's eyes as if asking if he really knew the true meaning of the painting. Hagen smiled and turned to Haiju. Buy it. This is at least as valuable as that sculpture. Really? Of course. Trust me. And that greedy woman is going to regret it a lot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 91. Chapter 91, Salvador Dali and the Second Dali, 1. Haiju couldn't fully believe Heijin. The price of the sculpture had been almost 300 million, but this painting was only 100 million. Additionally, the painting of the two crabs looked of a slightly lower quality than the sculpture, which instead looked splendid. However, Heijin was sure, so Haiju went to the owner. "Tell me your account number." "Ha, that was fast. I see that you greatly trust this young man, but he can be trusted." The old man nodded and wrote his account number on a piece of paper. Haiju immediately sent him the 100 million. The old man carefully rolled the scroll again and put it in a box. Then, Heijin and the girls left the shop. Will this painting be as good as that sculpture? If we were to judge just the value of the artifacts, that sculpture is much more valuable. However, as you have a purpose for your gift, the receiver will not be any less moved. Yunhee chimed in. What is the meaning behind the painting with the two crabs and flower? I've never heard of crabs eating flowers. Why did the artist draw such a painting? First of all, the flower in the painting is the reed flower. Reed is RO, in Chinese letter, and in Chinese, it sounds the same with Rio. However, this Rio is the same with Jianrio, the king, calling those who have passed the royal examination to let them come in. In short, it means passing the royal exam and getting the meat that the king bestows. Oh, and the crabs? Haiju's face started to turn brighter. Heijin smiled to see that and continued. As crabs have hard shells, they can be seen as gab. In the Eastern world, gab is the first one that comes in grades, like A+. So, it means winning the first place examination, and, in the painting, there are two crabs. What would that mean? Winning the first place twice? Yes. As there are two crabs, it means to pass both the first and the second exams, and with the best score. Moreover, as one of the crabs is biting the reed flower, it means to not let go of the first place. Yunhee exclaimed at hearing this. Wow, there can't be a better gift than this for someone who's about to take a test. There was something similar like this earlier. Yeren scolded her, but Yunhee pretended not to hear. She patted Haiju's shoulder and congratulated her. Haiju then smiled again. Heijin was relieved to see her happy. I don't know what kind of company your brother-in-law is trying to join, but this painting does not apply only to civil service exams. At the time, everyone was after civil service exams, but if you tell them that it means to pass the employment exam, they will probably like it. Thank you. I will pay you well for helping me today. Okay. Your friends probably have told you this, but I'm a little expensive. May I look forward to my reward? Of course. Haiju faced Heijin's excited gaze with confidence. They were all too rich to feel bad about spending money. Then I should go now. I've done my part, and I'm tired. I must go home. Heijin was really tired. He had used magic, and only sleep could take care of its after effects. Wait, you can't leave just like this. Tell me about that painting. Yeren urgently grabbed Heijin's sleeve. Didn't you tell me that I didn't have to appraise it as the woman has bought it already? And, with what rights am I supposed to appraise a painting that has been sold? Unless she asks me to. Please wait for a moment. Even if we've already sold it, we have to be sure. Or the gallery's reputation will be ruined. Well, Havasai Gallery had been already named as a gallery that once sold a fake after selling the fake. Max Beckmann's painting to Wajin. Of course, as Sayan Gallery had sold fakes, too, you might say they are all the same but, of course, Yaren wanted to get rid of that shame. But I cannot go back to the Havasai Gallery. Call me. I'll be having a cup of tea nearby. Okay. What are you going to do? Haija looked at the painting in her hand and shook her head. I should probably go. This is expensive. What if I lose it? I should go home to keep it safe. Okay then, goodbye. I should go first. See you later. Yaren turned around and quickly went back to Havasai Gallery. After Haiju left, Heijin and Yunhee went to a nearby traditional tea shop. Heijin had thought only old people would be there, but there were young couples here and there. He then sat down and ordered tea. Next, he spoke to Yunhee, who looked a little excited. I'm glad that things went well earlier, but it looked a little dangerous. Honestly, I'm still a little worried. I regret telling you about it. I didn't think it would fail, as it was none other than you who told me that. The person I brought is also an expert. She is famous about Western paintings before the 18th century in America. I didn't even imagine that you would know one of the IRS Art Advisory Panel if she is that good. Why didn't you ask for her help when you participated in the Anton Barrett auction? I told you. She specializes in Western paintings before the 18th century. If other artifacts had been there, I would have been in trouble. Besides, you have great skills that even those experts cannot understand. I made the right choice. Yunhee's compliment didn't make Heijin feel better. Although she had gotten her revenge, Heijin wasn't that delighted about it, as it wasn't his business. He just felt bad about her losing her job. Then, will she leave Korea and return immediately? Of course. I've asked her to keep it secret. Everybody knows that I and Haley Robert are close. However, they would not be able to link how she picked that painting as a fake and how I found that out. That's a relief, but I got to know Haley when I was studying in the States. She told me Havasai Gallery had sent an invitation to the IRS Art Advisory Panel and she was able to come instead of her boss. Now, I can get rid of the anger in my heart. Thank you. I can stop resenting that family and start over again. What are you going to do now? Well, I might go traveling or learn something new. Heijin didn't know why, but when he heard that Yunhee might leave, he didn't want to let her go. Why don't you work with me? With you? Yes. I am running an art museum now. However, as there are things I don't know and there's lots of work to do, curator Lee Jisoo is doing most of the work instead of me. Although she isn't that younger than you, being a good curator and being a good manager is different. So, I would be very relieved if you were to join us. Yunhee looked into Heijin's eyes for a long time. Heijin didn't know how to decipher the emotion in her eyes, but at least it didn't look negative. Are you serious? Yes, I am asking seriously. Yunhee nodded and enjoyed her tea. Right when she was about to open her mouth, Heijin got a call. It was Yaren. Take it. Heijin hesitated, but he took the call. He heard Yaren's urgent voice. Could you come here? Do I have to appraise it today? I'm too tired, how about tomorrow? Yaren felt the irritation in Heijin's voice and changed her attitude. Then we'll come. What about that workshop in Insadon? Then do that. Heijin hung up. Yunhee then asked, I don't think Yaren will give up, is she coming here? Yes. As you have heard earlier, she greatly cared about the wife of Hanseong Bank's president, Yaren, and her aunt, too. They have no choice. Yuziong has been expanding its business quickly, so many doubt the liquidity of the money inside the corporation. Yuzhen must be on good terms with the banks now, so they must be sensitive about it. So, they wouldn't dare to offend the president of Hanseong Bank. Poor Haiju. However, we have found her a good painting, so she must be feeling a lot better now. Yes. You might not know this, but even if Osung Foods is not one of the top 30 corporations, it is a very good company. It owns a lot of real estates, and Haiju is nice and has many friends. She is thanking you, so she will help you a lot in the future. Is she that important? Lots of good men courted her. Sons of ministers and company owners. Among them, there is even Yaren's elder brother. Oh. I've never met him. Probably. He is a little stupid, so Yaren's grandfather is sad about Yaren not being a man. He is like a troublemaker of Yuzion, but he is still the eldest son, so they're supporting him. You all live such complicated lives. Yes. So, when I left, I was a little, very sad, but now that I think about it, it was the right choice. I left that war zone and can live the life I want. Why didn't I do this sooner? That's why life isn't easy. Shall we go now? Judging from Ms. Yaren's personality, she must be running with that painting now. Heijin was just saying that. Why would she walk when she had a luxurious car? Heijin went to the workshop with Yunhee where Byongguk greeted them, saying it had been a while. Of course, he didn't like Yunhee being there that much. So, what brings you here? I need to borrow this place. Someone asked me to appraise, but I couldn't go there, so I told her to bring the painting here. Hey, aren't you supposed to pay the rent then? I'll buy you makgeolli tomorrow. Kohm, you will pay me with some inexpensive makgeolli? Okay. I'll give you 10% of my fee. No, buy me some ribeye later. I need to eat some meat. You are rich. Eating expensive food using others' money tastes even better. While they chatted like that, Yaren arrived. The woman who had bought the painting and her attendant came with her. We meet again. She awkwardly said hello and looked away. Yaren took the painting from the attendant and put it down on the table. Please examine it properly, so that we will be able to give a refund and give another painting if there's a problem. Heijin slowly studied Salvador Dali's painting on the table. Then, he spoke. Do you know Antoni Pitzit? He's Salvador Dali's friend. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 92. Chapter 92, Salvador Dali and the Second Dali, 2. The painting on the table had Dali's unique surrealistic content. It showed a huge marble statue that looked like it had jumped out of Greek mythology, but it was about to collapse. It gave a strong impression based on Dali's imagination. Yaren heavily nodded at Heijin's question. Yes, I've heard of him. You cannot avoid talking about Antoni Pitzit when talking about Salvador Dali. Pitzit was born in Figueres, Catalonia of Spain, just like Dali. Their families were close, and Dali sponsored Pitzit when he was young. Pitzit was also the co-designer of the Dali Museum that was built in 1968, and he became its director when Dali passed away. The problem was that at some point, Pitzit started to live in Dali's house. Amongst those who were close to Dali or lived close to him, rumors spread that Pitzit was painting instead of Dali, who was losing inspiration, and Dali was approving them. Although Salvador Dali was famous for his obsession with money, at the time, he had enough money. Revenue from the copyright kept coming in, and he earned a tremendous amount of money from countless commercial designs which he handled. So, if he had someone else make fakes for him, it would be because of his pride to eliminate the people's doubt about him losing his inspiration, not because of money. Dali had many fakes. Dali's fakes are the second largest in number, right next to Picasso's. I know that. That's why we had this appraised by the best experts before bringing it to Korea. Heijin shook his head at this. However, I cannot appraise this painting with 100% accuracy either. As you know, surrealist artists don't have a fixed style and have various concepts. Plus, the difference between the best days and other times is huge. But I believe you will be different. There hasn't been a single painting that you couldn't figure out so far. What will you do about the fee? Yeren flinched. Havasai Gallery didn't own that painting anymore. The wife of Hanseong Bank's president did. Then, the person who should pay the fee would be her, who was uncomfortably sitting on the wooden chair, but asking her to pay could complicate matters. It was Salvador Dali's painting, so it was worth billions. So, the fee would be tens of millions. Would she pay the fee? Heijin could bet his wrist on no. Yeren knew that. She flinched, but she made up her mind and bit her lips. We'll pay 1%. I'm sorry, but I won't receive money for the fee. Everyone was surprised to hear that answer. Yeren thought he would ask something harder than the money. She then grimly asked, "What do you want?" "I'm looking for Mr. Gang Hyasang, an art dealer who used to work in the 70s. Find out if he is alive, where he is, and what he is doing now. Those are my terms." Yeren was puzzled. What? Do you think I am a detective for hire? Aren't you taking it too far? I'm sorry, but that's what I want. Heijin was doing that for a reason. When he saw the past by casting the magic on the sculpture earlier, he had seen that the dealer who sold it to Havasai Gallery had another artifact from the artisan. As he had sold it to Havasai Gallery, Heijin thought asking Yeren would be the fastest way to find him. Ha! Yeren's face was now red. She fanned with her hand and thought about it. Heijin had already hinted about Antony Pitzit, so not getting that painting appraised would make both the seller and the buyer feel uncomfortable. Yeren thought about it for a long time, and she gestured to her client who was about to get on her feet to stay. Next, she said, "Mr. Heijin, although we are not that close, I thought we were close enough to respect each other." Heijin felt sorry as he had no hard feelings for her. "Just as you said, I also think we have become quite close. It's just that this is a deal between us, and I want to receive something else instead of money. If you say no, I'll just take the money." "You are right. You are not a detective for hire, so I cannot force you to help me." It looked like Heijin was being fickle, but Yeren could see that he was disappointed. "Are you saying that you will not appraise for me again if I give you the money?" "Well, I cannot be sure of that." Yeren thought about it again, but then she called someone. She instructed to find Gang Hyasang and hung up. "It's a long shot. We might fail to find him." "I understand that. Will you appraise after we find out something?" "No. I trust you, so I'll appraise now." Actually, when Yeren put the painting on the table, Heijin was slightly nervous. He had felt there was something strange when he had gone past it at the gallery. But now that he examined the painting, he couldn't determine exactly which part had a mistake or the awkward point. The colors and methods depicting were similar to those used by Dali. The problem was why Heijin felt they were similar. That was why he had mentioned Antony Pitsit's name as soon as he saw the painting. He was the most probable answer among the forgers who could produce such quality. Of course, Pitsit wasn't a forger. The relationship between him and Dolly's was much more than that of a genius artist and an unknown artist trying to borrow his name, and Pitsit understood Dolly's paintings better than anyone. Plus, Antony Pitsit was a great artist on his own. He even received the Gold Medal of Merit in Fine Arts from the King of Spain. In a way, the painting was real with the wrong signature. Antony Pitsit's real. So, Hagen's conclusion was that he needed to use magic to appraise it properly. He brought water as if he was thirsty and used it to see the paintings past. After a short dizziness, he sighed in relief. It was Pitsit's painting, just as he had thought. Who? Why? Is there a problem? The owner of the painting glanced at Hagen. It's a little complicated. It is Dolly's, but it is also Pitsit's. What do you mean? You're saying they worked on it together? Yaren was a little relieved to hear that the truth was slightly different from what she had expected, but she was still frowning. As you know, Dolly's last days were not that happy. After he split up with his wife and muse, Gala, both his body and mind were spoiled quickly. Since then, Dolly couldn't work like he used to. I know that. That is when Pitsit moved into Dolly's house. Yes. However, Dolly couldn't stop making works of art. He strongly believed that he was a genius artist that the world would never have again, and thought he would mean nothing if he couldn't make works of art. And you think this can be Pitsit's because you can imitate the color and methods of depicting if the original artist guides you from the side. However, there is one thing in which your originality cannot hide: the touch of the brush. Dolly's lines are very accurate and delicate. Some paintings are so accurate that they look like they were produced by a computer. But in this painting, the lines of this statue are blunt and there are traces of overpainting. Yaren brought her face close to the painting. She couldn't touch it, but she traced her finger along the lines and raised her head. I get it. It didn't mean she was admitting it. She bit her lips and continued. But you must know that this is not enough for you to think that Pitsit worked on this. This painting has Dolly's signature, and that signature has been proved to be real by scientific tests. The signature must be real. Dolly never hesitated to leave a signature. He also wouldn't have refused to sign a painting that was made in his house. He knew how much money his signature was worth. Better than anyone. But why is it still not Dolly's? Hagen pointed at the bottom left corner of the painting. An X-ray would show that there's Pitsit's signature here, but that was the final blow. Even Yaren couldn't say anything for a moment. Then, she stammered, why do you think, believe that Pitsit's signature is there? I cannot explain that well. Art doesn't have fixed answers like math. Sometimes, it is an instinctive feeling that gives you answers, not evidence. Hagen had no other thing to say. Saying something else would be making excuses. He just thanked Pitsit for leaving his signature. If he hadn't done that, Hagen would have had no choice but to say it was Dolly's. Yaren quickly turned to her client. She was asking what she was going to do. I cannot believe it. I will have it appraised somewhere else. It wasn't strange for her to say that. It was like being examined at another hospital when you cannot fully believe what your doctor says. Please do that. However, she wasn't done yet. If you are wrong, I won't let you get away with this. She left a fierce threat, but Hagen just smiled. Do as you wish. It is the owner's right to have one's artifact appraised by another appraiser, but I don't like being treated as a fraud or an incompetent. Well, it's not like I won't let you get away with it. Like you. I'll just put your name on my museum's blacklist. Hagen smiled as he talked. The woman then turned to Yaren. She hadn't heard about Hagen's museum. Mr. Park Hagen is an appraiser, but he is also the director of Park Hagen Art Museum that recently opened. The one with Picasso's painting. Oh. She was ashamed only then, but Hagen smiled and waved his hand at them. It meant they should leave now. Thank you. I'll do my best to find out about what you asked. Yaren looked much better now, as she thought finding someone was much better than paying money. I'll wait for your call. Hagen watched them leave. When the door of the shop closed, he turned to Yunhee. Do you know anything about Mr. Gang Hyesang? Yunhee had already been thinking about him. She answered immediately. I know him. No, I should say I remember him. I think I can find him faster than Yaren. She smiled. Hagen thought hiring her had been the right decision. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 93. Chapter 93, Artifacts the Father Left, 1. The next day, Hagen went to his museum at the same time with Yunhee. He introduced her as the person who would manage the museum to his staff. They were very much puzzled about a young girl, pretty enough to be an actress, being their new boss, but when Hagen told them that she had been the owner of Seian Gallery till recently, they quickly accepted her. Of course, curator Lee Jisoo, who knew Yunhee, was grateful about having her workload greatly decreased. It's small compared to your former office, right? They finished talking to the staff and went into the office. It used to belong to Hagen, but as he had agreed to give it to Yunhee, it was now hers. It's cozy, I like it even more. Anyway, if you're giving me your office, are you going to stop coming here? It's more like I'll only be coming here sometimes. Ha ha. Hagen had never had a job with regular office hours and didn't like staying at one place for long, so he liked the idea of having Yunhee there instead of him. However, when she pointed that out, he smiled sheepishly and looked away. Wow, do you know how much money I can make if I sell the artifacts here? I think that I trust you that much. Well, even if. Yunhee turned a little shy because of Hagen's compliment. What should I tell you? Ms. Jisoo would tell you this, but we have an artifact that the city is trying to designate as a national treasure, so we must cooperate with its cultural management team. Wow, a national treasure added to Picasso's painting would raise this museum's reputation even higher. Right? And as the museum's homepage is still crude, please take extra care of it. As Hagen had opened his museum in a hurry, while the museum itself was somehow working fine, it didn't even have a proper homepage. Hagen had commissioned it to an outside company, but as Hagen didn't have the time to check it thoroughly, there were many parts he didn't like, and as there were not enough staff, he wasn't able to add the explanation about each exhibited artifact. So, the homepage only had information about the museum's schedule, location, and explanation about a few of the most important artifacts. It wasn't enough at all. That's what I'm good at. There's also a very important artifact being restored in the restoration room. I've hired experts for it. It should be ready next week, so please keep it in mind. It is also good enough to be a national treasure. What is it? Yunhee's eyes sparkled. Hagen showed her a photo on his phone. I found an incense burner as good as the gilt bronze incense burner of Beach Its pattern and its shape aren't fully revealed yet in this photo, as it was taken just after it was excavated. What do you think? Yoonhee took Haejin's phone. Because their hands touched slightly, he could feel the butterflies in his stomach. Wow, this is very similar to the photo that was taken when the gilt bronze incense burner of Beach was excavated. After it is restored, we should call the reporters to make it an issue. That would be great. Haejin had only brought artifacts, but after recruiting Yoonhee as a manager, he could now promote them properly. Yoonhee gave Haejin his phone back. And I found out who Gang Hyesang is. Already? Even though I have quit, I hired and taught the staff in Seian Gallery. It's not like I asked for a huge secret. It was just finding an art dealer who dealt with us decades ago, so it wasn't that hard. Yoonhee opened her bag and put a piece of paper on the table. Sadly, Mr. Gang Hyesang passed away in 2005, so you will have to ask his son about him. What does his son do for a living? He's living a hard life. He runs a junk shop in Bucheon. The shop is also small, so it looks like he is quite poor. Of course, we are not the police or the government officials and cannot find out about his financial conditions, so he can turn out to be a billionaire. I didn't expect you to find out such details. Haejin was disappointed. When people become poor, they sell everything that is worth some money. So, there was no way Hyesang's son still had that coral sculpture that looked luxurious. Then, are you going to go to him now? You are taking care of this place for me, so I should go when I can afford to. Still, Haejin had to check. Oh. Then please, do well. You're leaving already? Haejin stood up. Yoonhee got up, too. Let's have dinner together if I get to return early. Okay, I'll wait. That made Haejin's heart flutter, but he did his best to avoid her gaze. When he arrived at the address Yoonhee had given him, there was a junk shop surrounded by high iron plates. He didn't have the phone number, so he parked his car nearby and banged on the door. Bam bam bam. Is anyone there? Soon, a rusty voice answered. Doors open. Haejin pushed the other door. It gave way. Haejin regretted banging on the door and went in. Huge piles of junks overwhelmed him. Who is it? A man with gray hair came with an old electric fan. He was in his 40s, but, judging from his big muscles, he was quite strong. Hello, I am Park Haejin. I work as an antique appraiser. Antique? You're looking for something good at a junk shop? The man immediately frowned. Are you the son of Mr. Gang Hyesang? You're here because of my father? Please, come in first. He relaxed and led Haejin inside his container office. Haejin sat on a very old sofa. The man brought him a cup of instant coffee. Then, he sat down opposite to Haejin and offered his rough hand. I'm Gang Sungo. Oh, yes. Nice to meet you. Haejin thought he was asking for a handshake and tried to take his hand, but he shook his hand. No, you must have a business card. Oh, right. Here. Haejin gave him his business card. The man looked at it and frowned. This says you're the director of a museum. I've let a management specialist take care of it. My original job is appraising. I guess you are rich? No. Haejin smiled awkwardly and shook his hand. Sungo snorted. Of course you are, so, if you're looking for my father, you must have a reason. Is there something you want? Sungo got straight to the point. It made it easier for Haejin to talk. Your father sold a sculpture to Havasai Gallery years ago. It looks like a dakibi, but it's standing on A turtle. I don't know about that, so? The one your father sold to Havasai Gallery isn't that good, but your father had something much better. It is similar, but it is decorated with all kinds of precious materials like gold, silver, and jade. Haha, my father really had huge money. How did he blow it all away? Sungo was shocked to hear that his father had such a great treasure. He looked at the air. That let Heijin know that he didn't have that sculpture. Still, he asked. Then, you don't have that sculpture? If I had something like that, I wouldn't be living like this. I would already have bought land at Bundang or Dongtan and let my kids study abroad. Oh, it's a shame. But, why did you come only now? Why didn't you come before my father passed away? I didn't know it then. Well, even if you had known, my father wouldn't have just given you that. Oh, where did those expensive artifacts go? All that is left are some lame things that can't even be called junk. That woke Heijin up. Has your father left you some antiques? Yes, but, you want to take a look? Yes. If there's something good, I'll buy it at a good price. All the better for me, but don't even think about ripping me off. I'll do what I have to do. Oh, yes, of course. Sungo took Heijin to a temporary building on one corner of the huge yard full of junk. It had a blue plastic plate as the roof. He took out a wooden box that was 1 m tall. Wow, you are strong. It would be better if he used wheels, but he just dragged it out. Heijin thought it was impressive. I used to be stronger in my youth. Why aren't you helping me? Oh, okay. Heijin hurried to help him drag out the box. Then, he watched Sungo open it. I've sold almost everything, and this is what's left. I don't know if there's something good here. Let me take a look. The things inside the box were those that can be easily found in Insadong. Things like Buddha that looked old but weren't special at all and had been made in the early 20th century at most. A candlestick, not so valuable elephant and lion sculptures were the most common. I told you there's nothing useful here. Sungo said it at seeing Heijin's hand get faster while rummaging through the box. There's really nothing good here. Heijin had thought there had to be at least one decent thing inside the box, but he was getting disappointed as nothing good came out till he got to the bottom of the box. Then, he spotted a box. It was about 40 centimeters wide and was decorated with the mother of pearls. It definitely looked old. Why? You like that box? How much would it be? Sungo would easily get fooled by frauds. He was impatient and openly showed his feelings. Although I didn't get the sculpture I wanted, I did find something good that I didn't expect. Really? What is it? Lacquerware inlaid with the mother of pearls made in Goryeo period. Although I'll have to check too. No more. Sungo didn't expect it. He looked surprised. He had thought that the box was a little too old, but it was actually from Goryeo. He gulped hard and asked. So, how much would it be? About 100 million, I think. Oh. Swengo's legs wobbled. He sat down on the spot and looked up at Heijin's face. Then, you'll buy it? At 100 million? If you sell it. Heijin was being honest because of the same reason he had had when he had bought the silver cup with the bronze stand. He didn't want to rip people off like Gaidasis. Sungo was shocked. He blankly stared at the air and muttered. I thought I would never get help from my father. One mistake can make an art dealer perish. So, there are very few art dealers who are successful till the end. It was even worse in the old times when there were no scientific methods. Heijin could guess that Gang Hyasang had lost everything at once. Life is unpredictable. Heijin tried to comfort Sungo. Then, he stood up. Wait a moment. I have something to show you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 94. Chapter 94, Artifacts the Father Left, 2. Something to show me? Just wait. Sungo ran into his container and didn't come out for a while. Heijin couldn't understand why he was leaving the box that was worth 100 million, but he just waited. Sungo looked a little excited as he came out. Why did you leave this box here? Why not? This place has CCTVs. Your car has been recorded. Why should I worry? I guess you're right. Plus, I wasn't going to give you this if you run away. Surprisingly, there was a gold bracelet in Sungo's hand. This is. Although I sold the other things, I didn't sell this. Do you know why? How could Heijin know? He shook his head. I don't know. Unlike my father, I don't know much about these antiques. Shit, what's the difference between an art dealer and a junk shop owner? We both get old stuff and sell them. The only difference is that I earn much less. However, this looked like something valuable even to me. The bracelet looked beautiful. It had been made very delicately. I understand. I knew this is precious, so it was even more important for me to not sell. As for the other things, when someone told me, this is worth this much, I could just think, I guess so, and sell it, but as this is made of gold, I couldn't buy anyone's word about this. They all looked like frauds, so I couldn't sell it. Even if I wanted to. Actually, that's how others feel too. You can sell antiques so easily only in two cases, you clearly know its value or know very little about it. Sungo stared at the bracelet in his hand. If I had wanted a few tens of millions, I would have sold it long ago. But look, you think 10 million. One can change my life? Although 10 million is big, it is not at all enough to open a shop or buy a home. Even tens of millions are not enough. That's not how things work in this country. Yeah, you talk well. Things do not work like that in this country. But as you are willing to buy this box at 100 million, I think this is the time for me to sell it. However, there might be someone who will give you more. Sungo sat down and stroked the box. It's been more than 10 years. I wanted to get rid of all these, but I couldn't because I couldn't sell that bracelet, but I think I can move on. Okay. I must tell you again, I'm not the one who will pay you the most. Whatever. If I had known who that was, I would have gone to him and begged him to buy it when my father died. Anyway, what is this bracelet? Heijin raised the bracelet and started to explain. Its decorative bumps are the style used in the 6th century. 6th century? When is that? The Three Kingdoms period. I think this is from Shinra. This is from Shinra? Sungo's jaw dropped. He examined the bracelet again. Its shape is a dragon biting its own tail to form a circle. It is very delicately made, so I'm sure it is very rare. It is good enough to be a treasure. Then, how much can I get? I'll give you 700 million. At that moment, Sungo started to cough. Are you okay? Oh, yes. Cough. I'm okay. Cough. It's just, cough. He coughed for some more time and finally managed to calm down. That's worth 700 million? Really? As I told you, there's no guarantee that there isn't someone who'll pay you more. But I must tell you. that this is the most I can give you. Okay, it's your best price, then okay. What should we do now? Am I supposed to just give these? And get the money? We should write a contract. Then, I'll send you the money immediately. Okay. 800 million at once? Ha! I suddenly won the lottery after breaking up with my wife and sending my child away. However, although he was saying he had won the lottery, he didn't look happy. He wasn't trying to hide his feelings. He really wasn't happy. They went back into the container and wrote the contract on white paper. Heijin wanted to take Sungo to his museum and use the form he had made, but as Sungo could change his mind at any time, he just finished it quickly. Sungo shed tears when he got the money in his bank account. Then, he carefully wrapped the box so that Heijin could take it away. He took out the wrapper and even tied a ribbon. He put such care into it that Heijin couldn't stop him. Heijin took the 2 artifacts and arrived at his museum. Yunhee then ran out. What is going on? Why did you need 800 million transferred? Heijin had brought someone to manage his museum instead of him. He couldn't just spend 800 million on his own. Of course, he had called Yunhee and asked her to send the money, although she didn't even know what kind of artifacts Heijin was buying. She sent the money. So, she had been thinking about what kind of artifacts Heijin had bought until he arrived. Let's go in first. They went into the office and Heijin carefully put it down on the table. Yunhee frowned. This is it? Of course, she thought it was strange. The thing wrapped with that childish gift wrapper was worth 800 million? Pretty, isn't it? Yes, but... Yunhee frowned even harder. Heijin laughed. Ha ha ha. Don't get disappointed. Don't you know that things with a great appearance have something poor inside? At least I know that in this field, things with a splendid appearance are expensive. You'll make a huge mistake one day if you think like this. Appraisal is about seeing the true meaning. Okay. Stop bragging and unwrap it. I am just watching because I don't want to touch it and get scolded. Yunhee was pouting. It looked beautiful, but Heijin cleared his throat and started to unwrap it. Okay. As the wrapper was revealed, a dark brown box appeared. Oh, this is jagi. Jagi means cutting out thin slices of the inner side of the shells like abalone or conch and cutting them as shapes to decorate. Yes. It has a peony vine pattern very delicately attached with gold. As you can see, there are hundreds of peonies cut and inlaid. Wow, this is great craftsmanship, and so elaborate. As it is quite big, I think this was for storing scriptures rather than for jewelry or accessories. This is impressive. And I guess this is from Goryeo. Yunhee had her own knowledge. She presumed when the box had been made based on its pattern and technique used to make it. It was only possible because she had studied a lot. Yes. I think it was used to store Buddhist scriptures in the Goryeo period. You found a precious artifact. There are only a few lacquerwares inlaid with mother of pearls left. Now we have even more artifacts to promote. In Goryeo, the aristocratic class made political decisions. As a result, a luxurious culture for their taste was created, and crafting reached its peak. Jagi represents the art of Goryeo along with celadones and Buddhistic paintings. Its artistic value is still appreciated greatly. However, there are only about 20 Jagi artifacts from Goryeo left. Others have been stolen and destroyed in the countless wars. I have another thing. What is it? Yunhee already knew that there was something more. Although the box was precious, it wasn't worth 800 million. Heijin opened the box and took out the bracelet. Oh! The smile disappeared from Yunhee's face. She exclaimed and carefully took the bracelet. 700 out of 800 million was spent on them. Please explain. I can see this is magnificent, but I want to know more. She sounded urgent, her eyes were full of curiosity. That is from Shinra. There are only a few Shinra bracelets with the shape of such a delicate dragon. So it would be even rarer and more valuable. And this part is. Heijin added the detailed explanation he had told Sungo. Yunhee smiled with satisfaction. Good. For these artifacts, you were right to spend 800 million won. Right? Heijin looked at Yunhee proudly. She then spoke softly, but you know the museum is running out of money, right? Heijin had been using the money he had earned before, but he had spent a lot on the opening of the museum, buying artifacts, paying taxes, and paying the staff, and only a small portion of that money was now left. Yunhee was pointing that out. Oh. I know, of course. If you run out of fund once, then hell awaits from there. I won't be able to sleep, worrying about not having money to pay our staff. What if I start to lose my hair because of the stress? Heijin felt Yunhee was complaining rather than warning him. Okay. Then, shall we sell something? But we don't have anything to sell. Why don't we do a special exhibition with the incense burner you found and the other artifacts of the Three Kingdoms and do a contemporary art exhibition after that? Contemporary art? Yes. We should invite paintings of promising artists, exhibit them, and sell them. If the paintings are good, we can earn a lot more than you think. That's a good idea. Let's go that. Although Heijin wasn't that fond of contemporary art, he knew that he couldn't keep his museum if he kept ignoring the financial factors. Yunhee realized Heijin didn't look that happy about it. She tilted her head and looked at him. Why? You don't like contemporary art? Honestly, I really can't understand contemporary art based on Dadaism. That can happen. It's difficult, and it can be seen as strange. Just being difficult wouldn't be a problem to me, but there are so many pieces that even experts cannot discern if they are works of masters or works of 4-year-old children. They say they put in very profound meaning in their paintings, but it looks to me that they paint first and only then try to add meanings. Anyway, please take care of it. It's not like you need an appraiser, so you won't need my help, right? Of course. Let me handle it, and I'll fill the account with money. Ha ha. They spent time chatting like that, but then someone knocked on the door. Come in. The door was opened, and an employee came in. You have a visitor. Her name is Song Yarin, and she is with, a woman who appears to be a VIP. Heijin could guess who that VIP was. He was about to tell her to let them in, but Yunhee raised her hand. Tell them that he is busy, and they should wait or come back later. Huh? Why? Heijin couldn't understand that. Yunhee winked and spoke. You're the best appraiser in this country. You shouldn't let people meet you so easily. Okay? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 95. Chapter 95, Medici of the 21st Century, 1. Yunhee's reply was quite unexpected. The employee came back and, judging from her slightly red face, she had faced a protest. They want to see you now, sir. Heijin thought he had made a mistake as his employee had been humiliated, but Yunhee saw it from a different perspective. How dare they command someone else's employee Do they think yelling loudly will solve their matters? That's funny. I'll take care of them. Go back to your work. Yoonhee made the employee leave and then stood up. She smoothed the wrinkles of her blouse and skirt with her hand. Then, she firmly spoke to Haejin. I'll take care of this. Don't come out. Oh, okay, Haejin blankly answered. Yoonhee walked out and saw two women and a man waiting in the hallway. They were Yeren, her client, and her attendant. They were surprised to see Yoonhee walk toward them. With confidence. Ha? Why are you here? Yoonhee answered as if it was nothing. Haven't I told you? I started to work here today. Oh, really? Congratulations. You got a job immediately. Anyway, can we meet the director? She's here. I'm the director, so if there's anything you want to say, tell me. Yeren was clearly shocked. You're the director? What are you talking about? Mr. Haejin is the director. Where is he? I'm sorry, but I am the director of this museum now. Mr. Haejin will handle the appraisal and purchase of the artifacts. Do you understand? Yeren was dumbfounded. Her client talked instead. We came here because things are urgent. So, bring him here first. Have you made an appointment? No, but Mr. Haejin is working on the restoration of our new artifact. So please, wait quietly, or make an appointment and come back later. Yoonhee was firm. The woman was enraged and raised her voice. Hey! Are you kidding me? I'm just trying to meet an appraiser, and you treat me like this? Yoonhee didn't even blink an eye at the rude protest. She snapped her finger at the guards. They had been watching and, when their director called them, they came quickly. Please escort them out. Okay. Wait. Things were going too bad. Yeren raised her hands to stop the guards. She then pleaded to her client. Madam, please calm down. I can't take care of this if you act like this. How am I supposed to be not mad at this? Please calm down, let me handle this. She turned to Yoonhee and said, Why don't you get rid of these guards first? Yoonhee nodded and instructed the guards to return to their positions. Then, she gave a warning. And if you're here for business, treat me as the director in front of others, Ms. Song Yeren. Ha! What the? Okay, Ms. Yoonhee. Now, Yoonhee was in control of the situation. Then, are you willing to wait now? How long do we have to wait? About half to 1 hour, I think. Yoonhee spoke vaguely on purpose. The time was either too short or too long to leave, and she wanted to discourage her opponents even more. Okay then, please tell Mr. Haejin that a problem has occurred because of the Salvador Dali's painting. He appraised, and we must get an answer. We need his answer. We've done our appraising, and at the time, our appraiser said examining the painting with X-. Ray would give you the answer. I can't see what other answers you need. Are you saying Antony Pitsett's signature wasn't there? Yeren slightly frowned at hearing our appraiser, but she pretended she didn't hear that and said what she wanted. It's not that, just tell him it is about the authenticity of the painting. Yoonhee could guess how things were going. She nodded. Okay. I'll let him know. Then, Yoonhee turned around and went back to her office where Haejin was waiting for her. She then told him what had just happened. What is it? If there was a problem with my appraisal, they would have said so, therefore that's not what this is about. Haejin was curious. He stroked his chin and spoke to himself. Yoonhee sat down next to him and said, Her opinion. It can be it, or maybe not. Dali's paintings are hard to get. Apart from the money, Havasai must have offered to buy it for its client with slightly stricter terms. What is important is that the contract must include a clause about the refund or a conclusion of the appraisal, and I think their problem is about this. You mean that clause would not be in favor of Havasai? Yes. However, even though Salvador Dali made many paintings, bringing his painting into Korea is not easy at all. And the buying agency would be in trouble if the owner of the painting demands unfavorable terms. Then, it is likely that the problem is about the refund process. I haven't heard the details, but I think that is most likely, too. If there's nothing wrong with the refund process, Yaren wouldn't have come here. As you know, Yaren does not work at Havasai Gallery. Technically, she is the manager of Yuzeon Media's advertising team. But now, I can see that she is trying her best to take care of this problem. She works at Yuzeon Media? Then why is she so passionate about Havasai's business? This is a little sad, but Yaren already has a fixed fate. She will inherit Yuzeon's hotel and the gallery when her brother inherits Yuzeon. As she thinks Havasai will be hers one day, she has to take care of it. Wow, she is getting a hotel and a gallery, and that's sad? If it were me, I would be delighted. It is sad for Yaren. There are many people in Yuzeon keeping an eye on the chairman's children, so she cannot afford to make even one mistake. That's why she is in such a hurry now. So, what are you going to do? Me? No, we should meet them, hear what they have to say, and you will make the decision. We're not directly involved in this, so you can do as you want. If things get complicated, I'll take care of everything. Ha ha. That's a relief. Having a good manager was awesome. They chatted like that for about half an hour and went out to the hallway. Their faces were full of anger. You must have been very, very busy. Yaren spoke with her teeth clenched. Oh, a little. I heard you're here because of the painting? Is there a problem with my appraisal? The painting's owner refused to give a refund. She can't believe what you said. Of course. A young man in Asia, that the owner had never met before, was saying it was fake. It would have been stranger if that had been accepted immediately. That can happen. Then I'll take full responsibility if the X-ray doesn't show anything. Would that be enough? Please, don't speak so vaguely. Isn't there anything you can do? Yaren was begging. Heijin wanted to help her, but there was nothing he could do. The painting was perfect. Let's go inside and talk. Heijin had Yoonhee handle Yaren's client and took Yaren far away. They want far enough, and Heijin asked, glancing at Yoonhee. At how much did you sell the painting? 1,960 million. That wasn't expensive for a dolly. However, that money isn't small at all, both to the buyer and the buying agency. What does the buyer want? She wants to get a refund, of course. And you? I cannot give her a refund. The painting owner has to, but she is firmly refusing. The problem is that, according to the contract, a refund is possible in only one situation, if the painting is fake. That was troublesome since it was hard to determine a painting as a fake legally. Even if the painting had Pitsett's signature, no one could be sure that Salvador Dali never laid a hand on it. You do know that I can do nothing to help you, right? I cannot change my opinion about the painting. No, there's something you can do to help me. What? What is it? Actually, the painting's original owner is a woman named Alexandra Belkins. Who is she? She is presumed to be Charles Saatchi's lover. Charles Saatchi is a businessman in England. He is famous for his obsessed collection of contemporary art and sponsoring art. His influence is huge. If an artist manages to impress him, then that artist will become a widely known master. Every artist he picked has succeeded. He is called the Medici of the 21st century. So, you want me to fight Charles Saatchi? No. That's not it. Yeren quickly took out her phone and showed Hagen a photo. It was the photo of a painting. What is this? She asked you to appraise this painting if you are such great appraiser. Yeren said as she asked, but she was clearly trying to test Hagen. Will she accept the fact that her painting is fake if I appraise this correctly? That's... Of course, she hadn't gotten a promise. Okay. They're waiting, so let's go. Yeren said she still had more to say, but Hagen ignored her and started walking. She followed him. So, what's your answer? Hagen really didn't want to take that test when he saw that arrogant woman. I've heard briefly. You came here because you want me to take the test? Yes, but I am shocked. What is all this? This painting is worth 2 billion, and we're talking about its authenticity. Let's finish it here, okay? I'm so angry. I see, but I cannot just do it. What are you talking about? You started it, so take care of it. Yeren tried to calm her down again. Madam, please. Let's hear him first. Mr. Hagen? What are you saying? I've never appraised for free till now. I asked you to find a person for me when I appraised Dolly's painting for you, but you never got me the answer. That's because we're still looking for him. She didn't care about it after she got what she wanted. Maybe she had forgotten all about it. Appraising this painting is not a problem, but I will get my fee this time. Go and tell that Charles Saatchi or his girlfriend that an appraisal through a photo is more expensive. Tell them that I'll get 3% of the price as my fee, and I'll send them my conclusion when the money is in my account. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 96. Chapter 96, The Medici of the 21st Century, 2. If the controversial Dolly's painting was worth 2 billion, 3% of it would be 60 million won. No one would be willing to pay that much as the appraisal fee. Both its new owner and the Havasai Gallery couldn't accept that easily. Even Yeren, who was considered the next director, couldn't accept it. This is a test, you can't ask for a fee. He might think this is a test, but to me, this is regular appraisal work. And, with what rights is he testing me? Yeren couldn't say anything at this. She looked at her rude client and turned to Yunhee. Fine then, write a document that you request that fee and send it. You can do that, right? Well, okay, Yunhee nodded. Yeren then looked at Hagen again. You will get your fee, either from Charles Saatchi or me. So, you don't mind doing as they want. Right? Hagen had no reason to refuse when he would get paid. Apart from how he felt about it, getting 60 million won as the fee would be good for the museum. Okay, I'll do that. Then, are you going to wait until they contact you again? Yes, we'll come back tomorrow. Will that be okay, madam? Yeren asked her client, but, as things were going that way, she had no choice but to nod. What else we can do? Do it. Then I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, we'll come in the morning. I hope we get to meet you without waiting. Then. Yeren seemed to be in a hurry. She then left with her client. Yunhee watched them leave and talked. She must be suffering from a severe headache now. Will she pay the fee? Yes. They can't be expecting you to demand $60,000 after tossing you a photo to test. Of course, they would refuse, and Yaren knows it. Then why did she ask you to send that document to Charles Saatchi? She'll ask me to send it to her later. She's about to spend 60 million won as the fee. If that money leaves the gallery's bank account without any evidence, she won't be able to get away with it. Oh. Plus, she isn't in charge of the museum yet. Her aunt is. So, she must show something to her aunt. Unlike the money spent to buy artifacts, the appraisal fee is spent without any solid result. If she handles this poorly, she will get accused of making a secret fund. Then, is that why you paid such a small fee to me when you were in Seon Gallery? Yoonhee looked away. Why are you bringing up what's in the past? Haha, why? You're sorry? Haejin laughed and tried to look into her eyes. She then wrinkled her nose. That's what Lee Jongmyeon said at the time. However, that wasn't wrong. I had to do my best not to clash with the board members, but you were asking for a fee that was too big, so if I had given it to you, the board wouldn't have overlooked it. They would have accused me of trying to wash that money to take it and gone through every bank account in my name. Oh. I'm sorry. I didn't know it was that serious. I'm sorry as well. I regretted paying you so little for a long time. I had to quit in the end. Why was I so worried at the time? You didn't have a choice then, Haejin had asked that to tease Yoonhee, but the mood was now heavy. He felt sorry. Next, Yoonhee suddenly looked at him. Oh, but what was that painting? It just looked like a still life painting to me. The painting in the photo had a flower in a vase against the dark navy background. The background, the vase, and the flower were all dark overall, so it was completely different from the Go's Sunflower series. Oh, it looked like Gauguin's. Gauguin's? Yes. They didn't include the bottom part in the photo on purpose so that I won't be able to see the signature. Then, how did you find it out so quickly? And in such a short time? That painting is exhibited in the Museo Thyssen-Bornemisza in Madrid. Of course, I've seen it when I was in Spain. You went around even more than I did. I have traveled a lot myself, but sometimes you sound like you scarcely were in Korea. Few people have traveled around abroad more than I have. You didn't go to school? Yes. Wow. She was surprised. She looked at Haejin, waiting for him to tell her the truth, but Haejin ignored that. Let's go to eat something. I'm famished. Haejin didn't want to say that his father had been a grave robber who robbed graves all over Asia. Even if it hadn't been him but his father. Yoonhee wanted to ask more, but when Haejin didn't talk, she gave up. The next day, Yaren came early in the morning, just as she had said. There was no need to talk in the hallway, so Yoonhee let her come into her office. As it's just you and me, let's talk comfortably. I sent the document about the appraisal contract as you said, and they didn't reply. What will you do about the fee? Yoonhee asked leisurely. Haejin had let her handle this on purpose. We'll pay the fee. Oh, your aunt didn't object? There's no reason to. If we can finish this with 60 million won, that's not bad. Yaren was taking this case quite seriously. Okay then, let's start. Haejin had no reason to hesitate when Yaren was going to pay him. He started to look at the photo. Fortunately, it was a clear picture, so he could examine in detail. Nevertheless, it is impossible to feel the texture of the oil painting with a photo, and there are things you know only when you see the actual painting, so it wasn't perfect. Heijin looked at the painting for a long time and opened his mouth. It's fake. Yaren had thought that could happen. She nodded and asked her question. She was recording with her phone. It was to write down what Heijin would say and send it to Charles Saatchi. Why do you think this is fake? First of all, I've seen the real painting. In Madrid, the artist tried to imitate its mood as much as possible, but the colors and feeling of the flower are different. This painting is luxurious and abundant. The flowers in the real painting have withered petals that look somewhat pitiful. Although this is similar, the image the artist is trying to create is completely different. This isn't even a fake of great quality. Yaren asked again. But the colors might look a little different as this is a photo. Plus, Gauguin might have wanted to depict the same motif differently after making the painting in Madrid. Heijin shook his head. If he wanted to create something like Gauguin's Sunflower series, he might have used different composition and methods. However, this is about the feeling the artist got from the flower in this painting. Getting a totally different feeling from one flower is strange unless Gauguin had a split personality. That answer was enough, so Yaren stood up. Thank you, you'll get your fee before lunchtime. Our staff will come to write the contract about it. Thank you. I was just trying to help a friend choose a gift. I didn't know this would happen. I hope things go well for you, Dot. Thank you for your help. I didn't feel bad about paying you the fee as I failed to find the person you asked me to find. Let's have lunch together later someday. Okay. Yaren left after that while Yoonhee pouted. When are you going to have that lunch? If you're going to have lunch with Yaren, take me, too. Ha ha. Of course, I should take you with me. How can I have lunch with Yaren without my boss? Yoonhee slowly smiled. Ha. Then I will look forward to it. Yaren is cool and never buys at cheap restaurants. That's the only thing I like about her. How about sialeontang, Korean ox broth, for lunch today? With boiled pork? Good. I'm hungry already. Yoonhee was so cute that it made Heijin smile. It was now lunchtime. They ate sialeontang and enjoyed the date that wasn't a date, but then Heijin got a call from the museum. What? Who's trying to reach me? Who is it? That was a strange reaction. Yoonhee stopped eating and asked with her eyes as big as a rabbit's. Charles Saatchi is asking my phone number. Wow, you've become really famous. Heijin instructed them to give his number and hung up. He got an international call in less than 5 minutes. He hesitated, but he took it. He spoke in English, of course. Hello? Hello. I am Damon of Charles Saatchi Foundation. I just received an appraisal of a photo from Korea. And they told me that it was from you. We are thanking you very much and are very impressed at the same time. You appraised it perfectly with only a photo, Oh, really? You say you had it appraised, but you never paid the fee. Heijin could feel Damon getting surprised. Oh. I am very sorry about it. The owner of the painting said that she didn't mean to ignore you. Even if she didn't mean that, she did have that photo appraised for free. That's. I heard that was a test. Wasn't it? Ha ha. Hey. Who do you think you are? You think you have the rights to test me? Yoonhee looked worried, thinking that Heijin was taking it too far, but Heijin didn't mind. He had said everything he wanted to say in front of Prince Samadhi of the Arab Emirates, so an employee of Charles Saatchi Foundation was nothing. Oh. I am really sorry. We will look into this again and pay you the right fee. No. I've already received my fee from the gallery that worked as the middleman in this matter. Then, are you going to stop arguing that painting is not fake? We know that we have been late to take care of this. It's been decided that the painting will be refunded without a problem. Really? That's good. Even though it wasn't Hagen's business, he thought it was good. It wasn't like Yaren was his nemesis. He didn't like that she did not keep her promise on finding the person for him, but it had been a slightly strange request and, as he had received 60 million for the fee, he had gained even more. Mr. Sachi has officially invited you to our foundation. He wants you to come to Sachi Galleries special exhibition. Sachi Gallery is an art museum of contemporary arts in London. It has a great influence on contemporary art. I'm sorry, but I'm not that interested in contemporary art. It's okay. Mr. Sachi said he wants to meet you very much. Is it because Mr. Sachi has something that has to be appraised? Or Damon wouldn't be asking repeatedly like that. Just as Hagen thought, Damon revealed the real purpose of the invitation. Actually, Mr. Sachi has invited famed appraisers. It is to have a painting appraised, and he wants you to come to appraise it, too. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 97. Chapter 97, The Medici of the 21st Century, 3. A painting? I cannot tell you what it is, but you will find out when you come. We will provide you with the plane ticket and a hotel for your inconvenience. And how's the schedule? Please take a plane that leaves at 10 a.m. in Korea next Monday. Check into the hotel we'll provide. And come to the gallery the next day. If needed, we will provide an additional plane ticket for one companion. One companion? Okay. I'll check my schedule and contact you again. Please send the detailed plan to my museum's email account. Okay. I hope to meet you here. Then, after he hung up, he couldn't start eating again because of Yunhee's hot gaze. Oh, they're inviting me to Sachi Gallery. They're inviting multiple appraisers during the gallery's special exhibition and, apparently, I'm one of them. I impressed them when I appraised that photo. Well, anyway. However, that wasn't what Yunhee wanted to hear. What's that about the companion? Oh, the foundation will provide the plane ticket and the hotel for me, and they can provide one more plane ticket for a companion. Wow! They'll provide an additional first-class ticket to London? Hagen didn't hear anything about first class. I don't know if that's right. I didn't hear. It's none other than Sachi Foundation. You can't be thinking it will be economy class, right? The flight will take more than 10 hours. She was even more excited than Hagen. She had lost a little, but she was still the granddaughter of Wagen's founder. And she was excited about a first-class flight. I think you are right. I am right. Oh, then should I rearrange my schedule? For a moment, Hagen doubted what he just heard. What? What? Why? Yunhee asked back with wide eyes. Hagen couldn't tell her that the companion he had had in mind wasn't her. No, it's just, can you come? Of course. I didn't know I would get to go on a business trip so quickly, but I will prepare as fast as I can. Let's eat and go. I have lots of things to take care of. As the trip is tomorrow, I might have to work this weekend, too. She called it a business trip, but she looked like a university student waiting for a trip abroad. Oh, okay. Yoonhee seemed not to notice that Haejin hadn't even eaten half of his seollyeontang. She stood up, paid with the company card, and waited for Haejin outside. You do know you look really busy, right? I was not busy 10 minutes ago, but I am now. Oh, but how long are you going to stay in London? London is far. I think we should stay for at least 3 days. Oh, only 3 days? Then, how about 5 days? 5 days would be fine. Yoonhee nodded seriously, and Haejin couldn't help but smile. When they arrived at the museum, an email about the schedule and the hotel had arrived already. The tickets were first class, just as Yoonhee had predicted. The problem was that the foundation was providing only one room, but Haejin hadn't told that to Yoonhee. Telling her that she couldn't come along because there was only one room would disappoint her, and Haejin didn't want to see her get disappointed. Of course, he couldn't keep it to himself, so, in the end, he called Damon again. This is Park Haejin. Mr. Park, I didn't know you would call back so soon. I hope you didn't call to refuse our offer? I didn't. I'm sorry, but I wanted to know if you could book one more room. I'll pay for it. I thought about making the reservation myself, but I thought it would be easier for you to book 2 rooms. Damon didn't say anything. Haejin blamed himself for demanding too much, but then Damon laughed. Ha ha ha. I'm sorry. I couldn't help but laugh. We will book 2 rooms, just as you said. We will also take care of the expenses, so please come to London with delight. That was even better. That would be great. Then, I will see you at the Saatchi Gallery next week. Haejin hung up and started to get excited. The trip to the States had been only about business, so he had just thought that being with Yoonhee was good as he wouldn't get bored, but this trip felt like a trip with the girl he liked. Time ran fast. The weekend passed in a flash and it was time to leave. Yoonhee had worked all weekend to take care of the things in advance. When Haejin met her at the airport, although she had covered the dark circles with makeup, she looked very tired. You really can go in that condition, but you might not know this yet, but no matter how tired I am, I always get my strength back when I go past the duty-free shops of an airport. This is not a problem. Haejin had traveled abroad all the time, but he never did any shopping at the duty-free shops. His father spent his money only on grave robbing or his traveling expenses. So, he never felt excited by duty-free shops. You must have spent so much money, and you are still excited to see duty-free shops? Oh, are you going to not eat meat today because you ate it yesterday? And besides, I never got to spend money like my cousins. It was unfair. Anyway, let's go. We still have time, so I'll be able to see a few shops. Okay. Nevertheless, if there's something they shared once they arrived at the airport, it was the excitement about traveling into the unknown. Yoonhee passed the immigration gate and went flying around the duty-free shops even if she had slept for only half a day. Then, she fell asleep on the plane. However, she only bought a wallet to give as a gift. How far have we come? After about 6 hours, she woke up. She very casually wiped off the drool on the corner of her lips, but she glanced at Haejin, hoping he didn't see that. About 6 hours and you missed the meal. I ate, but I couldn't wake you up. Do you want me to ask for it now? No, I'm not hungry. We'll get another meal soon, anyway. I'll have that. But then, they heard a man's voice from the side. Oh, aren't you Ms. Yoonhee of Seon Gallery? Haejin looked in the direction of the voice. A man in his mid-30s wearing a neat suit was poking his head out to Yoonhee's direction. He wasn't very handsome like Yoonhee's ex-fiancé, Lee Jongmyeon, but he looked macho with a manly sharp chin and thick eyebrows. "Oh, Director Oh, I didn't expect to meet you here." If he was already a director at such a young age, Haejin could guess who he was. He had to be the son of another company-owning family. "Why are you going to London?" "Oh, it has to be about art, right? I went to Seine Gallery a while ago, but you weren't there. I enjoyed the paintings, but it didn't feel the same. I was very disappointed." Ha ha ha. A gallery is where you go to see paintings. Why was he looking for Yoonhee? Haejin frowned to hear that. "I don't work at Seine Gallery anymore. You won't find me there." "What? You don't work there? Why did you?" "I just did." Yoonhee smiled without explaining more. That was weird. He then asked again, "Have you sold the share of the gallery you had?" "I still have my share. It's just I moved to another company." "Then, where is your new company?" "It can't be Havasai Gallery." "Have you heard of Park Haejin Art Museum? With Picasso's painting." "What?" "Haha, I've heard of it. It has a strange name, but it is quite famous now." Haejin agreed about his museum's name being strange. He had been proud when he picked that name, but now, he was sometimes embarrassed. However, hearing that from someone else's mouth didn't feel pleasant. Yoonhee could see that. She then glanced at Haejin and smiled. "Ahaha, this is the Park Haejin Art Museum's owner. Mr. Haejin, this is Director Oh Jong-min of Daeyoung Entertainment." "Hello, I'm Park Haejin." Jong-min was surprised. "Oh, hello. I spoke without knowing who you are." "I'm Oh Jong-min. Daeyoung Entertainment, that's a huge company. If you're its director, you must be very capable." Other than art, Haejin didn't care about other things. However, even he knew Daeyoung Entertainment. It was a big company that did various business including cable TV, movie filming and investment. "No. I got lucky." "Then you are Ms. Yoonhee's boss. Please take good care of her." "Oh, you didn't have to say that." Haha. Yoonhee laughed awkwardly and glanced at Haejin, who also thought it was ridiculous. However, he didn't want to film a comedy show on a plane, so he just laughed. However, Jongmin wasn't done yet. "Could you make some time when we arrive in London? I'd like to have dinner together. I know a good restaurant. It is on the Michelin Guide, so you won't regret it." "I'm sorry, but I am going to work, not to go sightseeing, so my schedule is a little unpredictable. Let's have dinner together later." Haejin was moved at this polite refusal. But then, Jongmin turned to Haejin and asked, "Why doesn't the boss help me a little?" Haejin started to get annoyed. "I am not Ms. Yoonhee's boss. She is the director. It is my museum, but I'm only its appraiser." But you are still the actual owner. She just refused to go on a date with you. Am I the only one who can see that? That was very straightforward, and Jeongmin's face hardened immediately. He couldn't say anything. He then turned to Yoonhee. He wanted her to say something, but she just looked at him with pity. His face turned red. "I'm sorry. Park Haejin Art Museum. I'll go to see Picasso's painting one day." That sounded like he would come for revenge. The rest of the flight was in an awkward silence. Haejin closed his eyes because he felt like he had wounded Jeongmin's heart, and Yoonhee watched a movie and blocked her ears because of the awkward atmosphere. The actual problem came after that. When they finally arrived at the airport, Haejin and Yoonhee met a man who had been waiting for them. But they were not the only people he had been waiting for. "Well, I guess we will have to go together." Jongmin took his luggage and moved first. Haejin then asked why Damon had been waiting for Jongmin. He smiled and answered, "Mr. Sachi's MNC Sachi is a great advertising company. Mr. O is here because of the advertising contract. Of course, there are other reasons, too. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 98. Chapter 98, The Medici of the 21st Century, 4. It meant that although they were there for different reasons, they had the same destination. "Okay, let's go." Haejin smiled and walked as if it was nothing, but he thought it could be a problem. Yoonhee had the same thoughts and was slightly frowning. "Are you too close?" Haejin thought acting like that wasn't easy unless Jongmin and Yoonhee had already known each other. No man would try to win a girl who he has never met before like that. Especially when they were not in a club. However, what Yoonhee said was surprising. "I don't know him well. We've met many times during formal events, but, in private, I've only seen him a couple of times." "And he tried to win you over like that?" "I think that wasn't strange for him. He always approaches girls with such confidence, but he's been scarcely rejected. So, he did that to me earlier, and he was shocked when you gave him that blow. I thought we were about to film a comedy show. That wouldn't have been bad. I was just worried that it might have been an action or a thriller movie." "Ha ha. It couldn't have been an action movie. Anyway, I'm relieved to hear that you are not that close. I was worried if I had been too rude earlier." "Of course not, you were right to say that. He would have asked my home address if you didn't. If he wants to take me on a date, he should approach me politely. He acted like he was talking to a friend to go to get some beer." Yoonhee shook her head while Haejin was relieved. Anyway, the Sachi Foundation had prepared 2 SUVs. One was filled with Jeongmin's attendants, therefore Jongmin got on Haejin and Yoonhee's car, saying that there wasn't room for him. Jongmin sat in the passenger seat while Yoonhee and Haejin sat on the back. They thought an awkward silence would fill the car, but, to their surprise, Jongmin smiled and spoke to them first. As if he had forgotten everything that happened on the plane. "You must be heading to the Sachi Gallery. I thought your museum had no works of contemporary art. Are you planning a new exhibition?" Haejin couldn't just ignore him. "No, it's not that. Sachi Foundation invited us because of an appraisal. I don't think we will buy any works of art from the Sachi Gallery or the Foundation. It is about appraising, and the director came herself?" Haejin couldn't think of anything to say. He didn't think about why Yoonhee wanted to come to London. Yoonhee just said that she would come, and she did that, but, logically, he couldn't explain why she had to come. But then, Yoonhee answered instead. "We are going to rent Sachi Gallery's works of art instead of buying and exhibit them. We're still discussing, so we cannot tell you anything more. And, even though we don't sell works of contemporary art yet, we plan to do so after this exhibition. As you know, contemporary art is profitable. It is. Our museum cannot get huge if we only care about antiques, so that is an inevitable decision. We want the Sachi Foundation to be our partner, but, if that's not possible, we'll have to look for another gallery." That was a good answer. It was like Yoonhee had prepared for questions like those. You're already dreaming of a huge museum? Well then, Korea might get a private large Museum like Europe or America. You should look forward to it, Yunhee shrugged and replied. Haejin was impressed. Yunhee then felt his gaze and winked at him. After that hard question, Jongmin continued to talk. Like what was in this part of England, and this place has a great view, and that town has a restaurant that would let you experience a wonderful taste. In conclusion, he was bragging about himself. However, he talked well, and it didn't sound annoying. Haejin thought it was his gift. Please rest for today. I will come tomorrow at 10 a.m. Damon dropped them at the hotel and left. Haejin immediately went to the lobby. He was too tired. After the long flight, he wanted to take a shower and go to bed. However, Jiangman's expression was a little strange as he followed them. Yunhee followed them as if there was nothing wrong, but Jongmin kept looking back and forth between Haejin and Yunhee. Haejin wondered why, but he could instantly realize the reason. Jongmin was worried about Haejin and Yunhee sharing a room. Haejin hadn't told Yunhee that he had booked another room, but she looked fine. She was probably thinking that he had, of course, booked 2 rooms. Haejin didn't want Jongmin to misunderstand, so he raised his voice as he talked to the receptionist. There must be 2 rooms booked under my name. Let me check. Passport, please. Haejin could see Jiangman's expression return to normal. What had he been thinking? How about a drink at the bar after a shower? Jongmin asked casually after getting the keys. Was he thinking that he still had a chance? Oh, I'm way too tired. How about tomorrow? I'm sorry. I'm too tired, too. Yunhee refused politely. Jongmin then smiled. Tomorrow it is. Don't back off then. It looked like he was acting more casually to make up for his mistake on the plane. Okay then, I'll see you tomorrow. Haejin arrived at his room. He then spoke to Yunhee while she was opening the door of the adjacent room. Take some rest. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. If it hadn't been for Jongmin, they would have gotten some cocktail or something. Haejin felt a little sorry about it. He slept well and went to have breakfast. His hair was a bird's nest, but Yunhee was already wearing her makeup. Haejin was a little ashamed about his condition, but Jongmin appeared in a neat suit and sat with them without being offered. May I sit here? He was already sitting there. Haejin couldn't tell him to leave. Of course. They say that you become a patriot abroad. I think that's right. And how much more comfortable it is to have fellow Koreans among foreigners who I can't understand, haha. Of course, he understood English. Haejin took that as a joke. They started to eat, but then Jongmin smiled at Haejin. I didn't know much about you yesterday, but I have done some research. You are magnificent. Not really. Haejin couldn't see what he was trying to say. Actually, I came to London to make art a little closer to the public. I don't understand. Right now, Korea is so ignorant about art. People are enthusiastic about pop music, but they think of paintings as the exclusive property of those with wealth. I think it's wrong. People of other countries really don't care about art, either. Yes, of course. However, I am approaching this matter as a business. Art has been owned by rich people, so what if I bring it to the general public? What would happen? A new market will be created. And it will have great effects. Oh. Haejin could now see what he was saying. Especially contemporary artists who are not being appreciated yet. If I can introduce them to the public, my company will grow once more. Haejin knew what he was trying to do. Still, there was something he couldn't understand. But why are you telling me all that? Before I came here, I thought I could make it happen by working with Charles Saatchi. However, after I found out about you last night, I realized that if we work together, we might be able to achieve something great. You, the best appraiser in Korea and the owner of the only museum with Picasso's painting, jumping into this business. It will be sensational. Jongmin was excited, but Haejin didn't like it. For starters, he didn't want his face to become well known. I don't know. I won't ask you to make up your mind now. You can take your time. Of course, to help you decide, I will send you some documents. Would it be okay? Oh, yes. Ha ha. Thank you. Jongmin stood up and walked out with light steps. It probably meant he had done what he had to do during breakfast. Wow. I guess I will see you on TV. Yoonhee smiled, but Haejin shook his hands. I won't do it, I don't like things like that. And, can't you see that he's just trying to sell more paintings? But in the long term, it will give more opportunity to the young artists. Well, I don't know. That can happen, or they will take the money and ditch those artists. They will make 1 or 2 starts, but, anyway, I'm not interested. They finished eating and went down to the parking lot at 10 a.m. sharp. Damon was already waiting there. Have you rested well? All thanks to you. Saatchi Gallery is in the middle of London's rich area. So, the houses Haejin saw on the way looked very luxurious. When they arrived, even though it was still morning, many people were going in and out of the gallery. Haejin and Yoonhee didn't go in but went into the building right next to the gallery. That was where Charles Saatchi was staying. Haejin thought he would have to wait for some time, but he could actually meet him right away. Welcome. Charles Saatchi greeted them with a British accent. The trip has been comfortable thanks to the first-class ticket and the good hotel room you provided. That's good. Shall we sit first? Saatchi led them to a table made out of one huge tree. Haejin thought that it didn't match the master of contemporary art. He felt that Charles would prefer a modern black and white style. Haejin sat down to hear what he had to say, but Charles Saatchi just stared at Haejin and didn't say anything. Haejin didn't know if he was trying to overwhelm him or was just looking out of curiosity, so he talked first. Honestly, I still don't understand why you invited me here. Charles Saatchi smiled. I've done a little research about you, Mr. Park. And you've done quite impressive things in the Arab Emirates. How did he find out about it? Haejin didn't think it had been the Prince Samadhi. Did one of the Louvre Abu Dhabi's staff said so? Matt Velen is one of my closest friends. Oh. Matt Velen worked for the Prince Samadhi and took care of Louvre Abu Dhabi. If Matt and Charles Saatchi were friends, he could have heard about Haejin. Actually, I got a little lucky, too. I was telling Matt that there's an Asian who can perfectly discern fake paintings with only a photo. I then found out that he also knows you. I see. Then, what do you want me to appraise? Charles Saatchi leaned against his chair and smiled. He snapped his fingers. Next, 2 men brought a huge canvas. Jackson Pollock. This may be worth 40 million euros, but this isn't easy. I want you to give me the answer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 99. Chapter 99, The Medici of the 21st Century, 5. What did the other appraisers say? They can't agree. Some say it's real, some say it is not. However, which opinion is the dominant one? Sachi looked into Heijin's eyes. He was trying to find out why Heijin asked that. Usually, people do not ask that kind of question because they fear being accused of their purpose. But you don't look like you're worried about it. I asked because I was curious. Well, that can happen. There is a dominant opinion. They think it is real. Really? Heijin slowly examined the painting that was lying on the floor because it was too big. It was more than 4 m wide and 2 m tall. It had been drawn with Jackson Pollock's unique drip painting, black lines in various colors filled between them. Actually, making a fake drip painting good enough to fool experts was too easy. Jackson Pollock was also an artist of the 20th century. Getting the paints and canvas he used was easy to acquire. Because of that, Jackson Pollock's paintings confused many appraisers. Isn't it strange that such a big painting from Jackson Pollock wasn't discovered until now? I think so, too. The reason it is believed to be Jackson Pollock's painting is that it was mentioned in his old letter. The basic of appraising a painting was checking its source. Appraisers rely on the source even more than the painting's quality. Discerning the authenticity based only on the painting itself is like the final resort. So, paintings without a clear source sometimes make the appraiser not sure of its authenticity. In that perspective, the fact that the painting had been mentioned in Jackson Pollock's letter was enough to make the appraisers believe that it was real. If you have found out its source, you are right to believe that it is real. Then, why did you spend so much money to bring me here? Mr. Park, I must remind you that this painting is worth 40 million euros. It means checking again. And again won't be enough, no matter how many times I do it. Besides, I would be in trouble if rumors get out of a painting going through my hands and it is a fake. 40 million euros. It was expensive, but Jackson Pollock's paintings were all expensive. So, it is a matter of trust. Sachi's smile disappeared and crossed his arms. As you know, I've been betrayed once. So, I don't trust anyone. He had founded an advertising agency called Sachi & Sachi in the 1970s. It was even listed on the New York Stock Exchange and was a constituent of the FTSE 100 index. However, he and his brother were forced out of their own company. So, Heijin could see why he couldn't trust others. That can happen. Interesting. It can happen. The way Asian view things is sometimes unique. Anyway, I am still who I am because people believe that I can be trusted. Charles Sachi cannot be admired anymore if he can't be trusted. My appraisal cannot be accurate. Plus, I don't know if you've heard this, but I charge a high fee. Oh, I've heard about it. You take 1% of the appraised price of the artifact. In fact, that doesn't make sense. Who would think that receiving 400,000 euros after appraising a painting that is worth 40 million makes sense? Heijin was considering the plane tickets and rooms of the 5-star hotel he'd been provided with, so he wasn't planning to receive the whole 1%. I'll take 0.5%. That's the international standard. Actually, 0.5% wasn't part of any international standard. Heijin just said the fee of the appraising agencies that paid the most. I cannot give you that much even if it's fake. I'll give you 0.5% of the fake's price, according to the international standard. Sachi accepted the international standard which Heijin insisted on. However, receiving the fee based on the price of the real artifact, even if it was fake, was a rule Heijin had set when he started. I'm sorry, but I think I'll have to go sightseeing. You can't accept that? Aren't you being too greedy? I know it might look that way. However, I don't have any reason to lower my fee to do this work. When People hear that I've lowered my fee once. Everyone who asks me to appraise will demand me to do it again. That's true. Charles Saatchi didn't argue and nodded. He could have said that he wouldn't tell anyone that Heijin lowered his fee for him, but he didn't do that. Then, I hope you enjoy your time in London. Heijin stood up and Saatchi smiled while waving his hands. I was joking. Please, sit down. I will pay you the fee. You are more impatient than you look. Ha ha. I guess I took things too far. Heijin was embarrassed. He then sat down while Saatchi pointed at the painting on the floor. I've spent more than 500,000 euros on having this painting appraised. I want to stop now. It meant Heijin should stop talking and start appraising. Yunhee stood up to sign the appraisal contract with the staff of the gallery. Saatchi waited quietly until they were done. After that, Heijin secretly applied saliva on his finger, went to the painting, crouched down, and used magic. He had given up appraising with his eyes the moment he found out that it was Jackson Pollock's. Appraising his painting with eyes is like gambling. And more importantly, Heijin wasn't interested in abstract expressionism. He didn't think he could appraise it properly. The feeling of exhaustion passed, and the painting's true identity was revealed. Heijin pondered on the vision he had seen through magic while pretending to examine the painting. About 10 minutes later, he stood up and turned to Charles Saatchi. What kind of feelings did you get when you bought this painting? Feelings I got when I bought this painting? Why are you asking that? I don't think it would help you to appraise it. Yes, it won't help me. I'm just curious. Charles Saatchi's face hardened for the first time. He raised his voice. I brought you here to have that painting appraised, not because I needed a counselor. Heijin sat down on the sofa and answered coldly. I have the answer you wanted. I just wonder what kind of feelings made you buy this painting. Saatchi's eyes shook. You have the answer? Okay, I'll answer your question. At the time, I felt Pollock's strong energy. Although his paintings look nasty at first, they are composed quite delicately. I felt that with this painting, too. He knew why Heijin was asking that and replied properly. I see. Heijin looked at the painting again and stroked his chin. Saatchi leaned forward and asked, You may say that I was wrong. I think a forgery that can fool my eyes are great on its own. So, if you are afraid of me, there's no need to do that. Heijin had asked that out of pure curiosity. Charles Saatchi was a big investor of contemporary art now. He would find talented artists and works of art that could be valuable. He couldn't have had magic, so Heijin couldn't help but wonder what kind of feeling he had gotten from the fake painting. That's why he asked even though he knew it was rude. This is fake. Charles' eyes turned darker at Heijin's simple answer. Heijin didn't know how much he had paid for it, but he must have paid a fortune, but he didn't stir much. It was impressive. And the reason? It isn't easy to prove why Jackson Pollock's painting is fake. Have you analyzed the paints? The paints? Yes. I think the paints used for this painting are different from the paints Jackson Pollock usually used. And you can see it with your bare eyes? Of course not. Charles Saatchi asked in surprise, but Heijin kept his mouth shut and looked away. Saatchi took it as a yes. He nodded and exclaimed. Impressive. As you said, we haven't analyzed the paints. But I have a question, everyone knows that Jackson Pollock painted with enamel or aluminum paint, and those who were close to him must have known which brand he used. However, how could the forger not know that? He didn't analyze the paint because he had considered that Using the paint that the original artist used was the basic when it comes to making a forgery. However, John Myatt was different. He was an artist who was persuaded by John Drew. He didn't consider scientific analyzing methods when making fakes. Nevertheless, his fakes were sold at a high price because John Drew fabricated their source. He knew that an appraiser cannot argue a painting is fake if there was a clear record of its existence, even if the painting itself was slightly less good. And artifacts with clear sources are preferred by auction agencies as they can assure the buyer that it is real and was not stolen. In addition, the price of the artifacts varies greatly depending on what kind of story and history they have. People prefer paintings that have a little bit of the artist's life more than a painting without any record and story. John Drew fabricated the source by adding fake documents to archives in museums and the artist's letters. One might make a mistake sometimes. Saatchi couldn't believe it easily. Hagen then added, "You said this painting had a clear source? That it was mentioned in Pollock's letter?" "Yes, I did." "You should check that letter again, whether it was really written by Pollock or not." Saatchi was shocked. He called someone and instructed them to examine the letter again. It would go through countless tests including handwriting analysis and, in the end, it would be proved as false. Until then, this painting was only suspected to be fake. "Matt Vellon complimented you so much. You are different, indeed. No appraiser has approached this matter like you before. Nothing has been decided yet, but I will pay your fee according to the contract. Please go back and rest, we will contact you when the result comes out." Then, Hagen had declared that the painting Saatchi had paid a fortune to buy as a fake. He couldn't even say something to comfort him and was about to just leave, but Saatchi called him again. "Oh, and how about having dinner together this evening? I think we have a lot to talk about, apart from the result. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 100. Chapter 100, The Medici of the 21st Century, 6. That was quite unexpected, but Charles Saatchi had great influence, both in the art world and in the advertising business. It would be strange to refuse his offer to have a meal together. "It would be my honor." "Then my staff will call you again." Then Hagen and Yunhee left Saatchi's office. Next, Yunhee smiled and gave Hagen a thumbs up. "That was great. You were so cool against Charles Saatchi. Did you hear him say that no appraiser has approached it like that before? He has invited the right person. He had spent so much, but you solved the matter at once." Hagen was a little embarrassed, but he also felt good. "I am just good at my job." "Oh, what are we going to do till dinner? It isn't even lunchtime yet." Yunhee looked like she was expecting something. Hagen thought it was naturally becoming a date and tried to keep a straight face. "How about the British Museum?" However, Yunhee pouted and looked away. "Oh, it would be my third visit to the British Museum. Hagen almost said that it would be his 10th, but he restrained himself. Only a loser would say that kind of thing in that mood. "I guess both of us have been to the British Museum enough times. Shall we go to the flea market?" Yunhee brightened up again and nodded. "Great. I've heard of London's flea market, but I've never got the chance to go there." Good. Then, let's go right away." It might sound strange that there was a flea market in London where land was expensive, but there's quite a huge flea market in Camden Town. It was one of the places Hagen had been many times with his father. At the time, they didn't have enough money, so they couldn't go to expensive restaurants and hotels or buy clothes somewhere else. They took a cab and went to Camden Town. It was very crowded. After that, it continued like any other date. They laughed while choosing not-so-good souvenirs and tasted the street food. They went around like that for some time and left when it was lunchtime. Then, they headed to one of the restaurants Hagen had found the night before. He had found a few good restaurants that Koreans like through blogs, and they went to the closest one. However, that blog was quite famous. In fact, when they stepped in the restaurant, more than half of the customers were Koreans. Ha ha. I can see how you found this restaurant. But it can still be good. I don't expect much about food in England. There are delicious dishes in expensive restaurants, but they are similar to the dishes you can taste in any luxurious restaurants around the world. I prefer to enjoy the country's unique taste, but not in here. Well, me neither. Hagen had only eaten cheap food in London when he was with his father, so he totally agreed. They sat down, ordered some food, and waited. However, they could hear people on the next table talking. Normally, Hagen would have ignored it as it was someone else's business, but he couldn't do it this time. The topic of the conversation made him curious. Do we have to do this here? The man's voice sounded angry. Am I just whining? While the woman seemed hurt by his attitude. It is probably human nature to listen when there's a fight between a couple. Yunhee was listening too, although she was pretending not to. Hagen smiled as it was funny to suddenly stop talking and listen to other people talking, but the conversation got more and more serious. He started concentrating. I am trying to get a job now, but I've come here spending money and time because of you. Let's not fight now, okay? You only think about money and not think about why I'm doing this? No, you don't want to think about it at all, do you? Stop. Let's eat and talk outside. Doing this here is too humiliating. The man tried to finish it and eat quietly, but the woman couldn't do that. I won't eat. No, I can't eat. I cannot swallow this. You. At that moment, Hagen looked back. It was just an instinctive reaction, like when looking at a beautiful woman passing by you. However, the face he saw when he looked back was quite familiar. The man was young, in his mid-20s, although his face had some acne scars, he was quite good-looking. After a second, he realized who he was. J1. The man was surprised and looked toward the direction of the voice. Excuse me? He didn't recognize Hagen. Then, Hagen lightly hit his shoulder. It's me, Hagen. Have you forgotten me already? Hagen? Of course, he couldn't recognize him at first. Hagen had got to know him when his father worked as a grave robber. You remember me? Of course, I do. Your father used to pay my tuition. I wanted to thank him, but he didn't leave me his phone number, so I couldn't. J1 bowed at Hagen. However, his face was still a little red because of the fight with his girlfriend. J1's father used to work with Hagen's father Yunsiak. He was popular not because he had good skills but because he was strong and sharp-sighted, but he was caught by the police while robbing a grave in India. Unfortunately, he was hurt severely in that process and died without receiving proper treatment. Yunsiak pitied his son and gave a few antiques to J1's mother so that he would be able to attend university without worrying about money. He said that they would be enough to pay for his tuition and start his own business, but that had been more than 10 years ago. Don't thank me, it wasn't me, but my father, Still. Anyway, you came here with your girlfriend? Oh, yes. Both Jae-won and his girlfriend looked very embarrassed. Haejin must have heard everything. You've grown so much. You're a real man now. Jae-won had lost his father when he was in middle school, right when he needed him the most. Haejin could imagine how hard it had been. So, he patted Jae-won's shoulder. Jae-won looked at Yoonhee, who looked away in a smile, and asked, "Are you here on vacation, too? With your girlfriend?" "No, I'm here to work." "Wow, you're on a business trip?" "Yes, and this is Lim Yoonhee, she works with me." "Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Go Jae-won. I greatly owe Haejin." "Stop talking about it. It was years ago." Yoonhee smiled and said, "Nice to meet you. I'm Lim Yoonhee." "Wow, you are really beautiful." "Oh, thank you, haha. Jae-won couldn't see that he wasn't supposed to say that. He was so dense. Yoonhee knew that, so she just awkwardly smiled. However, Jae-won's girlfriend finally snapped at that. "I'm sorry, but I should go first." She stood up and left even though the food hadn't even come out. Jae-won was surprised and didn't know what to do. Haejin gave him his business card. "Follow her, quickly, and call me later, okay?" "Okay." Seon-young is usually not like that. "I'll talk to her and call you." "Do it well." She seemed very angry. "I'll pay for your food, so go." Jae-won left, while Haejin and Yoonhee had a normal meal. Their date continued. Yoonhee seemed to want to ask about Jae-won and Haejin's father, but she didn't want to make a mistake. She kept flinching and moving on to a different subject. Around 3 p.m., Haejin got a call from an unfamiliar number. He guessed it was Jae-won. "Haejin, it's Jae-won." It was Jae-won indeed. However, he sounded sad, like things hadn't gone well with his girlfriend. "Is your lodging far from the restaurant?" "No, it's close." "Then, why don't you come out?" "I'm still near the restaurant." "I'll tell you the location." Haejin wanted Jae-won to do well, probably because his father had previously helped him. "Okay, I'll be right there." Haejin and Yoonhee waited at a coffee shop. After about 20 minutes, Jae-won showed up. He looked gloomy. After simple greetings and talk about how each other had been, Haejin asked about the girlfriend who wasn't there. "What happened earlier? Why were you fighting while on a vacation?" It's kind of embarrassing to tell you this, but we have been fighting a lot recently." "Why?" "We're both worried about me getting a job. Her family is rich. Very rich. She is about to graduate from university, but she is already getting offers to meet prospective marriage partners." "What nonsense. But I can't get a job, so I am getting stressed and she is getting stressed on her own." "Oh, it must be hard." "It is. And her parents won't acknowledge me unless I get a really good job." "Who?" Jae-won sighed and dropped his head. "So, where is she now?" "I followed her, but she said she wanted to be alone and went into our room. I couldn't go in there, so I just walked around and called you." "Where are you trying to get a job at?" "In the National Museum. I want to be hired as a buried artifacts researcher, but as you know, many want that job." Haejin was a little confused at hearing this. Jae-won must have found out that Haejin worked at a museum when he gave his business card, so was he saying that on purpose or did he really want that job? "Have you majored in archaeology?" "That's what I saw and learned during my childhood." "And you?" "Same with you." "But then..." Haejin started to talk about the job, but Jae-won asked seriously. He couldn't hear Haejin. Hey, Heijin. Ha? What is it? There's one thing I haven't sold yet among the artifacts your father gave me. Haven't sold yet? Why? My mother stopped me, saying that we couldn't sell them all, as my father's memories might as well have left us then. Heijin could understand that. So? I was young back then, but I still remember my father believing you and your father. And I heard that. He glanced at Yunhee and continued. You sometimes appraised the artifacts my father brought. So, could you take a look at it? Find out. How much would it give me if I sell it? That wouldn't be a problem, but can you really sell it? Won't your mother be upset? It's okay. She has suffered so much, raising me all by herself. It's time for her to live a good life. And, you get to live a good life, too? Heijin had a point and Jae-won's eyes shook. Well, yeah. Honesty, that's good. It's in Korea, right? Yes. Is it a Buddha? How did you know? Jae-won was surprised while Heijin smiled and stood up. You have my business card. Come when you get it back to Seoul. I will appraise and sell it for you. Oh, and bring your girlfriend. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.